Yeah, we got a new challenger. Make sure the microphone is working. Working. Yeah, I'm going for the juggler today. You know, right off the bat. You dig? Make sure the microphone is working. Back. I could be heard good. Working. I don't know what's up with my microphone. Yeah, I'm going for the juggler today. But at some point, right off the bat, cuts out. And y'all can't hear me at all. You dig? All right, so just make sure the microphone is working. Back. I could be heard good. Working. Thank you, Thurman. Yeah, I don't know. Thurman, I spent. Yeah, I'm going for the morning, afternoon today. But at some point, it just cuts out. I'm about to be recruited in a Hall of Fame of so just Bible apologetics. I could be heard good. Because what I put together today, thank you, Thurman. Yeah, they almost I spent anyway. I'm going for the morning, afternoon today. Let me invite the guy. I'm about to be. Let me the echo, because I had the feedback, the window, you know, the window that always freezes. I got to use my iPad to watch the chat. It's up to date right now, but it just might switch. So decent peace, man. This is going to be a good one. Hopefully the brother is respectful, because some of those guys, when they don't know the Bible like they think they do, a lot of them become angry, belligerent, like Apostle Zaquan, in hopes that I and sometimes in business, in hopes that I kick them off, and that's their, which I'd never do. I hardly ever do. I might mute them, but they usually hop off, or they find this, like if y'all watch boxing, there was a match, a brother who had some promise was getting his A kicked out. I mean, was getting his A kicked from a Spanish guy who was like not really supposed to win. He was, the Spanish guy was the underdog. But the Spanish guy put the mittens on the brother who had some promise, Adrian Broner style. The brother couldn't deal with the A kicking. It's okay. I don't know why these guys don't know their boxing history. Marvelous Hagler, right? He lost his first fight early. He didn't go like Sugar Ray and Turner Hearns, or his guys, Canelo, like a whole bunch of wins before they lost. He lost pretty early in his career. He lost like maybe 10 fights in. And that don't mean anything. You dig? Lennox Lewis lost early. It's a couple guys that lost early and rebounded and beat the crap out of people. Yeah, Apostle, I mean, I would entertain him. He could come on, but again, like the guy don't follow logic. The guy don't follow the Bible. He just say stuff, and it's not, to me, it's not entertaining, it's not educational, like it just wasting time. But okay, I will indulge the guy, whatever. All right, so let me send the guy the link to hop on. Let me put this link inside the Facebook group, and I'm gonna put the Facebook link inside the chat, so y'all always in tune on what's going on. You dig? So I got about 150 something people from the community in the Facebook group. All right, so let me send the guy the link. I got a couple other guys, but sometimes I do 2 at a time. You dig? Beat them all up. Okay. So just get ready for the whole feast of, the whole feast, all the funny. Hey, yo, you guys should be good at this because, their talking points be so funny and predictable. Yeah, and that's when you know it's a cult. Because if you heard, like, when we were doing the whole jab thing, the whole jab science, even though I was pro, Mujaba was pro, pseudo killers, and Sean, Science with Sean, we all had different styles and different information we brought out. Like, you couldn't watch my video debating the jab and then watch a pseudo killer or Mujaba or watch Sean with science, and then it'd be like a duplicate. Like with these guys, they say the same, like every video that's against the virgin birth, they say the same exact thing, and they're in different camps. Like that's the first clue that you're dealing with a cult. All right, so let me. All right, let me see something real fast. All right, got that out the way. Let me just handle. All right, so let me go ahead and post this link inside the. Yeah, this Zoom bar is just annoying, man. It's just in the way when you're trying to maneuver. It's annoying, but you can't hide it because you need it. It's like, gotta be a better way. They can make it smaller. I don't know. All right, so let me put this link inside the watcher. What's going on, brother? Like I said, all you guys should be, you all gonna be certified to be One West killers. You dig? One West killers. One West. I don't like that word killer. One West debunkers, right? You all go. I told I ain't like that word killer because I teach kids and elementary kids. They ain't gonna like that. I can't be wearing a pseudo killer shirt, to teach little elementary kids. They're like, what's that? Parents like, oh, close your eyes. And I'm a black male around all these white folks. Yeah. And then you got it was. Oh boy. Okay. So I'm trying to stream this Dallas game in the background. I hate the Bills, man. The Bills snuck that one in. The Detroit Lions. Now I don't hate the Bills. I respect them. I hate the Lions. That team is trash and they're always lying. Okay, so let me go ahead and put this in the chat. The Detroit Lions are always lying. God damn, man, what the hell is going on here? Yeah, and my computer just delayed all this. I can't stand. Yo, Mac, man, Mac. Yeah, Apple been caught, doing sneaky stuff. And I won't put it past them. Be draining your battery. I won't put it past them making my computer slow somehow. Some conspiracy theory so I can buy update. Cause it's good. I don't know. I had this computer about 4 years, and this laptop, and it's like very excellent. Like, why would I want to update? And, Apple like, nah, that's not how that works over here, my boy. You got to update. Okay. Yeah. So let me share a link from let me share a link. In effect, let me just share my screen. So check out the Sean P with the Mossy Word Clan. This is a video, Anthropology's Harmful Legal Legacy of Race. So what I do is I like to watch these videos, pretty lengthy. So I like to watch these videos while I'm playing chess or, cleaning or something like it's gonna take a little while. I love to watch these. All right, following truth, peace. So go ahead, let me put the link put this video inside the chat. Sean P's a good guy. That's a long link. Dang. Yeah, Sean P's a good guy. And by the way, I still, we be, small chat, Facebook Instant me and Sean P. So now let me put the link of the Facebook group in the chat so you guys can, like the show, please put the Facebook group in the chat. I'm waiting for the guy to hop in. Hop in, then I'm gonna put the meeting link in there. Oh, come on, Decent, don't put me in the middle of that. All right, so I got the Facebook group in there. So join the Facebook group. Join the Facebook group. Well, Decent, I think when people argue, it's something about information. Oh, okay, they try to slander you. All right, that's a different story. Yeah, they're coming at you personally. But it's something about information that causes us as human beings to like maybe lie, maybe all these B's, where we might be deceitful, right? Because information, when you lose that war, it's like you're stupid. And that's how chess is. Like, bro, chess players gotta be the most poor sports ever, any challenge. Because when you beat somebody in chess, even though it's not saying this in reality, but that's how you feel when you lose a game. It feel like the guy's just smarter than you. Just like I'm sure hand-to-hand combat or something like that. If you're losing that, just feel like you're just a punk. You can't beat this guy, he's your bully. Well, chess is the same way, but just mentally. So when they say chess boxing, it's definitely that. Because when I lose a match in a chess, I ain't really feeling you like that at that moment. I might say good game, but damn, man, I want you to get hit by a car. I'm joking. 504, what's up? All right, so let me go ahead and pull that screen. Okay. So I took some notes. So on this one video. So let me go ahead and yeah, what the hell? Okay. All right, so I don't like sometimes people update stuff, websites, like for the worst. It don't even be for the best. Certain updates be trash. Like, dude, leave it like it was. All right. Okay. All right. Let me just. All right. Yeah, I hope y'all had a Thanksgiving. I hope y'all didn't get superstitious, black allergy out, and didn't take advantage. Now, if you didn't cook, no problem. But if somebody cooked that was around you or you had access to it and you decided not to eat the food because of some black allergy or some superstition, yeah, that's truly your loss. Big over some superstition, black allergy. Now, okay, I can understand this. If this person cooks food, and even this is for you guys. Let me mute this. Let me mute this game. And even if somebody was like cooking the food and like praying like some weird pray that you just found offensive, the blood of the cows, and yeah, maybe you don't want to eat that, but maybe you do, right? Me, it's food. Like I'm a science guy, so that doesn't do anything for me. That old spooky stuff. I'm still eating. Blood of the veins of the devil. But the food's official and clean and sanitary. Yeah, I'm eating. But I could understand if that was going on and you guys decided not to eat it. I could understand then. You dig? But my wife cooks almost every day, so this is every day. All right. Just some more food. The baby just wanted. Yeah, I got a cup. He got a cup, but he want mine. Like, dude, here, because I'm about to pour some. I'm about to pour some holy water in my cup, so you can't hear. Here's your cup. They're identical. I don't want him touching my cup because I'm about to pour some holy water. Okay, so the brother said he's getting his laptop set up, and we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Let's see. Do I need to send a link anywhere else? Okay. Let me just make sure. Let me just make sure we're all good. Okay. So now I did some further research. I did some further research and it's just like overkill, really. It's like Mortal Kombat, literally. Like you just get rid of them, then you just finish them. It's like, but it's good for edification. And plus, it's like there's definitely you don't have to be a Bible thumper. There's going to be some education here because I'm gonna deal with language because we're reading languages that's non-modern English, So, and you guys know, LJ and other people don't know, but you guys know I was doing the Spanish lessons here. And I'm gonna continue. So I'm gonna go back to that because don't forget, English is a new language and it doesn't have the same rules necessarily as other languages. For example, in English, a double negative is a no-no. In Spanish, a double negative is a yes, yes. Even a triple negative, even a quadruple negative, you dig? In Spanish, that is all yes, yes. So there are some certain words that we skip past reading. It didn't, for us, it didn't, for those who was riding with me, my guess, it didn't hurt us, but it's definitely gonna hurt them. Okay, so let's see. I'm a fast typist, and it's pissing me off that my spacebar button is like starting to get stuck from the little unbiased that it's like making my words kind of piss me off. All right. Okay. Oh, so let me share my screen real fast. The Israelites like to have some drama. What the hell just happened here, man? Why is it doing that? All right, check this out. There we go, commercials.
Hey, I'm so excited.
You can't even watch a video without a commercial. Peace, God body. Let me go ahead and throw my Cash App in there for those who got the whole holiday spirit.
Just got my no teeth whitening in the mail. Here it is.
When I said I was going to teach the Bible, y'all thought I was joking. And you got a lot of Hebrew Israelites who are learning something that they should have already known.
So why are we out here? To let you know you're the greatest thing on this earth, bro. But holy men of God, faith and they will move. Wait a minute.
Understand, we are here to wake our people up, to put them on the same level, a better level than what they're on now.
I don't like how.
Hey, let me ask you something. Do you love your brothers? Do you love your brothers? You love me? I don't smoke. Can you put your cigarette out? If I don't smoke. Can you put your cigarette out?
Say again?
And I can respect that.
Hey,
that's what I'm talking about.
I'm sending this back from my oath. Thank the Lord that I'm part of the 12. Take a look at how far we have fell.
That dude that was smoking, I wonder if they're going to show.
I like how we abandoned everything the Father done. Can't understand it.
All right, let me go back. I'll fast forward. Let me go back.
And y'all see this and think this was, hold on, and y'all think this was it? All this shit y'all instead of talking on me and talking on my brothers out here, this just me right now. Y'all, everybody else ain't outside.
So I guess they was coming at the gangs, and this is I respect the Israelites for doing this, right? Because most people be talking all that talk, but be afraid to, but they be afraid to address the gang members, the real oppressors. You dig? Like I said, be a good citizen of your community. And if you're Black, won't you call out the evil among you? We always say during Jim Crow in America, why didn't the large percent of white folks who were not racist, who didn't make laws or oppress Black folks, why didn't they put an end or stop or neutralize the small, tiny percent of white people who were doing those actions? Okay. Now, I'll say same thing for Black folks. You see Black people oppressing Black people, oppressing everybody really, but definitely Black people out here. Why don't the majority of us go out there and speak to, hold accountable, address, neutralize the small, tiny percentage of us who are oppressing us and being very violent against us? Listen to this.
Talking on me this and think this was, hold on, and y'all think this was it? All this shit y'all instead of talking on me and talking on my brothers out here, this just me right now. Y'all, everybody else ain't outside. So y'all not finna keep on just coming over here doing it. Cause y'all don't understand what's going on. Hold on. You think you street, but you ain't. And this on GD, this on my love and my dead children. Y'all not ready for us, brother. So y'all can wrap this shit up.
So, okay.
All right, bro.
So that was a gangster disciple, I guess, telling them that they can't call out the death and destruction of what the gangster disciples are doing. So, so he threatened them. Yeah, I got to wrap it up. Like he's really, got pulled like that.
So why are we out here? To let you know you're the greatest thing on this earth, bro. But holy men of God, faith and they will move. Wait a minute.
Understand, we are here to wake our people up, to put them on the same level, a better level than what they're on now.
I don't like how. Hey, let me ask you something. Do you love your brothers? Do you love your brothers? You love me? I don't smoke. Can you put your cigarette out? If I don't smoke. Can you put your cigarette out?
Say again?
And I can respect that.
Hey,
that's what I'm talking about.
I'm sending this back from my oath. Thank the Lord.
So I thought that was very honorable for Black men to go out there and address other Black men who are oppressing and causing destruction amongst, Black society. So that was cool. Peace. Your first name I can't pronounce, but I got Zabak.
Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So we was talking a minute ago, and you know, I had, I guess, too many people talking over each other, so I got everybody, you know, quiet in the waiting room. So, are you? Would you say you're Christian or Muslim or Hebrew Israelite?
I am a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Judah.
Okay. And when did you come into that knowledge?
I came into the knowledge around I started being serious more so around 2017.
All right, about 5 years. Okay, going on 6. And what influenced you? What headed you to that direction in general?
One scripture in Deuteronomy 28, how we fit all the curses there.
Okay. Deuteronomy 28 and you said 68?
Not just no, we fit verses 15 on down.
All right.
Uh-huh.
So it was that particular thing that, you know, overall that got you there.
Yes, correct.
So, you know, I spoke to many different Israelites, and there's different belief systems, there's different everything about them, the way they dress, you know, all that stuff is totally different amongst Israel. So let me ask you this. Do you believe that anybody can be an Israelite, or is that exclusively for, like, I guess, Black people?
That is exclusively for a bloodline. To be Jew, you have to come from the line of Shem.
Right. Wait, say that one more time.
So
you said to be Jew, you got to come from the lineage of who?
Of Shem.
Okay.
Shemites. Shem.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So does that, so would you consider your Muslims friends your brothers?
Yes, they are.
And they are Jew.
They are Jew. Most of them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And how did you, okay, so I guess Deuteronomy 28 will probably explain that, right?
Correct. Yes.
All right. You know, they didn't come, okay, well, the Muslims didn't come by slave ship.
So the Muslims did not come by slave ship. Huh?
Right. So how would they be Jew if the curses didn't fit them?
So, okay, so when we're speaking of them, see, that's a actual that has nothing to do with blood.
You said it has nothing to do with bloodline?
Right?
Wait, you broke up. You said that has nothing to do with bloodline?
Yes, correct. So the term Muslim,
right?
That's just an actual religion.
Okay, I got you. It's just a belief. I got you.
Yes.
Yeah, so you could be from Israel and be Muslim, basically.
Yes, correct.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
So what about, I gotta ask this question. It's cliche amongst Black people and they get mad and you're kind of expecting it. So out of all the races of the world, you know who I'm gonna say. Right? So why, and I'm gonna say this, it's not that, you know, Black people just love white people so much and we put them above everybody. It's that because we hear white people exclusively say Black folks are not, you know, permitted or invited. So we just want to know, is the energy the same way? You know who I'm gonna say. Yeah. So we just want to know if the energy the same way. So do you guys believe white folks can be
I would say this. It's not that,
you got to mute your background.
Love white people so much and we put them
hold on. Let me,
because we hear
bring it up.
White people exclusively say Black folks are not, you know, permitted.
Okay.
Yeah. So can white people be Jews?
White people cannot be Jews. Like, how does that even fit? Now, one thing I'm hearing is that they have converted. Well, how is that? To convert, that's just a religion, right? That's just a, so you can't take, so when you want to say, can white people be Jews?
Yeah.
They have taken the name Judah and just made a religion, see, called Judaism. See,
Okay.
So Judaism doesn't have anything to really do with the seed of Israel. See, so when you're dealing with Israel, we're plainly dealing with bloodline. See, so we have to first prove bloodline. See, so to say, can white folks be Judah or Israel? Not at all, because their bloodline is of a different seed. See,
And
so
you're saying that there's no chance of conversion.
there is no chance of conversion.
What about
There is
adoption?
no chance. No.
What about adoption?
Doctrine.
No,
That
no,
comes
adoption.
with that,
No, adoption. Like they can't be adopted in as an
adopted. No, see, and here's one thing. The term adoption, that was only for the natural branch Israelites. Now, if we go to Ephesians 2,
right,
you will see how, well, no. If we go to the book of Jeremiah, verse 3, chapter 3, sorry.
Wait, let me get that. Hold on. Let me pull that up.
All right.
So I can read along with you. Okay. Let me share my screen. That'd be useful. Okay. KJV.
All right.
Jeremiah chapter 3. Got it.
Yep. And then we could go to let me see, where do I want to go? I want to go to verse chapter 3, verse. We can start off in verse 7.
Okay, verse 7. And then up to what?
To 8.
I'll read.
Mhm.
And I said, after she had done all these things, turn thou unto me, but she returned not. And her treacherous sister Judah saw it. And I saw, when for all the causes whereby backsliding Israel committed adultery, I had put her away and given her a bill of divorce. Yet her treacherous sister Judah feared not, but went and played the harlot also.
Okay. So when we see that it's saying her, who is that talking about? That's talking to Israel. See, there were two branches here, right? There was the branch of Judah, and then there was the branch of Israel, right? So that's two different branches, but it's of the same lineage. All right.
You know what? Let me write that down. Hold on. Let me write that down. Give me a
Mhm.
second to note that. Okay, so look at this shit. Two branches, Israel, and okay, go ahead. And they are part of the same lineage, you said, right?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, so these are the two natural branches. Now we see how Israel had got cut off, that Israel got divorced, right? So when we talk about Gentiles, now we have to go to the chapter. Now we have to go to Ephesians 2.
All right, let me get that. Let me get that. First, let me just document Jeremiah 3.
All right.
And we got verses 7 and 8. And now we're going to Ephesians 2. Let me share my screen again. And I forgot to ask this question. Who'd you learn this from? What camp taught you this?
No, camp, just
Independent
studying myself. Yes.
Okay, all right, I can respect that. Independent study.
Right.
Okay. All right, here we go. So let me go to Ephesians. But was there any camp that influenced you? Because you heard the 28, Deuteronomy 28:68. So that means a camp, you must have heard a camp say that. Did any camp influence you?
Shoot, all of them did.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay, Ephesians. So what made you not want to, join one of those camps?
I was going to join one of them, but
which one was
after
that?
They was
Which one was that?
That was True Nation.
Okay, got you. And what happened?
So as soon as I heard their doctrine, though, then I'm like, no, because scriptures don't speak on that. So
all right.
Yeah.
So let me just. Okay, you know, it's funny. I was listening to them, by the way. These people right here, right? I got them up on my screen because I was playing their virgin birth videos, like trying to understand what they're saying. So this is True Nation, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes, I already had them on my thing. Like I was listening to their virgin birth. Okay, so go ahead. Jeremiah chapter 2.
Yes. I mean, on
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is actually, I said Jeremiah, but this is actually Ephesians that you're looking at, chapter 2.
Right. I want to start at the 11th verse, please.
Up to when?
Up to, we could just read 12. All
right. Wherefore remember that ye being in time past Gentiles in the flesh.
So wait, they were Gentiles. So they were Gentiles in the flesh, right?
Yeah. Who are called uncircumcision by that which is called the circumcision in the flesh made by hand. That at that time ye were without Christ, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel and strangers from the covenants of promise, hope, having no hope and without God in the world.
All right. So they was without hope. Well, why? That's because they were expelled. They were divorced from the natural branch, from the covenant, right? So when we talk about strangers being grafted in, they have to be grafted in back to the natural branch. See? Let me see if I can get a scripture on that about the natural branch.
Yeah.
The fig tree. Let me see. I think I want to go to Ezekiel, but I'm not sure. So we could go to Romans real quick. Romans chapter 11.
Romans, I got you. Romans 11 and what?
11. We're going to start at verse 11 through 24.
Damn, all that?
Well, yeah. I'm sorry, man. We got to get the essence of it.
All right. I say then, have God cast away his people? God forbid. For I am also an Israelite of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. Okay. God have not cast away his people, which he foreknew. Walked ye not that the scripture says of Elias? What did the scripture say of Elias?
Wait. Where are we?
Romans chapter 11. You said verse 1 up to 24.
Okay, yeah. So I say then, have ye stumbled that they should fall? God forbid. But rather through the fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles.
No, okay. Are you reading King James?
Yes.
Yeah, the word stumble is not there. He said, has God cast away his people? Said, God forbid. For I'm an Israelite of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin.
Right.
That's verse 1. Yeah, there's no stumble there. God has not cast away his people. Huh?
Okay, so wait, because let me see. Because mine says something different.
Yeah, bro, you got a Muslim Bible. You got to put that away.
Oh, no. I got the
first thing you
KJV, buddy.
You sure? That thing might say
I'm
a lot.
positive.
On that thing. Yeah, read it over. The back of it
Romans
says,
11, verse 11 says, I say then.
oh, you said verse 11.
Yes.
Okay, I was reading verse 1.
Oh, okay.
How about I say, man, we don't do the Muslim Bible around here, my brother.
Right.
Yeah, that's a trick Bible. Okay, it says, I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? And here it says, God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is coming to the Gentiles. So when it says, have they stumbled that they should fall, is this talking about the uncircumcised Israelites?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Those who have failed into dealing with other nations in their customs.
Right. So but look what it says here though. It says God forbid. So it's saying like, have they stumbled that they should fall? So are they all out, of the tree, whatever? It says God forbid, but rather through their fall. So we know there's a pronoun of those Israelites. Salvation has come to the Gentiles. So these Gentiles are different than the there and the they.
No.
Okay. So it's the same Gentile. Okay.
It's the same yes.
To provoke.
No,
I'll just read. Okay, I didn't know that. So it's just for to provoke them to jealousy. So so these Gentiles, Israelites who fell or thought to fell, who jealousy are they provoking? Themselves?
No, they are. No. They are. These are actually. See, there was 2 branches, right?
Right.
So, Scripture said first to the Jew, right? Then to the Gentile, right?
Right.
So as you see, Judah was also messing up, but they was never divorced.
Right. So this is speaking about Israel. So it's saying, so we could read like this. I say then, have Israel stumbled that they should fall? God forbid. But rather their fall, Israel fall, salvation has come to the Gentiles. So it's saying, to me, it sounds like Gentiles is something other than the subject that was named first, because so the fallen Israelites are going to provoke these Gentiles to jealousy, or vice versa.
No.
But,
so how I was reading is through the fall of what? Through the fall of
but it sounds like the fall of the branch, like you said, the divorce, the falling out.
Yes, correct. Right.
Okay.
Right. So through that fall, salvation has now come back to the Israelites who can and want to repent. See? So now salvation is coming back to those who want to come back to their God. See? And not serve wood and stone anymore. AKA wood is Christianity. Stone is Muslim.
So let me ask you this. So are these Gentiles? So when it says Gentiles, then there are no Gentiles in the New Testament then, since the Gentiles are fallen Israelites. So
they are.
Yeah. So when do they speak of actual Gentiles, like other nations?
Gentiles as other nations, you can go to Genesis 1.
No.
I mean, sorry, 10.
Now, what I mean is in the New Testament, because if the Gentiles are fallen Israelites, then when do the New Testament speak of actual Gentiles from other nations?
It speaks of them as their nations are. Edom.
All right. So in other words, if it says Gentiles, it's not talking about other nations in the New Testament.
In certain areas, yes, it is. See, so
okay. So when do we know? That's the thing. It's tricky. So when do we know when it's talking about other nations? Because now I could be confused. You could be confused. Like, when do we know it's talking about Israel, lost Israel, and when is it talking about just a Gentile?
See, that comes with the Spirit, right?
Yeah,
so Spirit has to discern, right?
So, but there's no other way other than somebody with the spirit reading it that I can discern if it's a Gentile or Israelite Gentile. Like there's
All
no other
things
way to
come
tell.
through the spirit, right?
All right, whatever. Okay.
No, I mean, I'm just asking a question, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Right. So I mean, so when Paul, I mean, when he says here, verse 1, I say then, have God cast away his people? Right? God forbid.
Right.
For I am also an Israelite of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. So if he's talking about God casting away his people, we read that, right? So why is he making a distinction that he's also an Israelite then from the tribe of Benjamin? See?
Yeah, but you know, so basically, if you give this book to a ninth grader and they read Gentile, that ninth grade is no way for that Gentile to discern if the Gentile is a lost tribe of Israel or an actual Gentile, right?
Okay. There is ways, but that's why this book is only for his people. That's why he said, I talk in parables, so that those that are reading it, they won't get it. They won't hear it. But these are only for his people ears. See, that's why he said that. See, so he writes in parables for a reason. It's not for everybody to understand. See?
Yeah. All right. So let's all right. So what else was I gonna ask you? All right. So let's get into the virgin birth, right?
Okay.
So let me go backwards. So did you ever at one time believe the virgin birth was true? Like, you know, Mary did not have sex when she was pregnant. Did you ever believe that at one time?
I definitely do.
So do you believe Joseph is the biological father?
I do not believe that. I definitely, scripture plainly says that an angel came down unto Mary, right?
Yeah.
So if an angel came down unto Mary and she conceived, scripture said that he was espoused. No, I'm sorry, that she was espoused to him, right?
Yeah.
So that just means that they were dating.
Right.
Courting, right?
Right.
So if that was Joseph's son, why would he have to hide her? See?
Right. So I'm just trying to get on one accord. So you believe Joseph is not the father?
Joseph is not, yes, he's not.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, my job here is done then, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right
then. Well, shalom then.
Shalom.
All right. Let me see how I get up.
All right. So there's a bit of confusion there. I thought the brother was saying Joseph is the father, and he came to the same conclusion I came to, that Joseph is not the father. All right, great. All right. Yep. Thank the brother for pulling up. So now I see why he did not go with the Truth Nation, because Truth Nation was pushing that Joseph was the father. Okay, so and why the Cowboys make every game hard and difficult? All right, so but did it make sense to you guys? Like maybe just my understanding, but when we was reading Romans 11:11, like that didn't, you know, I understood that a little different. But let me go back. Because he said that there was no way to like tell a Gentile, Israelite Gentile from a Gentile, other than the Spirit of God, like being bestowed upon you. So what I usually do is I usually go back a chapter just to see what was being talked about. You know, when I get confused about a chapter, like in religious text, I usually go back a chapter to see what's going on. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm blow my nose. I got this cold coming from nowhere, man. Dang. Right. Okay. Okay, so the Giants got down there. Yeah, what's up with this Cowboy defense? That's supposed to be great. I'm not a fan of it either. I just don't want. That Giant quarterback is terrible. Well, I can't say that because they actually winning. Yeah, I just don't. So Romans chapter 10. Let's see if the chat. Okay. So I had to blow my nose. So, brethren, my heart's desire and prayer to God of Israel that they may be saved. Okay. Who was it? They though. See? Damn. So let me just skim through this right here. So Paul said, I lie not, my conscience also bearing witness, blah, blah, blah. Blah. He says, for I could wish that myself were cursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh. So he's talking about Israelites there, right? He says it right here. There you go. Who are Israelites? To whom pertaineth the adoption? Okay, so the brother was right about that, the adoption. And the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises. Whose are the fathers and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came, who is all over God blessed forever. Not as the word of God have taken not effect, for they are not all Israel, which are so. All right. So now this is when I stop doing this tither that stuff. You see, I ain't about to go crazy here. So let me just go and do it this way. I speak modern English. I'm not gonna do the whole tither, making me sound like an illiterate. I'm not doing that. Okay, so damn, what version Bible was I? Okay, so Romans. Maybe invited eating his vegetables. Okay, Romans. Let's go. That was chapter 9, right? All right. So now let's get a good translated Bible. I forgot which one I was recently reading from. Okay, yeah, the whole wither to and wolt ye not. I'm not doing that. All right. It was one of these. It was New International Version. I think it was this one. New. It was this one. New Living Translation. Okay. All right. So With Christ as my witness, I speak with utter truthfulness. My conscience and the Holy Spirit confirms it. All right, so he says, my heart is filled with bitter sorrow and unending grief for my people, my Jewish brothers and sisters. So we know he's saying his heart is filled with bitter sorrow for his Jewish brothers and sisters. So we're definitely talking about Israel. I would be willing to be forever cursed, cut off from Christ if that would save them. So he would trade his soul for his brethren's soul if it could save them. They are the people of Israel, chosen to be God's adopted children. Okay, that's a good point, because when they say the Son of God, as Jesus, Son of God, that means nothing. He just said that these are the adopted children. Israel is adopted, are the adopted children. That they're not what they would say, the only begotten, which is, you read Jesus. They are the people of Israel, chosen to be God's adopted children. Interesting. God revealed his glory to them. He made covenants with them and gave them his law. He gave them the privilege of worshiping him and receiving his wonderful promises. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are their ancestors, and Christ himself was an Israelite as far as his human nature is concerned. And he is God, the one who rules over everything and is worthy of eternal praise. Amen. Okay, they said Christ is God. Well, then, has God failed to fulfill his promise to Israel? All right, so we hear that, we see that real clear. Christ, and he is God. No, for now. Okay, so it says, well, then, has God failed to fulfill his promise to Israel? No, for not all who are born into the nation of Israel are truly members of God's people. So this is interesting, because he's saying now all of them that are born by way of Israel are God's people, right? So there's more to that. Being descendants of Abraham doesn't make them truly Abraham's children. Because concerning the virgin birth, that is the captain's whole debate. The seed. Well, if being descendants of Abraham don't make you truly Abraham's children, then then what makes you truly Abraham's children and deserving of Abraham's lineage? All right, so that's something that we'll get back to. For the scriptures say, Isaac is the son through whom your descendants will be counted. Through Abraham had other children too. So Abraham had other children. This means that Abraham's physical descendants are not necessarily children of God. Only the children of the promise are considered to be Abraham's children. For God had promised, I will return about this time next year and Sarah will have a son. Whoa. This son was our ancestor Isaac, blah, 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 blah. Skip down. Blah, blah, blah. So it is God who decides to show mercy. We can neither choose it nor work for it. Got it? So we got some context there. Okay. So now, verse 21, no, verse 22. In the same way, even though God has the right to show his anger and his power, he is very patient with those on whom his anger falls, who are destined for destruction. He does this to make the riches of his glory shine even brighter on those to whom he shows mercy, who were prepared in advance for glory. And we are among those he selected, both from the Jews and from the Gentiles. Now, the brother would say that this Gentiles would be Israel. Lost Israel, I guess. Concerning the Gentiles, God says in the prophecy of Hosea, those who were not my people, I will now call my people, and I will love those who did not love before. Now, I don't know how that can be in anybody who was an Israelite. He said those that he did not love before, he will love. He at some point, he loved all of Israel. And then at that place where they were told, you are not my people, there they will be called the children of the living God. So that's an adoption, Brother Zabak. You might want to hop back on. And concerning Israel, Isaiah the prophet cried out, though the people of Israel are as numerous as the sand of the seashore, only a remnant will be saved, for the Lord will carry out his sentence upon the earth quickly and with finality. And Isaiah said the same thing in another place, blah, blah, blah. So Israel, so this is called Israel's unbelief. What does this all mean? Even though the Gentiles were not trying to follow God's standards, they were made right with God. So he would say this is the Gentiles of Israel. I don't know about that. And it was by faith that this took place. But the people of Israel, yeah, who tried so hard to get, no. This is a clear distinction here. Even though the Gentiles were not trying to follow God's standards, they were made right. So indirectly, they were made right without even trying. And it was by faith that this took place. But the people of Israel, so this is the people of Israel. This is all of Israel. This doesn't say Jews here. It says, but the people of Israel who tried so hard to get it right with God by keeping the law. Now, who only tried to keep the law? It was all of Israel. Never succeeded. Yeah, so this is talking about all of Israel. So brother, you might want to read this in a more modern translated Bible. Why not? Why they didn't succeed? Because they were trying to get right with God by keeping the laws. That's all of Israel. Instead of by trusting him. They stumble over the great rock in their path. God warned them of this in the scriptures when he said, I am placing a stone in Jerusalem that makes people stumble, a rock that makes them fall, but anyone who trusts in him will never be disgraced. Yeah. This is definitely, there's some footnotes over here that you might want to check out. Okay, so it says, who I didn't love before. Okay, there's a K, there's a footnote K here. What does K mean in the footnotes? Hosea 2:23. So let's go to Hosea 2:23. Yeah, Zabak, that's not why you hopped off so fast, was it? You feel like I was on to something? Okay. So this is Hosea 2. And I will sow her name unto me in the earth, and I will have mercy upon her that had not obtained mercy. And I will say to them which are not my people, thou art my people, and they shall say, thou art my God. Dude, this is clearly talking about Gentiles. He said, I will say to them which were not my people. Who were not God's people? It was always all of Israel. Yeah, so my boy, like your own chapter and verses debunked like your belief. The Gentiles are definitely going to be called to be the adopted children of Israel. Yeah. And these are all your verses. Eric Bond said, you know how many brews love that verse in Romans 9:13? Yeah, that was very, I mean, I read that like verbatim. And this is clearly talking about other nations. You know, let me write this stuff down so I could read this to another Israelite. All right, so that was Romans 9-11. Romans chapter 9-11. Hosea 2:23. Other nations grafted in. Okay, so now I know what that. Now I didn't, the brother just, the brother put me on course to read, and maybe God is working through me to reach him, because he provided. So the spirit wasn't working with him. The spirit he spoke about couldn't have been with him, because how was I able just to read that in plain English, which he said you could not do? Somehow the Bible's written in plain English, but the brother said in plain English, the people who mastered this language, Europeans, the Englishmen who came up with English, he's saying that they couldn't read their own handwriting somehow. All right. And you need a spirit upon you to read it. Now, if this was the Metal Netzer hieroglyphics, then I could say, if this was glyphs, then I could say, okay, yeah, Most High probably got you reading this, but this is plain English. It's old English, but it's plain. And that was very clear. So any questions? Any questions? All right, so let me see what is going on. And yeah, the Cowboys got to do better. Let me see if my boy Elijah is available today. Now, when I can let Apostle on, he doesn't show up. But when I'm busy, he shows up. All right. Oh my God. All right. All right. All right. So let me do my commercial break while I gather my data, because the brother is about to pull up. Commercial break.
Mark chapter 3, 6 to 8. If you could pull up on the screen, because yeah.
Mm-hmm. Were we in the land of Edom? Yes or no?
Yeah, that you put in the car for the horse. I was gonna ask you that next, brother.
No, I'm just saying, were we in the land of Edom?
I'm gonna need you to prove that.
Yes or no?
I just told you the bird is for you to prove it, brother.
Okay, so when the Bible says we will be scattered to all nations, is Edom a nation?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that, brother. You put the car for the horse.
He's already getting cut. And like I said, now we have a black rabbi who stands on the Mishnah in their literature that is racist against us, who also thinks that Jesus Christ was teaching Edomites. It's about to get bloody though. Let's go.
Of course.
Okay, exactly. So that by that
you put in the car for the horse. I was gonna ask you that next, brother.
No, I'm just saying, were we in the land of Edom?
I'm gonna need you to prove that.
Yes or no?
I just told you the bird is for you to prove it, brother.
Okay, so when the Bible says we will be scattered to all nations, is Edom a nation?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that, brother. You put the car for the horse.
Okay, exactly. So that by that scripture
alone, there, brother.
By that scripture alone, that proves that we were in the land of Edom.
Okay, let's go to Mark 3. I got 4 questions.
Mark 3.
Mark 3, 6 to 8. Can you explain? I got like 4 questions that I'm gonna get.
Mm-hmm. They followed him from Judea and from Jerusalem and from Idumea. So they're coming from all these places following Christ. and from Tyre.
Yeah, no, stop at verse 8. It says, read that, and from Jerusalem.
Hold on. Watch this. You're done, buddy. Look at this. And from Jerusalem. So they're following him from these places. And from Idumea, which is the land of Edom. And from the Jordan. And from Tyre and Sidon. Here's the problem. So you're saying that these are all indigenous people of those lands? Yes or no?
No, I'm asking you, is these Israelites scattered in Idumea or actual Idumeans?
These are Israelites scattered in these nations. You know how I know? Because it says Tyre and Zidon. But he already ignored that Tyre and Zidonian woman and did not teach her in Matthew 24 and told her that this loaf of bread is only for the children of Israel.
Okay.
And Matthew 10.
Let me address that. Give me Matthew chapter 8 real quick.
Let my main man tag in. Let me
Okay,
tag
so
in.
go ahead.
And we go to Matthew 10, right? In verse 5, he says, these 12 he sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any of the city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So
let me address that.
Wait,
all 12 tribes in the land at this point.
Can I finish speaking?
Certainly.
So clearly, right, Jesus is not a hypocrite, right? He's not going to tell his disciples, yeah, don't go talk to these non-Israelites, right? Only go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, but I'm going to go teach them. That doesn't make any sense, brother.
Right.
Okay,
go ahead.
let me address that. When Jesus was in the outer court, when he was turning over the tables about the people, doing business on the Lord's day, was he in the outer court or inner court?
It's irrelevant.
Answer the question, bro. Come on, don't do it.
It's irrelevant.
All right, we'll go for it.
You're making a claim. Hold on, you're stacking points and drawing logical connections that are illogical. Just because he's in the outer court or whatever part of the temple over changing tables has no bearing on who he taught or who he said that he was.
Hold on, isn't the outer court given to the Gentiles?
Yes.
Of course.
So was he talking to Gentiles when he's in the outer court? Because the Gentiles in the outer court. That's a question.
Well, I mean, what's your point though with the question?
We'll go for it.
So they're having a Gentile discussion. So apparently, these guys disagree. They're saying the Gentiles were Gentiles.
Because I got 4 questions, so I'm making 5. You got stuff to other people.
You got 5. You can answer questions. Just don't pussyfoot around.
Oh no, bro. No, I just want to be courteous to other people's time.
Yeah, the brother Zabak was a rare Hebrew. He believed in the virgin birth, but believed white folks they can't be invited to Christ. That's like, well, he's getting there. He's getting closer.
Come on. So
no, you're good. You're gonna be the last one.
Oh, certainly. Okay, wow, that's awesome. Okay, what year did the 12 tribes, were there any northern kingdomers in Christ was on the scene in Israel?
Yes. Life and peace.
Yes. When did the Jews go to Asherah, which is America, correct?
The Jews did not go to Jews go to
Asherah. After the Syrian captivity, the 10 lost tribes. When did they go to Asherah?
Hold on, let me twist it.
I'm not sure the exact year, but it was during the time of Nineveh.
Hold on, brother.
Destroyed.
Damn.
About 700 BC.
700 BC? Okay, no problem. So the temple was still there.
All right, okay, I got it.
Yeah, correct?
What?
Solomon's temple was still there when he went to Asherah.
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay, let's go for it.
I'm not sure.
Actually,
yes, you're correct. Yeah.
Okay, let's go for it. Matthew chapter 8. Can you break this down? I got 2 other questions. I'm gonna yield. That's my last 2 questions.
Go ahead. Matthew 8 and what?
Go down to
and just so you guys know, everybody, his whole point right now is to try to prove that we as Hebrew Israelites should be teaching white people, I guess. Why do we fight so hard to be?
So you see where he's going? So he there we go. Dude, it's not about fighting hard to say white people in particular. It's about, is the doctrine for everybody in all nations or it's not? Because I recall white people being part of a nation. So that's why he's just pointing that out. It's not because he's in love with one nation or his own. He just said, yo, this doctrine is for all people, including white. Okay.
be equal to a people who we
Whatever. So, just when black folks borrow the same ideology as white racists.
are superior to. From religion to from political purposes,
that's
civil
deflecting.
rights movements. I mean, we just try to fight tooth and nail. I mean, we want to, when we get some money, we want to go force ourselves to live next to them in their all white neighborhoods where they don't want us to be. What is wrong with, and somebody's in the chat saying Job was an Edomite. I have a video on that. Job was not an Edomite. You guys got to stop with the pseudo scholarship. I'll put a link in the chat after this is over, Lord willing.
Link in the chat.
12.
Why don't you go into it?
You can pull it up.
Yeah.
Do you have a verse before we go there that says that there were Jews and Israelites in Idumea? Can you give me that? Real quick before we go forward.
I just referenced it. That we would be in all nations. Acts 2 and 5.
No, an actual verse that says that they were in Idumea. An actual, it says, okay.
I got one sister who
real quick,
just challenged me,
one
but
quick
she's not
point, precise and concise.
She didn't get on yet. She's not hopping on.
He asserted that
invited.
Just because people came from the land of Idumea to hear Jesus speak, that they were actual Edomites. The Bible says that we are in all nations. So he's asking for a scripture. There's so many scriptures, especially the curses of Deuteronomy 28, that says we will be in all nations. Even post 70 AD, we will be in all nations.
Sworn.
Furthermore,
I could have sworn Brother Garfield did something on the ships. Let me look up his channel. I could have sworn he did, because that's one thing I ain't really look into for the slave ships. And they don't say slave ships, but the ships in the Bible. Let me see. Is that his name? Critical scholarship destroys the Black Hebrew. So this is supposed to be. I wonder if the ships is in his book. So he is debating Jabari, Brother Jabari, December 24th. All right. But what is his channel? All right, so maybe he goes into it right here. I see everybody's channel but his. He put in Dagger Squad, see what comes up. There we go. I can't even spell. All right, so let me see.
And what is this? BX of 100.
All right, so let me close out some tabs because I see that's going to be an issue. Let me kill some of these tabs. Let me kill some of these tabs. All right. So let's see if it works now.
Andro, Kurdi Mesu Ra, Teti Ursa Ma'at Ra, D Satavo, Destro 0861, Sister Safa in the building. Gary Hart, Ali Dawood L, Colonel GT, Black Lion Supreme, Peace Fam, All Facts, No Fiction, DSR, Afro Consciousness, Thurman, Meredith, Sister Anusha, Texas in the building. And who else am I missing? Omar Reed, Sister Monica in the place. Montaya X, Everything is Everything, and Gillis SC in the building. So peace to everyone who is catching us live on Facebook, both on the Harold Johnson page and on the Asar and Hotep page. If I haven't acknowledged you yet, I'll try to acknowledge you sometime throughout the program.
All right, I'm having problems.
Always, just a few announcements before we get started.
All right, so let me try Safari. Yeah, I just don't know what's going on here. All right, so maybe I should get rid of this. All right, now let's see.
And as always,
all right, so.
All right, I think we're live. Ladies and gentlemen.
I'll try one more time with Chrome before I go to
both on the Harold Johnson page and on the Asar.
All right, so let me try Safari. Oh, this is weird. LJ, you missed it. Brother he believed the virgin birth, but he
Montaya X.
He believed the virgin birth, but he was against Gentile. I gotta say Gentiles, because he said the Gentiles in the New Testament meant lost Israel, but he said, but sometimes Gentiles can mean just actual Gentiles. So he forced me to say Israelite Gentiles to represent the lost Israel, and then Gentiles to represent actual Gentiles. So he had me read Romans chapter 9, well, actually chapter 11. I read backwards, 2 chapters backwards, and it looks like he was wrong. It looked like Gentiles really just mean, no, and in that context, the Gentiles were actually Gentiles. Okay, and then Hosea 2:23 was the reference scripture to that. Yo, why the Cowboys struggle? They just blew somebody out 89 to like 2. And they just cannot. Yeah, that's why I don't believe in Dak.
Everything is Everything, and Gillis SC.
Right, so that's crazy because this works in Safari. So I'm assuming I could just move the chat to Chrome. All right.
Yeah. The building.
Oh my God.
In the building. So, in peace to everyone who is catching us live on Facebook, both on the Harold Johnson page and on the Asar M. Hotep page. And if I haven't acknowledged you yet, I'll try to acknowledge you sometime throughout the program. But as always, just a few announcements before we get started. And as always, you can help support the channel by joining the Patreon page. and that's patreon.com
Yeah, flip-flopping.
/Asarm your contributions and support help to keep this channel rolling.
And when we find out
and
that
also contributes
when we
to
both found
the
out, well, when
upcoming
I found out that
documentary
he
film
and I both agreed
Shannon
on
Into,
the virgin birth,
which will be
got out of there so fast. I
highlighting
want
the
to still talk about
relationship between the Central African Bantu
the
speakers,
Israelite
language
Gentiles
and culture, and that of
versus the
ancient
Gentile
Kemet.
Gentiles.
So if you want to support, that is one way in which you can do so. And there you'll get some perks, and one of them is exclusive.
With the school, the funniest thing is I was in love with
I'm
Khaled.
searching to see if he's going to talk about Deuteronomy 28 and 68, the ships.
But at the same time, the leader was Minister Farrakhan. So you
Because
can't.
somebody gave me a link, and that video, I don't know what happened, but it took them a long time to even, like, I watched that video. I did not hear them talk about ships, whoever sent that link. And maybe it's somewhere in the back, but.
Thesis to Elijah Muhammad saying the white man is the devil. So they were watched. Lenise Walters, I don't know if
you know, very early. Then he later moved to the United States, particularly the New York, and was interested or got interested into the studies of the Nation of Islam and joined the Nation of Islam. He didn't get his ex though, but you know, some conflicts arose, you know, due to his relationship and love for Dr. Khalid Muhammad, and you know,
what are you talking about, Chief X?
Later on, he met was aware of Dr. Ben and the whole slave theater. So for, you know, everybody who ain't familiar with New York, you know, the slave theater was like the hub of consciousness, you know, back in the day, and all the great speakers and scholars that we love and revere have come through that place and shared their research with the public. So a lot of those videos, old videos that you may see, may have been taped, you know, there at the slave theater. But anyway, so, you know, he's introduced to the conscious community and the Dr. Bens and the John Henry Clarks and the Khalids and all of this other kind of stuff. And so also, so now we're entering in, because he mentioned Brother Zion Lex, you know, and some others. And so now there's the Hebrew community. So going to fast forward just a little bit from there into the more modern experience with the Hebrews on social media, and what brought about the conversations with them, and then how did that specifically lead to the book under discussion right now?
All right. I was in a relationship, right? And the woman actually moved out. And it was a very horrible experience for me. And I started going on YouTube, looking through some videos. I saw Brother Polite.
All right, so let's
Brother
get past all
Polite
this.
on Sarnetta. And when I saw Brother Polite,
in the case of the biblical folks, because the book itself is anti-knowledge, is anti-critique, and you know this from the very beginning.
we don't know when it started, because remember, somebody is writing retroactively, and with the human being and the human mind, you're telling me you're trying to write a story and retroact something that happened years ago. So you see it with the mistakes like Chaldea. The Chaldeans didn't come into the area until 9th century BCE. So if it just,
take 1 million folks out of an area at once, you know, the economy crashes. This is for folks who haven't. 49. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the top. All right. It's giving historians a unique insight into how Judaism was conducted in the 5th century BC. They prove that a polytheistic sect of Jews existed about 400 BC who seem to have
It's about Judaism. I might want to come back and listen to that.
little knowledge of these texts. Moses might never have existed. There might have been no,
you know, coming from Jamaica or whatnot. And so, you know, the whole idea is that we were the lost tribe
there we go.
of Israel that was scattered throughout
here we
North,
go.
South,
Here we
and
go.
Central America. But then you come and interrupt the whole conversation with a chapter called, starting on page 91, "The Lost Tribes Have Been Found." What do you mean the lost tribes have been found?
Hold on, let me just make sure I didn't skip something. Well, I you know what? If I find what I'm looking for in this video, I will order the book just off the strength that it, you know, I got some benefit from it. So if this dialogue right here helps me find the breakdown, the true breakdown of Deuteronomy 28, then I will support the book.
You know, how did you feed? So even if you got manna from heaven, and with a bunch of stuff, but not one evidence, not.
Seem there was a set date because they keep asking what day you're going to celebrate Passover. So if the book existed at the time, they wouldn't have given. Why they
tribes, you know, and we was found here in the Americas. But what do you mean by the lost tribes have been found? What you talking about?
It's actually a jab, and it's actually a jab, and I'm trying to be funny. But when I said the lost tribes have been found, because if you was lost, basically, I put in here. I use Rabbi Pamela Barmash, Dr. Rabbi Pamela Barmash. She basically lays out that 90% of the people stayed back, and they didn't go away when the Assyrians, and most of them actually joined the armies of the Assyrians. And actually, you know, there's documentation of actually what they were doing. Some of them actually lived in Assyria, actually owned slaves in Assyria. This is how deep it goes. But the truth of the matter is, several things stop the Black Hebrew Israelisms or anybody claiming that they're lost tribes. The second Esdras. The second Esdras is an AD era book. They believe it's Ezra from the 5th century that wrote it. Because remember, in Ezra, he's saying that the lost tribes is going to come back to Israel. Now, in second Esdras, it's saying that they're somewhere else, another land. So he's trying to tell them it's somewhere else. So now they believe that this second Esdras, which is an AD era book written after 70 AD, is Ezra writing in 5th century BC. So once that's proven that it's an AD era book, that kind of knocks the lost tribes argument, not only for Black Americans and people who are part of this Hebrew Israelism, whatever. It also kills British Israelism. It kills the Christian identity craziness, and it kills almost every lost tribe claimant all over the world. Because
this is last year, right? Yeah. So they know about so they spoke about the British Israelites then, and the Christian identity is like offspring of the Israelite from British. Yeah, so I'm a year late.
Once you take away second Esdras, and then you look at the archaeology of 90% remaining in Israel, there's no lost tribes, and we know where the 10% went. We know exactly where they went, and how the Bible knows, because the Bible got the information from the Assyrian records. Because how is it that you get beat up and all that stuff and be moving around, and you gonna document? Yeah, they went to Hala. How you know they went to Hala in Assyria? Because you have the Assyrian records. But pretty much the lost tribes have been found.
All right, so they're getting close to what I'm looking for, but they're not there.
I just go into the history of Prester John and Eldad the Danite, and him talking about they feeding him food to fatten him up to eat him, and these Romanos tribe tried to eat him, and then his friend, and he made his fantastic story. But this is the key, though. I can't prove this, and I'm going to say this on the record, but I can't prove it. This is my personal theory. This is not academia. When Eldad the Danite called himself that, he called himself that because of Danite being Samson being a Danite. That's what Ben-Dor said. But the reason why Ethiopians today claim, when they claim Israel, is because they claim Danite because of Eldad the Danite. No one before his time period are found yet. You know, I'm not going to be absolute with it, but I am suggesting outside of academia that the reason why Israelites claim Danite out of Ethiopia, the Ethiopians claim it, is because of Eldad the Danite. If he didn't go and say, hey, I went to Ethiopia and all that stuff, they would have never claimed it. They would have never claimed it. They would have left.
So I try to click a link. Sean posted a link. It says brothergarfielduniversity.com. I try to click it because maybe is this no longer active? Or, you know, Chrome sometimes can bug out. So I mean, Safari.
So speaking
Safari
of Ethiopia, you have a chapter. Ethiopia is not Ethiopia, and you know there are still people who believe that modern Ethiopia is the ancient Ethiopia that was mentioned, you know, by the Greeks, and of course the Bible itself. So
okay,
what do you mean by Ethiopia is not Ethiopia? Is Ethiopia lost? And did we need to find it? Was there's a lost tribe of Ethiopians that we need to find?
Nah, Ethiopia. This chapter was the hardest chapter to write because I know the Rastafarians are gonna kill me when I go to Jamaica for that week. I'll probably not come back because I even have family members who have moved literally to Ethiopia and claimed some of the land Haile Selassie had given to the Jamaicans. Wow. Yeah, you know, one of the questions I had for Jonathan Owens when I just met him is like, I'm confused. I said, and this was like 6 years ago. I said, I'm confused. Is Cush Ethiopia, Nubia Ethiopia, or is the Ethiopia? Because I'm confused. It seems like the Bible. This is what I asked him. I don't remember what he said, but I know from that time period till now, I've been puzzled. I've looked at the biblical scripture where they're describing, and this is where Dr. You pronounce his name better than I do. Oduyoye. Yeah, Oduyoye. His information came in very important because the Cush, it seems like, based on what he's saying, it seems like the word Cush was used, although the original word that was used at times wasn't Cush. It was possibly another word being used because Cush is centrally southern Egypt, northern Sudan, modern day Sudan. But the thing is, Cush is used in other places in the Bible, like Nimrod is from Cush. Is that the Cush, the same Cush? So this is where a lot of the confusion comes in, where we try to say the Sumerians are, you know what I'm saying? And they connect because of that particular thing in the Bible, which started that research. So what happened is, what the doctor is saying, and let me actually find his actual quote that I used from him, so I could be directly representing what I'm saying. But there's a lot of things in here that a lot of people not gonna like, but hey, you know, that's me, man. Like the Ethiopian kings trace back their lineage to Astar and son Mehar and not Solomon. That's what the Aksumite kings did, and they didn't start claiming Solomon until probably like around the 11th century. Let me get the quote right here. I think it's right 188. Yeah, I think it's right here. But the word that we're talking about is Cush. And what happened is the way it's used is not always used the same way for everything. Similar to the Mesopotamian tale of a monarch, the tree of life and the Eden tale. Okay, here we go. It also alludes, let me read from here. Pishon, Gihon, Hiddekel, the Tigris, and Ferat are the four rivers mentioned in Genesis 2:10-14 as being associated with the Garden of Eden. It also alludes to Cush, which has been translated / interpreted as Ethiopia, but is regarded by others to be synonymous with Kosea. This is page 186 at the bottom on the right-hand side. Kosea, a Greek term for the Kasa homeland. So that's what he's saying, which a lot of scholars agree with that the term which, so when we see Cush, it's
Cush in, you know, on the planet in this North Sudan. This is a problem, but is what we call Yemen. Those are things that you have to keep in mind when you're doing, you know, research and trying to locate places and people. Before we do that, I just want to say, for those of you who are, because they think that they are who they are not, and this is, you know, been very
All
problematic.
right, so they already broke that down that these black guys been lying. So why y'all mad at? So how y'all still riding for Kyrie and for Kyrie? If y'all watch this show, I'm seeing names. You guys were in attendance. So how are you defending Kyrie when they're saying the Israelite claims is BS?
You know, who they are not. They are. And then they don't want to join up with other folks who are who they are, because they think that they are who they are not. And this is, you know, been very
right, so Sar said it. Let me write that down. 117 for y'all Israelite apologetics.
at it. You know, everybody's trying to run from Africa, run from their own history. And so we're everything. We're the lost. We're always lost. It's the lost tribe of Shabazz. It's the lost Hebrew Israelites. You know, we are the original Native Americans. We're always trying to be somebody who we're not. And so this is one of the reasons I appreciate, you know, this text. I haven't fully read it yet, so I just got it Monday, but y'all know I'm in school and work. So and I'm editing a book, trying to get this published for Dr. Shalima Lima Mukinge. So I'm publishing this book for him. It's Muntu Wa and Zombie, Portrait of Human in God's Special Creation. So I have to dib and dab in the book, you know, in the time being. But one that I did fully read is the chapter is Yahweh an Edomite God. This is just the question itself is disrespectful to all Hebrew Israelites. Well, the black Hebrew Israelites. Why? Because when I was a Hebrew Israelite, Edom was the white man. And everything evil, everything wrong was Edom, aka / Esau.
Put it to 1.5.
And we should avoid any and everything to do with those people. But it seems like you're saying that the very name of God, the very concept of God, by the way of Yahweh, is in fact the God of the Edomites. Is that true? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I want to get to the slave ships.
In the Levant. It's saying, hey, I'm giving you Yahweh now. So all people who are mad. Habakkuk 3 verses 3. Different stuff. But definitely Edom, I mean, Divine Prospect called in a couple of months ago, and saw it. I asked him, I said, call Divine. He tell you. Divine said, yeah. Yahweh is an Edomite God. It kills the whole doctrine. It kills the entire doctrine.
Wow.
In that discussion, in that interview as well, he's arguing ultimately. So remember, we had this conversation about who really fathers, Jupiter or Jupiter. And so it has the four land glyph at the end. So in one group is M, and in the other, in linguistics, we have a phenomenon called paronymy. And that's where people believe.
Be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, please, this is for sun worship
ships
in ancient and calls, you know, and we can go on as even in Exodus, you know, him being on the mountain and fire and brimstone, like all that comes from volcanoes. Yahweh is a volcano God. And this is some linguistics, and I'll show you how that even Yahweh, the word Yahweh itself could come just from a word thunder. But I'll say
Because Corner is classic, man. That's classic right there.
Always happy to support a fellow or skills you gain in terms of research. For example,
all right. For some reason, I thought He spoke on it. All right, let's look at this now. Let's see if somebody touched on this. All right, that's too long. That's 28. That's 57 minutes. Okay, so this looks like it might be countering. There we go. All right. Okay, so it says, so this is a supporter of that doctrine. All right, the ships around between field last known slave ships. It says ships, but they keep saying slave ships, and that's the trickery. They got me saying slave ships. Defeating. Okay, all right, there we go. So he said, all right. So I want to hear a counter argument. I already know the argument. Want to hear a counter argument. Okay, this is not about land slave. Okay, all right. So here comes some counter arguments. Okay, so we know this is the purple and gold people that surrounded the well, that's divine prospect. That's the thing. 7. So all right. Okay, so let's see. Do I have one more? Okay, so this one says is the land not African slaves. All right, so that might be isn't the trans. Okay, so we got some counters. So now they saying, all right, let's see. Come on, one more. All right, this is too long, but I'll give it a look when I'm going to sleep. All right, so I think I'm ready. All right, so okay, so we got a couple people. All right, so let's get to it. Let's see. And I'm not going to play 57 minutes. I'm going to go into like maybe the first 5 minutes.
Welcome to Expound, our verse-by-verse study of God's Word. Our goal is to expand your knowledge of the truth of God by explaining the Word of God in a way that is interactive, enjoyable, and congregational.
Well, there are 3 activities that we are involved in tonight. Basically, 3 activities. First is singing. We have expressed anthems of praise and worship to our Lord.
Okay, so now we got to guess. We got to guess. Okay, so let me get rid of this stuff. All right, we got a guest. Let me stop sharing my screen. Okay. Hey, peace, Antonio.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm doing great.
All right. So we've been having a discussion, and it's been going good on the virgin birth. What is your position?
I believe. I mean, as far as what the scriptures say, man, the scriptures say that she was a virgin. Period. And I mean, it tells you that in Luke, and it tells you that in Matthew. when you read down the context, it even tells you in Matthew, when you read down, it says, this forgot this person, that forgot that person, this forgot that person. And what people don't realize, they forget the whole verse, that it tells you, it never says that Joseph forgot Christ. It says that Jacob forgot Joseph, you see what I'm saying? But it never said Joseph forgot Christ or Yahushua, whatever name you choose to call him, but we know who you're talking about. So, but you got brothers, which they're still my brothers. I don't knock nobody. You got some people that believe you can have 5 wives. Some people say you can't. I'm not into all of that. I mean, as long as you believe in the word and that you believe that you're Israelite, you believe that Christ is your savior, that's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that the Bible say connects us as brothers. Whether you have 5 wives, whether I don't, whether you want to eat a pork chop sandwich and I don't, I'm not here to judge people about that. That's between them and Christ. We know the law. We know what the Bible say. But as far as the whole virgin thing, like I was talking to the sister the other day on Facebook who put this link out. The Bible clearly says that Joseph, he was not the father. It actually says, and I think in Matthew that it says he knew not Mary till after the child was born. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really understand how it's even a debate there when it comes to this subject.
So don't you believe that if you just read the Bible, for yourself, like without being influenced by anybody or any group, if you just got Matthew's, read it to the last chapter, Luke, Mark, all those, John, the last chapter, don't you believe the average high school educated person would just come to the conclusion that there was a virgin birth?
What do you mean? But no, I believe there was a virgin birth.
No,
I do.
No, that's not the question. It's not the question. Listen, do you have at least a high school diploma?
Sir, what does that have to do with anything at this point?
Because
right now?
Okay, dude, you're offensive, and I'm not offending you.
No, I'm not talking. I'm trying to understand a little bit more about the question you asked. Right, you were saying that.
So let me get it out. Don't you believe that if somebody is illiterate, then they're not going to be able to read English correctly, correct?
I guess some people wouldn't be able to, I guess.
Brother, what does illiteracy mean, right? When illiteracy is based on reading, writing, and talking, right?
Yes.
Right. So if a person could not read English correctly in this country and English is their only language, wouldn't that person be considered an illiterate?
If you say so.
So you don't know what illiterate means or illiteracy means?
If I'm an American and I go to Jamaica and I don't know Jamaican,
you would be, dude. If you don't know computers, you'll be computer illiterate.
Right. Spanish, so if I don't know Jamaican, I guess you would say I would be illiterate and speaking Jamaican. Yes.
Right. Yeah, of course. If you can, do you speak Greek?
No.
Right. So if you go to Greece, you would be Greek illiterate. It's not big. And guess what? If you didn't know math, you'd be math illiterate. It's not
okay. So are you trying to say in the Hebrew text it doesn't say what the American text says?
That's not what I'm saying. Listen to the question. That's what I'm trying to say. If you just follow me without trying to think ahead like chess, just listen to what I'm saying. There are some things you read, like for example, if I read Mary had a little lamb, doesn't it just say that? If I read the words Mary had a little lamb, doesn't Mary have a little lamb?
Yes.
Right. So if somebody read fox, wouldn't they be wrong?
So I mean, I don't know, man, but these questions. I mean, this is kind of like beating around the bush. I like to get straight to the point with stuff. If that's how you.
All right. Now that's a stupid brother. He's thinking like we actually agree. That's the first person. That's the first person I had to kick off. If we can't agree to simple things like that, dude, we're not gonna get anywhere. I just said if Mary had a little lamb, and that was the literature. If that's what we're reading, that's what we're reading. If you read Fox, you're wrong. Okay, dude, get out of here. I mean, what the hell is wrong with people? And you're right. I need to ask, what is 6 times 7? I thought you were just joking and being mean last night. Yeah, we really got to ask, what is 6 times 7? He said, well, if I go to Jamaica and don't speak the language, that don't make me. Yes, it does. It makes you Jamaican illiterate. My God. Yeah, it's Iceman. I should have. We're on listen. We're actually on the same side. He agrees with the virgin birth. We are on the same side, but he's so abused and battered from other debates. He thinks I'm like coming at him. I'm just asking a simple question. Right. I'm saying the point is this. If the Bible is written in an English language and people who speak the English language and it's straightforward, shouldn't they just come to the conclusion that there's a virgin birth without any influence of an outside group or person? That was the question. Because he was saying it's a straightforward read. So I'm like, all right, so he agrees. I'm like, okay. So a person with a regular education that they don't have no disability, mental disability, things like that, they should be able to read this with a high school diploma, right? Read this English and just come to the conclusion there's a virgin birth. Not Joseph is the father. Like he made sense, but then he thinks we're attacking him. And then I had to yell at him, and we're on the same side, and I yelled at him, and I don't even yell at people who's on the opposite side. And I try to slow it down. Okay, so I got excited. I tried to slow it down, bring him back, but he was already lost. My God. Sheesh. All right, so I got one Israelite camp that's supposed to be inviting me Wednesday night, but I said, wait, before we do that, I said, I don't have a problem coming Wednesday night, 8 o'clock. That's perfect. That's by the time I go live anyway. But I'm like, but I did invite you first. So how about come to my live? Because I seen how they do on the streets. They'll cut people off and talk for 2 hours and mention 30 scriptures. And you can't, like, I played the black pastor in the argument, and y'all seen they kept cutting the black pastor off. So I'm like, all right, if I'm gonna get cut off, like I know how Tazariak gonna do me. If I'm gonna be cut off, then at least come to my show first. So I can get it all out, and I won't mind being cut off. But damn, man. Sheesh. I'm trying to get allies, and I can't even get an ally. Oh my God. My God. Big. We can't even have a simple discussion on things we agree on. Because I was going to go into the Gentile thing with them and things like that. Yeah, this dude wanted to argue. Yo, listen, they think that that's the way people just disagree, right? Have opposing views. It's always an argument. Nah, I'm proving that that's false. We can actually just talk. There's no argument. But who brings the argument? People like Apostles Aquan. They come on here arguing and yelling. It's like, yo, we're just talking. No, that's, you know what I mean? They bring that energy. Let me invite LJ Orr. What's going on, LJ? Are you on mute? Okay, LJ's on mute. Okay, LJ, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, unbiased?
Yeah, man, what was up with that?
I don't know. That was a bit strange.
I mean, yeah.
I think that sometimes people are so, used to being attacked that they automatically think that everybody's attacking them without even contemplating what's actually being said. It's just that must be an attack against me. It's strange. I mean, you were basically just asking him the basic question of, if somebody reads this in English, would you not just come to the conclusion that there was a virgin birth? If you didn't have to worry about all of the other stuff that goes along with it, you just read the verses, you would. That's basic, isn't it? It says virgin birth, born of a virgin. It's
I know not a man.
It's really, really simple English. I mean, we get really complicated when people start going into arguments against it, but the simple reading of it is, it's a virgin birth, and that's what you were trying to obviously say.
Right, because I was going to add, the follow-up question was going to be, since it's that plain, right, in English, why are people coming up with something different? And we was going to have I was going to pick his brain. Why do you think people are coming up with a different doctrine when this is so plain? This is like Mary had a little lamb. Why are they thinking it's saying fox? Then I asked him, okay, if we read a story and it says Mary has a little lamb, right? Does she have a little lamb or a fox? I don't know. Okay, I'm done. Get out. So when he did that, I just booted him out. It was no need.
Yeah, this is where somebody of a different language is coming in and saying, well, actually, lamb doesn't mean lamb.
Right.
It means fox in the different language, if you go to the definition number 463, you can find that lamb actually means such and such, and
means pork chop,
Yeah, exactly. So it's clearly not a lamb. There must be something else behind it, and yeah, you have different doctrines and different people. We know why the Jewish people reject that, because and why they then do. But if you just read the English, you're not gonna have that problem.
Right.
But yeah,
somebody has to influence you to make you believe otherwise. That's all I was saying. And maybe he did not have a high school diploma, but that doesn't mean anything, right? So maybe I should have said, are you smart? I shouldn't have said education.
Yeah.
Because maybe he doesn't have one and that offended him. But I should have just said, do you believe you're smart?
Or just, do you speak English and can you read it?
Right, yeah.
Can you comprehend the language? Which most people can, because, and we do make things a lot more complicated than what they really should be. But that was why I asked you the question the other day regarding the reason why the Israelites actually reject that. Was it down to the belief that this is a later doctrine? Because if they just read that, then it says virgin birth. But obviously, if they're rejecting the virgin birth and they're speaking English, there must be other reasons why they're rejecting it. Because the Jewish people, they reject it because they don't accept the New Testament.
Right.
Which
makes sense.
If you accept the New Testament,
yeah,
then you have to come up. Then you have to have other motivations, I think, in order to reject that. I don't know why the Hebrew, what is the reason why the Hebrew Israelites would reject the virgin birth? Is that any specific reason apart from the fact that they understand this for some reason to be a Catholic doctrine created by Constantine? What reason would they have to deny the virgin birth? It wouldn't prove that they weren't Israelites.
Right.
So I don't understand the reason why somebody who accepts
right. It's so minute. And what I was going to share with the brother, like before he went bonkers, I was because where I was going with it was this. He was saying they're all his brothers and all his kumbaya bullshit. And I was going to challenge that. I was going to say, well, when you read Romans 11, it says not all of Israel, not what I read earlier, not all of Abraham's descendants are worthy of the promise. So it basically said not all Abraham's sons are Abraham's sons.
Yeah.
So just because they're blood, whatever, it was saying that don't make you a son. They said instead the sons are adopted. I'm just paraphrasing. So I was going to say, well, brother, that disagrees with the Bible. Even Jesus told the Jews that your father's the devil. So he basically said we got different branches. I'm of the Father, you're of the devil. That's a different branch. So where's this brother sister stuff he was talking? No, in the Bible it clearly says that you have to come in the mind of Christ. And I was going to say, how can they be a brother of yours if they're rejecting the virgin birth? If you reject the virgin birth, there is no resurrected Christ. Okay, so let me prove that. I read this. I was reading for like 4 or 5. Man, I woke up expecting to come on in the morning, but I did so much extra reading and research that it took forever because I was going to the Greek. So let me get you this. Let me get you there. Okay. So Luke chapter 11, verse 20, it said, this is Jesus talking. He says, but if I with the finger of God cast out devils, no doubt the kingdom of God is upon you. Now, this is a man who was born just of a woman and the Holy Spirit, the Father, right? The Father Spirit. So with the assistance of the Holy Spirit. So this ain't an ordinary man now. Because he, with the finger of God, can cast out devils. Like which other person born of the seed, which they say the sperm, with man and woman can do things like this. So all throughout the New Testament, I've been reading things that only he could do, Jesus, nobody else can do. And he was encouraging his disciples to like, yo, you will do it too once you accept who I am, who, and what I came to fulfill. That was the conversation. So that's what makes him special, and that makes him qualified to do all these things because it's exactly how he was born. So if he's not born like that, then he doesn't have these abilities to perform these miracles. You agree with that?
To a certain degree, yeah. I think that the Holy Spirit did come upon Jesus and he was anointed. But I do agree with you to a certain degree there. But I actually found I've got 2 other verses regarding the seed and the woman.
Okay.
That I wanted to just share with you. Just for basically just because I found them and I wanted to see what you thought of them. So so the 2 verses that I've got, the first one is Genesis 4:25.
Let me get it.
This is another one from Mary, but it's another reference to her seed.
Okay, right, let me get that.
So obviously we already know that in Genesis 3:15 we have the seed of the woman, But then we also get Genesis 4:25, where Seth is actually called the seed of, or Mary calls him her seed.
Really? Where?
So that's in the Genesis 4:25.
All right, so I'm sharing my screen now. And Adam knew his wife again. And I don't see a marriage ceremony here. And she bare a son. I don't see the tokens of virginity being shown either. And called his name Seth. For God said, she hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, who Cain slew.
No, actually, that might be incorrect. That one I've just reread that. I might have read that incorrectly. That's God saying that that the woman has.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Wait.
That, yeah.
Wait. So what does that mean when it says, for God said, Eve appointed him?
Yeah, this might work in a different way than what I actually thought. What I was initially thinking that it did. I looked at that this morning, and then but I've just reread it as you read it. I thought, that isn't saying what I thought it did.
Right.
But yeah, maybe it does in a different way.
Yeah, because that looks like another situation of the God and Mary.
Yeah. She has appointed me another seed.
So let me read this from a different, you know how I do. Yeah, I do. I like to do the different translations. You guys are
the next verse is the next verse is definitely referring to a woman, so I'll give you that one as well.
So let me look at this. Let me just go to 25. All right, let me read this in plain English. That's why I ain't got time for that. Whither to, woe not ye. I ain't got time for that. All right. Trying to make me go backwards in education. All right. I like the New Living Translation. Adam had sexual relationships with his wife again, and she gave birth to another son. She named him Seth, for she said, God. So she said this. She said, God has granted me another son. No, actually, it is what you said.
Yeah, because, it is, isn't it? In that, yeah. Adam made love. Yeah.
Yeah, because she said, yeah, for God. Yeah. So it didn't say God said. It said for God, comma.
Yeah. Said she. Yes. No, I did read it right.
See, but that's not, now you're going to get on my side with this damn Bible, how it's written in that old language.
Yeah, I confused myself then.
Because of that language. Okay, you got to start agreeing with that.
I knew I was right.
But that's my argument, that this old English is not the best translation for us who are comfortable with the modern English. It just don't work for us. And look, just that. It did say what you said. She named him Seth, for she said, God has granted me another son, another seed. Yeah.
In place of Cain. Yeah.
This is her talking. This ain't God talking.
Awesome. Right. So that does support it. And then the next one is Genesis 16:10.
All right. So let me get that. Genesis 16. I like this one because all the chapters are there, but the bad part is you got to scroll all the way down. Okay. So we're here. 16 and 10. Okay, so let me go ahead and read verse 8. And he said,
there's a context.
Right. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence camest thou, and whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, return to thy mistress and submit thyself under her hands. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceeding. Oh yeah. Now, no wait. Now look, this is plain English right here. All right. That it shall not be numbered for multitude. Okay. So yeah. And the angel of the Lord said to her, behold, thou art with child, and thou shalt bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord have heard thy. Yeah. So she has a seed.
This is specifically talking to Hagar, not to Abraham. this is Hagar and her seed. Yeah. So just another 2 verses that I found to referring to the woman's seed. So
yeah, let me write these down. Okay, hold on. In my little note thing. Because I came up with a bunch of stuff, man. And now listen, I'm going to save it because I want to surprise even you and Demetrius and wherever else, even Eric, with Luke. When they go to Luke 3, I'm going to make them wish they never go there again.
are you're not going to share that with me? You're going to keep that from me? Oh no.
Well, I'll share it with you offline. You know, so
okay.
When I go offline, we could talk and have that amongst each other. But I'm not going to put that online.
Yeah. I need to know.
Yeah, because the defense against this, yeah, man, it's because it reminded me when I was studying. Because what I do is I do a lot of things. Okay, I share basic chemistry videos. I go into that. I go into Spanish. Okay, like especially the nouns, the pronouns, the possessive nouns, like just trying to learn Spanish, like Spanish 101, the numbers and everything. But I also go into the verbs. And Spanish has 2 infinitive verbs. It has of the word to be, right? So they got ser and estar. Okay, so when you use the word, they both got I am, be, all that stuff, are, where, but the difference is which verb it is. If it's from the root estar or ser. So ser, you use that verb when you want to be, if you want to say John is a doctor, because John equals doctor. John doctor, same person. Okay, but so that's ser, right? So John is literally the doctor. But if you said it with estar, so in Spanish, a ser would be s, like s, como es. But we all know como está, right? That means how are you? That's estar. Ser is like what is she doing? Something like that, right? Or what is this? Like you're more direct. It's looking for a definition. So ser, ser, is a definition. It means it's exactly that John is a doctor. John, doctor, same thing. But if you use estar, like John is a doctor, estar, it'll be John is acting like a doctor, or something like that. So he's not actually a doctor, but he's a conditional doctor. He might be dressing up like one or doing the things like a doctor. So estar is more conditional. Ser is more essential. So an apple is green, right? If you're using ser, conditional, that means the apple is green, it won't change colors. But if you use estar with the apple is green, that's conditional. That means the apple is only green because that's how it is grown, but it's going to eventually change to yellow or red. So I was looking at some words in the Bible, like, because this is not English, this is Greek and things like that. And a lot of languages change or have those same syntaxes. So one thing about English is that English kind of go against the rules of many languages. It's a no-no to say a double negative in English. Matter of fact, if I say I don't know nothing, I just said I seen something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just said I know something. So that's a no-no in English. But in Spanish, a double negative is a yes, and mixed negative is a no-no. So it's the exact opposite. So we're supposed to say I don't see anything. That's the proper way to say it. Okay, we got to mix with the negative with the affirmative. In Spanish, you cannot say that. It's breaking the rules. You got to say a double negative. And there's a triple negative, quadruple negative, there's a whole bunch of negatives in Spanish. So you have to know that when you're reading English, knowing English is translated from another language that has different rules. Right. So
I can see where you're going with that, and that will be interesting to see the actual argument. That I'm going to go and have a look at Luke now.
Yeah, look,
I'll see if I can spot it.
I already know if these people have never, and the thing about me is that I just was fascinated with the English language, right? So I went back and bought a grammar book, like a basic grammar English book some years ago. I still got it with me. And I should read it because I just wanted to really, try to make less grammatical mistakes as possible, because I do speak a lot. I love speaking. I love speaking in front of people. So I don't want to sound like an illiterate or too ignorant. So you'll start to learn things, right? Prepositions, the of, like we said earlier. And I did come across the active and passive expressions that Demetrius was talking about, and that was very
Yeah,
interesting.
I looked at those, and it's definitely there. The active in the begat, and the passive in the begatting of Mary from Mary is that's there. That's undeniable there.
Right. So I can tell that when I go over Luke, I know I'm going to go over their heads, right? When I go to the English and how things are, what it actually means in English and what it cannot mean. Okay. So I know I'm gonna go over their heads. So I know I gotta do some educating. And they're gonna be in the defensive mode, so they're not gonna get it like that guy. So if that guy agrees with me and couldn't get it, imagine disagreeing and trying to follow what I'm saying. They're not gonna get it. So as long as my chat gets it, I'm fine. Now, if my chat's confused, then I think I didn't do a good job. You know, and I will drop it and just go back to, you know, plan A. I have no problem taking the blame, you know.
Yeah, no, there was nothing difficult in what you actually asked. So I was interested in the I know this you talking about the virgin birth and everything, but I'm gonna bring it up just purely on the basis that you were actually just doing that. The curses, Deuteronomy 28.
Yeah.
What it was that you were looking specifically for? Is it something that you've heard before, or is it something you know, or is it?
No. So I never really looked at it because I only read that from a Hebrew Israelite perspective. Okay.
Okay.
So I never read it in its proper context. So I just wanted to know an easy way, like a cheat sheet. So I was trying to find somebody who already broke it down, a cheat sheet. So I ain't got to start from zero, you know, from scratch. So that's what I was doing. Like, what is it actually talking about, and how it cannot possibly be talking about slave ship or anything like that?
What in Deuteronomy 28:68 specifically, or the whole curses as a?
Well, 28:6, definitely 68. Because you heard the brother say that that's what got him into the doctrine. He said it was Deuteronomy 28:68, the slave ship. That's what got most everybody.
Yeah, definitely. The Hebrew Israelites that I've spoken of, or spoken to, they will say that, you know, the what proves to them that they are the
Right.
true Israelites are the curses.
Okay.
Of Deuteronomy. Yeah.
Yeah, but the main curse they talk about is the slavery curse.
Yeah, it's the 28:68. The ships. So there, I know a fair bit about this, but I was wondering if there was anything specific in what so what was his name? The one that you've Brother Garfield?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. So I've just subscribed to his and I'm gonna have a check through some of his videos as well.
He goes into the whole Hebrew Jewish thing. Like his entire channel is dedicated on that, you know.
Right. Okay. So he is arguing against the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah. So he put out a book called "The Misconceptions and Something Else Against like the Black Hebrews like faith."
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So now he's against it, and he's like debunking like everything about it, like the literature, it is everything about that particular faith.
Yeah, because obviously the Deuteronomy 28:68 specific verse says that the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again, and that's so they associate Egypt with slavery.
Yeah, because they're going to say that Egypt means bondage. Like they're going to find somewhere in the Bible where Egypt and bondage were like synonymous.
Yeah, there's nowhere in the Bible which it makes it synonymous. Where the problem because they've made it synonymous is because God often speaks about bondage in Egypt. But the thing is that if you have a look at those verses, every single time there is always Egypt and bondage.
Okay.
Every time.
Right.
And so when he is referring to bondage in Egypt, both are referred to. And when the word Egypt is on its own, it will always refer to a people or a place.
I got it. Yeah, yes, that makes sense.
And never refer to the bondage. And I mean, I can show you plenty of verses
They're going
where,
to say America is spiritual Egypt.
yeah, the spiritual Egypt. But that's not what he refers to. That's not what is being referred to at all in that verse. And it literally says, "Thou shalt, by whereof I shall bring you into Egypt," and this is a physical Egypt again with ships. "By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more." Where did they see no more? He told them that they would not see Egypt, the physical place, not some spiritual bondage. He literally stated, "You will not go into if you follow my rules, you will never see Egypt again."
Right.
And it's that there are so many verses where the Egypt and the bondage are linked together, but they are always identified by the word bondage and Egypt together. Never does he refer to just Egypt, and that is automatically associated with bondage. Only in this verse would anybody be able to argue that. And with the ships now, the thing is that we have historical writings that Josephus doesn't specifically mention the ships, but he mentions about going back in that the Israelites were after 70 AD during the wars, the Jewish Roman wars, that the Romans took them back into Egypt. So I think that was fulfilled then again. The interesting.
Wait. Say that one more time.
So Josephus wrote about the Romans taking Israelites into Egypt after the fall of the temple in 70 AD. And obviously he's a Jewish historian. He wrote about that.
Okay.
Then we have and I can give you the source for that. I can give you the actual reference to where he states that. We do have a German historian it is from the 1800s, so it's a long time after, but he is a German historian who wrote about the Jewish Roman wars, and he claims, or he states in his writings, that the Romans took the Israelites by ships.
Okay.
So that was what I find interesting is that there is a specific verse that and I'll try and find it a second, and it is it's in Deuteronomy, that I think that makes the transatlantic slave trade impossible. And let me bring it up. Where's 28? Find me 28. So, and it comes out, I think it comes after 68. Sorry, I will find it. Right, yeah. So it's verse 52 that I think that actually demonstrates that the transatlantic slave trade cannot be a fulfillment of the curse of Deuteronomy, or any of the curses of Deuteronomy, because it is in 52. That's what I want. The 52. And so, is it 50? Should I give 51? No, 52. So this is basically the curse. Obviously, the curses. Let me go back to 49 actually and read 49 to 52. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far. This is 49. From the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor shew favor to the young. And he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed, which also shall not leave thee corn, either corn, wine, oil, or increase of thy kine, flocks of thy sheep, until he has destroyed thee. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates until thy high and fenced walls come down, wherein thou trustedst throughout all thy land. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout all thy land, which the Lord God hath given thee. So this is specific that the curses have to happen in the land that God has given them. So when the Assyrians came against Israel, they besieged them in their land, and they took them from their land.
Right.
Then they returned to the land, or some of them did anyway. Then in the Babylonian captivity, they were taken from the land. All right. Then in the Roman captivity, they were taken from the land. Now, in the Roman captivity, they've already been removed from the land, so they're not in the land anymore. They're now in Africa, or the west of Africa,
right,
or throughout. So when the slavers came and took the supposed Israelites, they were not taking them from the land, because they had already been removed from the land. And so unless Israel had gone back into Egypt, gone back into Israel, the land, this is not taking the Israelites. The transatlantic slave trade cannot be that fulfillment of that specific that curse, because they have to be in the land for that to actually happen. And we see that 3 times throughout history where they were in the land, and now we're getting another time, but they're not taken from the specific land that they were given. They're now taken from the land that they'd been taken or fled into. So I don't think that can work. That's my understanding of that anyway.
Yeah, I would love to see it in practice.
Yeah, it'd be obviously interesting to see. We also have so do you understand Chittim as being Rome?
Ah, my God. Hey, come over here. He drops a damn heater on my knee. Ah. Stop. Ah. What was the question?
Do you understand Chittim as being a reference to Rome?
You said kitten?
Well, Chittim.
Oh yeah, no. I had no idea what that is.
Okay, so there is a verse that it's somewhere in one of the Apocrypha books that is accepted by some of the Hebrew Israelites as being a reference directly to being Rome. Why don't I have that on my site? I should have that. Now I can't find it. But there is so in one of the Apocrypha books there is and I've heard the Hebrew Israelites actually say that Chittim is a reference to being Rome. And in Daniel chapter 11, there is a specific reference to Chittim and the ships of. In Daniel 11:30, it states, "For the ships of Chittim or Kittim shall come against him, therefore he shall be grieved and return." So I put this with Josephus and with the German historian. His name is Munster or Munter. I think it's Munter. And then Munter. Then you have the prophecy in Daniel. You also have the reference in the apocryphal book that Chittim is Rome. So I put all of that together and actually can say that I think we have evidence that the Romans took Israel into captivity, into Egypt, and they used ships when they did it. And my I'm trying to get all of this up on my laptop and it's not working. So you have to show all of this properly. But.
Yeah, so the brother that hopped on, he was very interesting. He was like a hybrid. He was part of One West Doctrine, but he accepted the virgin birth, right? So I'm like, it caught me off guard. I'm like, wait, when he's giving his argument, I'm like, that argument sounds familiar. It sounds like mine. So I'm like, but he can't be. But unlike the other guy I had on, I did not. I was more patient. And I listened to him. I said, so you accept the virgin birth? He said, yes. But he believes that the Gentiles are lost Israelites and real Gentiles. Basically, he almost said the real Gentiles don't exist in the New Testament. He almost, if you play it back, he really implied that. And then he said, yeah, there are real Gentiles in the New Testament. I said, really, where at? Since they're all Israelites, help me find the Gentiles. That he said he can't do that. He said you have to have the Spirit of God to read the Bible and know when it's saying Gentile, if it's Israel Gentile or if it's Gentile.
Yeah, that's a common argument, is that if you don't understand it, it's because you don't have the Holy Spirit. But then I've heard Christians state that throughout, whatever, Jehovah's Witnesses, Catholics. Oh, if you don't have the Holy Spirit, you'll never understand.
Right.
You get that all the time.
Wait. Who says that? What religious group?
Yeah, the Catholics say it to me all the time.
Wait. Stop. So they are so anti-Catholic that they take some of their talking points?
I think so. Yep. If you don't have the Holy Spirit, you cannot understand. And I mean, literally, me, obviously being Esau and the devil, they literally state to me that I will never be able to understand it. It's not my book. Get out of my book, type thing.
Right.
I've got no way of understanding the book,
Yeah.
and it's not speaking to me. So,
So
on that basis,
as you read it in plain English, it's still not going to make sense to you somehow.
of course not, because being the devil, I'm never going to be able to understand it. So it's literally an anti-me book. So
right. Yeah, but guess what? If a Jewish person go through Hitler's manuscript, they're not gonna like what he's saying about themselves, right?
No,
but they can read it. But they can read it.
They can understand it.
It's
I'm
not like
sure.
blotted out from their brain to comprehend it.
I'm sure they would be able to understand it. Yeah.
Right. So when somebody makes that statement, that's somebody that I would ask, what is 6 times 7?
Yeah. I think that really the thing is that what they're it's just a way of just basically saying, look, I don't want to talk to you, type thing.
Yeah, but you should be the one they want to talk to, because it's funny when they're on the streets teaching, they love when white people talk to them. Like they give them the most time. So they got to make their mind up. You know, when you're in the streets teaching, they love talking to white people, but then when it fits them, when they're talking to somebody who's educated, now all of a sudden, you know, go not into the way of the Samaritans, basically.
I've always found that strange, because surely what they're trying, if they're on the streets, surely the reason why they're there is to try and, you know, they're trying to educate the black man in America and bring them into their fold. But actually what they're trying to do is just trying to belittle and actually be aggressive towards the white man. But it's kind of an anti way of evangelizing the people.
Yeah.
It's a strange thing that what they're doing. But yeah, it's normally trying to attack.
So when I debate, especially like not just because I love debating, period. I think debating is the highest form of arguing. So I think intelligent people should debate and fools should bicker and argue or fuss, right? So anyway, because debating, you really got to listen to your opponent. You can't just nix them off as a fool or you're this or you're this color, you're a midget or you're gay, and then that's enough to not listen to you. No, when you're debating, like you're actually forced to listen to the entire argument, and you're really left with the burden to break it down and show us how, you know, there's some flaws in it or it's not logical. You know, those show some logical fallacies or whatever, how it's just inconsistent with the rest of it or the thesis doesn't fit. You know, it's something you got to point out, because otherwise it's a good argument, and what are you opposing? Right. So the fact that you're opposing them, that means that they have to be off somewhere. And you got to pinpoint it. So what I like to do is, when I debate sports or anything, I like to see what is this person holding on the most dearest, and let me take that from them. So, so I noticed when we debate the one West Doctrinites, we'll call them that, because not all Black Hebrews believe like that. But when you debate the one Westites, they like to hold on the virgin birth. This is why I like to debate that more than anything. You know, they really hold on to that as equal as they hold on to like the slavery or Esau. So Esau, slavery, Deuteronomy 28, slavery, and the virgin birth is like their main three core doctrines. They hold on the most. They'll fight and go to war with you and go to jail or die behind. So I noticed that when you take the virgin birth from them, like we have been doing, they become ultimately Old Testament Israelites. So now that's why I'm focused on 28 now, because they would tell you, most of them will tell you that they joined because of the slavery comparison, right? The slavery analogy. So if you take that from them, I think they go back to who they, you know how they say the unclean spirits, they leave the person, go where they were destined. I think that's what they do. So I believe they are unclean spirits in something that they're not really, you know. So I want to take it all from them. I want to strip them naked and expose their shame. Like, listen, this is who you are. You were destined to be somewhere else, and you need to do that.
Yeah. Like in the in that video that you were playing, how he was saying that, you know, that it seems that they've been that I don't want to misrepresent it and state something that he didn't say. But it's like they're searching for somebody other than who they are, and they will kind of try to make themselves appropriate themselves to kind of other peoples, because instead of who they actually are. I'm not sure if that's exactly what he stated in that video that you played.
All right, this guy. Hold on 1 second. He saw that on a rug. Soft. What were you on there for? All right. So let me go ahead and play this video while we're doing that. So you said earlier about the Immaculate Conception. So hold on. All right, so you said earlier that they like to, okay, so their real argument is really the Catholic Church, right? So their real problem is really the Catholic Church. So what
Yeah,
they try to
that is, you know, when people, the problem is with the Catholic Church is that those who are not Christian will make attacks against Christians as if they are Catholic and as if they follow the Catholic doctrine, and everything Christianity comes from the Catholic Church, because the Catholic Church has always perpetuated itself as that they're the ones that basically they have the authority, and they're the one church, and Christianity and Catholicism get mixed up together. There's a massive difference between the two.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so let me go ahead and, so I'm sharing this video.
Like you don't believe it, you don't accept the Trinity, do you? You're not a Trinitarian.
Listen, every explanation I heard, it made me become retarded. So
Yeah.
I just can't follow it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
And maybe I need to be guided by the Spirit in that case.
Yeah.
That one just don't do it for me.
No.
I honestly try to follow. I try to follow, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
I think this is another one of those cases where if you just read the text in the plain language, you wouldn't come to that conclusion of a triune God. You have to like literally suspend reality and all logic in order to be able to accept that, and you have to jump through hoops with language that just doesn't appear in the Bible in order to believe it. Now all of that's Catholicism. All right, that is Catholicism. I mean, there are early church fathers who kind of argued that Jesus was of God in some kind of sense, but he's not the same God. It got really complicated with certain church fathers, but no church father states what the Catholic Church states about the Trinity.
oh, really?
Yeah, no church father does that. That is Council of well, it's not Council of Nicaea, actually. The Council of Nicaea only dealt with Jesus. It was a later council that dealt the Council of Carthage in 384 that dealt with the Holy Spirit, and brought him into fold as the Council of Nicaea only dealt with the deity of Jesus, and so how Jesus was God. That was the debate. Everybody at the Council of Nicaea believed that Jesus was divine, but it was how he was divine. And actually, there were 386 bishops at the Council of Nicaea, and it came to a vote. That's what it was. They voted on whether Jesus was of God or was God, and that came down to a vote. But the Holy Spirit didn't come until later. That is all Catholicism. That's nothing to do with the early church.
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, and so the Catholic Church literally have in their own writings, they state, I'll just find you that. Let me literally read that to you, because I think that you might be surprised at what the Catholic Church actually states about the about the Trinity, which is in the Catholic Catechism of the Catholic Church, and what they state about the language that is
you got to hear voices.
You carry on with what you're doing while I just search for that. I might take a while to find it.
Nah, go ahead, because you know, the chat, I'm sure, is doing something while listening to us. I know they're not waiting for every last thing we say. Chat, you can, you know. All right, let me do a commercial then. Let me do a commercial. Okay, so anyway, so there are some Hebrew Israelites that like they got a big name in this movement, right? And I was commenting on one of their videos, and they said, "Hey, you got a big mouth. Won't you come and and debate us on our channel?" Now they look like they're kind of respectful a little bit. Like they're not the hardcore other ones. Well, they are. They're like a hybrid. Like they will cut you off, but for what I've seen from them when they engage with people on the street, they are kind of respectful. So they want me to call in Wednesday 8 o'clock, which I can do. But I just know they're gonna pause, and which I don't care, because I think whatever I get to say with them pausing, and this is why I say one thing about me. I will go to somebody else's channel. I've done it before. And I don't believe I get the same liberty as I allow people on my channel.
Oh, you wouldn't, you don't. You allow people to talk and talk and talk, and
right.
And without cutting in. And you go, if you went onto the Israelite channels, you would not get anywhere. You wouldn't even be allowed to speak.
Right, and that's what's gonna happen. I know what they're gonna do. They're gonna stop, ask me a question, the gotcha questions, and I'm just gonna take it, right? I'm just gonna take it. Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't know. Okay, fine. See, you're babbling idiot. I already know this is gonna happen. So I am gonna call in, by the way. I am gonna call in, but I was trying to, they first agreed to come on my channel first, and they said they were not free today. They said, so I said, what about Friday? And then as they thought on these things, like Joseph, they came back and said, no, just come to our channel, right? So I'm like, all right, whatever. But on my channel, what I wanted to do is I wanted to get off everything I need to say to them. So when I go to their channel, I don't care if they cut me off. He's like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you already know my position, so I don't need to. But believe me, they're going to read the most dumbest verses. They're going to do the rabbit hole thing. So what did Paul say about the Gentiles? Dude, I don't care. I'm talking about the virgin birth. They're going to take me everywhere, especially if I make sense.
Oh, more so when you actually make an argument that is kind of logical and factual. They have to throw you off at that point. They have to take you down a completely different road, because they can't have you spouting truth.
Right. So my strategy is this. I'm not going to give them anything, right? Just little bits here and there, unless they agree to give me 5 minutes to just say what I want to say about the virgin birth, without any interest. They got to agree to know whether they disagree or not. Wait until I'm totally finished, 5 minutes, and then say what you want to say.
Yeah.
If they grant that, and then I will say a lot of things, but I'm not going to give them a whole bunch of stuff that's deep when they just cutting me. They're cutting it over and over and over, and it's not gonna make sense. So it's like I'm just gonna save it. So we'll see. So if they just gonna cut me off and I can't finish it, I just let them say what they're gonna say, and they could just, and wow their audience and, hey, see, we won again. But if they agree to let me talk for 2 minutes straight, 3 minutes straight, 1 minute straight, whatever time they give me, if they do that, then I will actually go into the regular.
Yeah. I have found the writings that I want to share with you. So.
All right.
Okay. So there's a few. For the specific one that I want to state, There's a few that I want to say first, because these are all coming from literally from the Catholic Church, and they all build up to the final statement that that I think is really interesting. So this comes from the Catechism of the Catholic Church. This is their foundational faith statements of faith, and it states in 234. So it has: the mystery of the Most Holy Trinity is the central mystery of Christian faith and life. It is the mystery of God in himself. It is therefore the source of all other mysteries of faith, the light that enlightens them. It is the most fundamental and essential teaching in the hierarchy of the truths of faith. The whole history of salvation is identical with the history of the way and the means by which the one true God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit reveals himself to men and reconciles and unites with himself those who turn away from sin. So the Catholic Church literally state that it is a mystery. In 261, so there are hundreds and hundreds of points, and this is point 261. The mystery of the Most Holy Trinity is the central mystery of the Christian faith and the Christian life. God alone can make it known to us by revealing himself as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So this is kind of where they're kind of getting that language from, that the Holy Spirit has to reveal it to you, and if you don't have the Holy Spirit, then you can't understand it, because it has to come from the Holy Spirit.
Right.
God has to reveal this to you in order for you to be able to understand it, and he doesn't reveal it to everyone. In Vatican II, it is explained: the tradition which comes from the apostles develops in the church with the help of the Holy Spirit, for there is a growth in the understanding of the realities of the words which have been handed down. This happens through the contemplation and study made by believers who treasure these things in their hearts, through a penetrating understanding of the spiritual realities which they experience, and through the preaching of those who have received, through episcopal succession, the sure gift of truth. Obviously, the episcopal succession there is the Pope down, Pope to Pope to Pope succession. Each Pope reveals something new.
Right.
For as the centuries succeeded one another, the church constantly moves forward together the fullness of divine truth until the words of God reach their complete fulfillment in the church. And then in Catechism of the Catholic Church 251, they literally state that the terminology was developed by the church. In order to articulate the dogma of the Trinity, the church had to develop her own terminology with the help of certain notions of philosophical origin, substance, person, or hypostasis, relation, and so on. In doing this, she did not submit the faith to human wisdom, but gave a new and unprecedented meaning to these terms, which from then on would be used to signify an ineffable mystery, infinitely beyond all that we can humanly understand. And that all comes from, and then they also state another, who was this who said this? I'm not sure. Theophilus of Antioch stated this: in scripture, there is as yet no single term by which the three divine persons are denoted together. The word trias, of which the Latin trinitas is a translation, is first found in Theophilus of Antioch. No, this is a quote of Theophilus. So this is the Trinity explanation. All is revealed through the Catholic Church, and it's all through God revealing it through the Catholic Church, and you can't understand that. in any other way without God revealing it to you. And it was all being done through the Catholic Church. That's what the Catholic Church actually state. So when the Hebrew Israelites state, oh, you don't know this because you haven't had the Holy Spirit. I don't know if they know that they're kind of relying on the language of the Catholic Church,
Right.
or not.
I don't think they know that.
Yeah.
Like maybe their founding fathers did, because that was the language. You know, that's what they most likely somebody down the line was familiar with Catholic dogma. Okay, because you know, every religion, every community, every custom, they have their own little language for certain things. This is how you could tie them back to something. So they were probably speaking like that because they were Catholic influenced at some point. Maybe their mother, you know, somebody. And like, for example, in America, a lot of Christians would say, "Loose here, Satan." You know, and that's like let me loose, or let somebody loose. Like that's like, especially in Black culture, like that's like a famous quote, "Loose here, Satan." And so if you say that, right, because I don't know anybody other than Black people who actually says that. So in my mind, if I hear somebody say that who's non-Black, I'm going to think that they have some type of influence by Black culture, or they're into Black culture, you know, somehow.
I understand. I understand what you mean by that. Yeah.
So if they're saying the Holy Spirit is not with you, so you can't read it, and that's Roman, you know, dogma, Roman talking, you know, that's how they talk. That's their talking points. I'm going to think that somebody they experienced somebody who was talking like that at some point in their life, and they just borrowed it.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting, because that is basically what they are doing, is they are almost quoting the Catholic Church, and they are very anti-Catholic Church. So it seems strange that they would quote the Catholic Church. But yeah, the Christianity and the Catholic Church they're two separate things. The Catholic Church went off on their own way, and then they dominated the whole belief system. It didn't mean that people were not that they didn't have other beliefs. It was just that, you know, if you had other beliefs, you kept it to yourself, or otherwise the Catholic Church killed you. You know,
right. Yeah.
That's what happened. You didn't. It wasn't that people, and there are people who were Catholic who would claim to be Catholic, but clearly weren't Catholic. But they had to, because otherwise they would be chucked out of the church, sent away from their family. There's Jehovah's Witnesses. The Jehovah's Witnesses are terrible to their families if they denounce the faith. So people stay in or pretend to be in the faith just to, you know, to be able to stay with their families and whatever. And
like you do in America.
Sorry?
When a person, like here in America, when a person is admitted to the hospital, they will fill out some forms about themselves, right? And you will be asked, "What's your religion?" And a non-practicing Christian who's just Christian by their mother was, their father was, or grandmother, they're going to put down Christian.
Yeah.
Like just to be safe, you know, just in case Jesus takes them out right now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Jesus saw me write atheist on my on my sheet. So if I die tonight during surgery, I'm not going to heaven.
Because I've done that. Like the only time I ever practiced religion was in my mid-20s. I joined the Nation of Islam, and then actually that was like my early 20s, and then my early 30s, I think I joined the Hebrew Israelites, or mid 30s, somewhere around there. I joined the Hebrew Israelites, I think early 30s. So early 20s, Nation of Islam, early 30s, the Hebrew Israelites. So before then, I never ascribed to a religion. So of course I put down Christian, even though I never knew anything about the doctrine. Like I knew Jesus, you know, stuff like that, simple stuff, but nothing deep.
Yeah, when the Protestant Reformation came about, you know, there was when Martin Luther nailed the thesis 96 thesis to the monastery, and that started off the whole Reformation. What happened? What the Reformation just didn't go far enough. So Protestantism, I can't even say the word. It just denounced the Pope as being the being the leader of the kind of the church, and the church, the Catholic Church, doesn't have that authority. But then they kept much of the doctrine that that was brought in through the Catholic Church. I've never understood that with the Reformation, and so with the Protestant, because I would be classified as a Protestant because I'm Christian and I don't believe in. I'm not a Catholic, so I would be classified as that. Well, actually, because I don't believe in that Jesus is God, I'm actually classified as a heretic. That's my true. I get called so many different names: the devil, Esau,
Right.
The heresy, a heretic, all of these types of things. But when the church split, the Protestants just didn't go far enough. They rejected the Pope, they rejected the authority of the Catholic Church, and then kept that Trinity doctrine that the Catholic Church themselves state that it was revealed through them. I've never understood that.
Yeah. Well, but that's natural though, right? When you leave your, not you, but when a person leaves their parents' home, right? Not in a peaceful way. I'm leaving, Mom. I'm leaving, Dad. You're gonna start your own whatever. And guess what? The things that you disagree with, you're not going to have that in your life, right? But the things you agree with, you're going to bring with you.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. But
So that's why.
naturally, you're focused on certain points, that the points that you disagreed with, you're going to focus on those and change those. But the rest of it, well, I didn't disagree on that, so that's that's a good point, actually. That makes sense. But yeah, the Catholic Church, which obviously brought in the triune God and stuff, I've never I've never been a Trinitarian, to be honest. Well, I suppose I was a Trinitarian for about 2 months after I became a Christian 10 years ago. That was I spent most of my life as a non-Christian, a staunch atheist, to be honest. And when I read the Bible for the first time, because I decided, like, as soon as I became a Christian, I was like, I need to read this Bible for myself. And I think it took me 2 months to read the Bible the first time I did it, because I was really paying attention and focusing. And I suppose at that point, when I became Christian, I automatically took on the Christian belief. So I believed in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, Jesus being God, automatic, because that's what Christianity teaches. But then I read the Bible for myself, and all the way through, and then I got to the end, and I was like, well, where did you get the Trinity from? Where did that come from? I don't understand where that came from at all. And so straight away I was like, starting to question it. And then I started to search online for people that didn't believe in that Jesus was God, and I found obviously the Jehovah's Witnesses. Then there was the Christadelphians, that they don't believe. I don't know if you have Christadelphians over in, well, you must have Christadelphians in America.
I have no idea what that is.
It's another sect of Christianity, but they don't ascribe to the triune God. And then there's also another group which kind of I more associate myself with, which it would be classified as biblical Unitarians. And so we believe,
Unitarians?
sorry?
Is that Unitarians?
It's Unitarians, but not universal Unitarians. That's a completely different thing. This is biblical Unitarian. Universal Unitarianism is a very, very different thing. So it's under biblical Unitarian, and that's what I would classify kind of myself as more than anything. All of this is fascinating, and I've really enjoyed your chat. I'm so glad that that you put that feeler out for people that wanted to come in and discuss the virgin birth on your channel on YouTube.
Yeah.
And stumbling across you, and I had problems trying to call because I'm in England and you're obviously in America, and my phone for some reason just wouldn't allow me to call that number.
Yeah.
And I didn't have Zoom. I've never downloaded Zoom, so I didn't have that. So at first, obviously, it seemed a problem for me to be able to get on to have a chat with you. But
and do
I'm,
you know
I'm really
that
glad that we did.
Do you know I mixed you up? I thought you was coming on to you know what's funny? I probably wouldn't have had you on if I knew you were in agreement with me.
Ah, right. Okay.
Yeah, I mixed you up. I was talking to so many people that I mixed you up with somebody who was against it. And so I thought
you wanted me to come on here and try and show you wrong and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so I thought when you said that you couldn't download Zoom and call, I thought you were just lying. That's your excuse not to get on.
Yeah, I'm running. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And then when I heard the accent, I said, okay, he's one of those UK Israelites. I said, I'm gonna get him.
But you should have seen the picture. You've got that picture of me on my Facebook. It's me, just my hand and my dog.
No, I never look. The only time I look at somebody's picture is when they're disrespecting me. But I never look at somebody's Facebook picture.
Automatically, you would see that I wasn't an Israelite.
Okay, right. So, yeah. Well, there is a group that I joined, which is called White Israelites. So now that I learned about the UK the British Israelites, I wonder if that's who they were.
Yeah, no, there definitely is. So there definitely is like what you would classify as black Hebrew Israelites in England, who stand on the corners. I personally haven't come across them. I would love to do so, but they're more in areas of England where there is a lot more concentration of I would be more mixed. Where I'm from, or the specific part of England where I'm from is a lot more white.
Okay.
So we have congregations of blacks and Asians and in Bristol as well. So I'm from a place called Bristol in England. But they are kind of more Londonish, I would say. Definitely more Londonish. The black Hebrew Israelites in England, and they, if you listen to them, it's just basically listening to one of the American camps just with an English accent.
Hey, Google Scholar.
Yeah, peace. What up, yo? What's up?
Have you heard? I could have sworn I heard something from Brother Garfield's channel that was debunking the slave ships prophecy from Deuteronomy 28:68. Are you familiar with something like that?
I wouldn't say I'm familiar because I don't really delve into it. Yeah, but he did go into it on his channel a while back.
So you want to know which video that was?
No,
he did it. Yeah.
no, I couldn't tell
He
you.
got a million videos.
No, I couldn't tell you which one, but I could look it up for you.
Yeah, I would love to know that because I want to pull that from him.
Mm-hmm.
That last crutch I want to take from him.
Unbiased. Would you say
I can look it up? I also got his book too, so I can look if he has it in there.
Yeah. Would you say, Unbiased? Would you say that he is worthwhile listening to for somebody like me to actually go and?
Yeah. But when it comes to like history and Hebrewism. Like he's pretty good. Like
Biblical history, yeah.
yeah, because he dedicated. He speaks to like a lot of scholars. White, black, whatever. He speaks to the scholars in those communities that written books, credible books, and all that type of stuff. Yeah, so I definitely will recommend to take a look. I can't say I watched those videos because that was like above what I was into.
It's not your lane. Just like different people have different interests.
Right.
Just like they get into the Egypt stuff a lot. That's not my lane. I don't mess with that.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. So I'm more interested in the book and what it says rather than the historicity of the Bible.
Yeah.
You've got so over in America, what I have noticed is that you've got like these 3 different kind of groups that are kind of all debating and arguing against each other. The Kemet, the Hebrew Israelites, and then there's one more. Is it the Egypt?
No, Kemet is Egypt. So
Kemet is Egypt. Yeah.
He's talking about the Aboriginals.
Abos, yeah, you got Abos. And don't forget the Christians. You got Christians too.
Well, you could lump in Christians with the Hebrews, though.
Could you?
Yeah.
I mean, some.
Yeah,
but you got two. You got 2 main types of Hebrews. You got the Old Testament only,
then and guess what? The Old Testament Hebrews I lump up with Jews because their doctrines are so similar. They disagree on little things. Little things that Hebrew Israelites and Christians disagree on, little things, but everything else, like all the stories, they agree with. They just disagree on interpretation. Like the word Gentile, they're going to argue. The virgin birth, they'll argue, and maybe one other thing, maybe the dietary laws, and that's about it. Like everything else, they're going to agree on.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a specific guy that
But you have other groups too, like you have the Moors.
Yeah, the Moors. But you know what? The regular Moors aren't fun. Like the Taharka Bay Moors, they are not fun. I like the sovereign citizen Moors. I like those guys.
Those ones I think they take it too far.
Yeah. This guy. Yeah, those Moors I like. And they got the sovereign citizen people over there in UK as well.
Yeah, they do.
And Canada. They got them in UK. They got them in, I think, Russia. Like, it is unbelievable where they're at.
I couldn't believe that in Russia.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
wherever white people is at, you can find the sovereign citizen movement.
Yo, you taught me something today. I thought that was like an American only thing.
You can YouTube Canada right now, and you can Canada right now.
Wow.
So who is which one? Shaka Amos. Who would he
Shaka
be?
Amos.
That's Kemet, Egypt. Yeah.
He's Kemet, is he? Right. Okay. Because I've watched quite a bit of him. So he's Kemet. Yeah. Okay.
We call him a Kemet apologetic.
Yeah, that's basically what he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what would polite actually come under?
That's complicated.
Yeah, he's a hybrid, but he's also Kemet, and he's a hybrid of some other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not really.
He confuses me sometimes with the kind of arguments he's making. Is like I'm not sure the position that he's actually taking.
Yeah, no, he has his foot in many different, Yeah,
he's more of a gotcha guy, where he like come up with gotcha points and gotcha questions. He's not really like Shaka or Garfield, anybody who's like really deep into one thing. Like he's like all over the place, but he's like a jack of all trades. He knows a little bit about everything, but he can't go deep in any of them.
So in America, because like I gotta be honest, in England, like if I could speak to a 1,000 Christians, and maybe one of them would even understand all of this in the Hebrew Israelite movement and everything. in America and stuff. So in England is kind of not really a big. It's not a big thing. Is the polite and Shaka and the Hebrew Israelites, is that all like, is that really kind of like a big thing over there? Are they quite well known?
I would say it's a big
themselves?
thing in certain sections of the black community predominantly, because even among, let's say, among the black community in this country, they're a small minority, but it's just that because of the circles that we're in, we're familiar with them a lot. But a lot of people, like in my circle, if I say who's polite, a lot of people, who the hell are you talking about? You know what I mean? So I, it's wrong to say they're not known, but only by a section of our community.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
yeah, yeah. I agree.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah. So
because
let me. You can finish Google Scholar. I'm just going to show. As you're talking, I'm just going to show LJ a visual that might. You know, they say a picture can speak more than 1,000 words. So I'm going to show him that. But go ahead, Google.
no, you can go ahead and show him. I was just, I just came on because I was fascinated. I never actually talked to a Unitarian Christian before, so I was wanting to hear his perspective on things.
Okay.
Is there anything specific that you'd like to?
Well, not
know what?
specific, no, but just I'm just fascinated how you make the distinction between being, when you say Unitarian, is that you don't believe in the divinity of Jesus?
Yeah. So what the community of like Unitarians have kind of used that word to say that we believe in one God. Trinitarians will say that they believe in one God, but obviously three persons within that God. Unitarian specifically uses that to state that we believe in one person as one God. So I only accept the Father as being God. And
So
Jesus is not God. Jesus is a man. He was the Messiah anointed by God. That's my understanding.
mhm. So in your view, then Jesus would be a man, but he'd be the most special man in the history of the world, right?
Yeah, basically he would be that one man that God decided to anoint to
Elevate, basically.
be the
Hey,
savior.
Google, let me insert my understanding of Jesus. My position would be leaning more to a demigod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I could see that because, like, he's been elevated to a position that no other human has been, but at the end of the day, he's still a created being, is what you're
Right.
saying.
Yeah, yeah, like half and half, basically. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, so throughout history there has been, if you read the historical records of certain gods and everything, you have many different ways that people are classified as gods or within. So you have a literal demigod, which is where a god like Hercules was a demigod,
Mhm.
where like literally the god came down, and
And have
Zeus,
sex with,
and
yeah.
had sex with a woman, physically literally had sex with a woman and produced an offspring. And so that is a demigod in the sense that it is half human half man type thing. So I certainly reject that sense of what a demigod would be.
Yeah,
But
well, now listen, I would still accept that, but I would say that wasn't, from the Bible. That wouldn't be Jesus' purpose to do all that. But I would think he could have done that if that was part of his mission.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that anything was impossible for God to do. So I wouldn't.
Yeah.
My rejection on that wouldn't be because it wasn't literally possible, but because I didn't find that in the text.
Your position is similar to that of the Muslims, right? So, but let me ask you this.
Yeah, so we disagree on certain things. Obviously, we disagree on the Son of God part.
Yeah, no, we understand that. I understand the differences. I'm just saying it's similar in principle.
Yeah,
So
Trinitarians actually say that I am a Muslim's brother.
okay. So the other thing I want to ask you, we talk about Jesus and the Father, but most of the time when you talk about Trinitarian versus non-Trinitarian, what never gets brought up is the Holy Spirit. So I want to get your view on the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
So according to Trinitarians, is also God, and the Bible, the New Testament seems to indicate such, even though it don't explicitly say it, it seems to indicate that. So what's your view on that?
Okay, so my view of the Holy Spirit is that it is literally the spirit, the power, the essence of God. It isn't a separate being from God, not a separate person, a separate being. I'm not. It wouldn't be that the Holy Spirit wasn't God, but it is not distinct and separate from the Father, but it is the essence of and the power of the Father. So when it states about like the Holy Spirit will come, I mean, God is holy and God is a spirit. So when it says that God will overshadow, like the Holy Spirit will overshadow Mary, she was found to be pregnant of the power of God, basically. That's how I would understand that.
Yeah, I get it, but I have a question on that in regards to a particular scripture. I don't remember where exactly to find it right now, but I trust you know this scripture where Jesus says that he will go, and if you don't go, the Spirit will
Comforter,
not come. Yeah, so he will go, and the Comforter will come. So what that is telling me that when Jesus is here, the Holy Spirit was not here. And so if the Holy Spirit is not here, it is somewhere else. So when Jesus leaves, the Holy Spirit will come. That is telling me that it is separate, right? Are you saying when Jesus was here, God was not here? Because that would be the implication if you're saying the Spirit is God just the same.
Yeah. So that the Comforter is a really quite. I've done a writing on the Comforter, which is on my website, which actually is probably about 10,000 words long. So that would be quite a
read.
Yeah, it's a kind of a difficult thing for me to explain in like 2 minutes. Maybe because it's now 1 o'clock in the morning here, and I'm going to be going to maybe if next time, and I don't want you to feel like I'm running from it. I'm happy to go into it, but I just think that it is quite long and quite a long explanation of what I understand the Comforter to be. Basically I understand it as being literally the spirit of the Father and the Son, that the Father has given to the Son, and the Son has gone away, and the spirit of them is inside of us, inside of believers. Basically, that's a really messed up and really basic understanding of what I actually believe that to be. But that would take me a while to explain. But I know what you mean by that. That, to be honest, that isn't when Trinitarians argue with me that regarding the Holy Spirit. That one isn't the one that they would normally go to. at all.
They would normally go to which one?
So they normally go to Acts, where it says, so when I can't remember the two that are killed for lying, and
Ananias and Sapphira.
yeah, and they're killed, and they say, "You have not lied to man; you have lied to
The Holy
the Holy,
Spirit.
to God,
Right,
the Holy
right.
Spirit."
I just
Yeah.
read that. That's in Matthew's.
No, that's in Acts.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
that's in
maybe.
Acts.
Well, you know, I skimmed through Matthew, Acts, and Luke. I skimmed through for something else, right? And I came across that. Okay, so I got confused.
Yeah. That's the one that they normally bring up, is where they like saying you've lied to the you've lied to God, basically, by lying to the Holy Spirit. But I understand that as being that the Holy Spirit is inside of them, and they've actually contradicted themselves by lying, which contradicts their own the Holy Spirit which is inside of them, and so they have lied to God in that sense.
Yeah. This is not me challenging your beliefs. I'm just trying to get an
No.
understanding of your...
Challenging is fine. I have no problem with
no,
people
What you trying to
challenging
do?
me or
No, you
disagreeing
cannot
with
grab
me.
my holy water.
People,
yeah.
that's basic. Sorry, what was that? Unbiased?
No, I'm talking to the baby. He's trying to grab my holy water,
Oh.
aka liquor. I'm saying, no, you can't get that.
That's what we're here, isn't it? You know, Unbiased that's his channel. He has people that disagree and agree, and we talk it out, and you kind of that's the whole point of it. So there's no point in me just saying, right, well, I've got my belief, and I'm not ever going to be. You can't challenge me on my belief.
No.
In fact, actually, I've changed my view on some of my beliefs based on somebody saying something, and I've gone, do you know what? I can't answer that, and or something that I've been shown, or something. So I'm not closed. I'm happy to have my beliefs challenged. I'm happy to challenge other people's beliefs, and I'm not one of those that is going to try and get, if somebody's doing it in a respectful way and we're just having a discussion, I don't like the whole aggression thing and stuff. Just have a discussion, and I think that, if you're not willing to challenge your own beliefs,
then you never grow.
Yeah, you're never going to grow. It doesn't mean that your beliefs are incorrect, or in fact, actually, this chat about the virgin birth has only concreted my belief in the virgin birth, because everything that is being shown through the conversations from Unbiased and the other ones that have come in as well, and the ones which have disagreed, it's concreted that it's made the argument even more solid, and I've actually added to my own understanding of the virgin birth by doing this. So that these conversations, sometimes they're going to solidify what you believe,
and
other
sometimes
times they're going to go against what you believe, and you have to change that belief.
Yeah. Now, before you go, before you go, there's
it's just
another
if you're shown
perspective.
wrong, accept to be shown wrong.
Yeah, another perspective I wanted to get you on, because I speak with quite a few people in England, because you might not know this, but I follow football, so I from time to time I'm communicating with fans who watch the sport too. So
which team do you support?
Liverpool.
Now we're going to get into it. Now we're getting into the debate, and I'm going to get aggressive.
You're a Man U fan?
No, I'm an Everton fan.
Oh wow! Oh,
so that is literally Christian and Hebrew Israelite.
yeah. But what I wanted to ask you, because I noticed that when I speak to Christians in England, the idea of creationism is almost non-existent over there among Christians. But over here, it seems to be like a 50-50. So
I think, we've accepted, I would say, what you mean, as in those that accept Genesis 1 as being kind of literal, or?
Yeah. basically. Like they deny science, they deny like evolution and geology and all those sciences. They're basically going with a literal understanding of Genesis.
Yeah. I'm not settled on that at all. I
Okay.
can be swayed either way on that. I understand what science says,
Mm-hmm.
but I also understand what the Bible says, and I would probably classify myself as confused.
Okay, that's fair. But
On that
but you do concur that over in England that the majority of Christians do accept that the science of it, and they see the Bible of more as an allegory in that sense.
So what, that English Christians accept like evolution?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that we've kind of,
aren't they called theistic something?
yeah,
Theistic
theistic Christians.
evolutionist. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
Theistic evolutionists.
Divine
Yeah.
Prospect put me on that first, and I was like, oh, okay, it's
Yeah.
interesting.
So
Yeah.
basically, what they would accept is that that evolution is true.
It happened,
And God sparked it off.
but God was the one who set
Right.
things in motion. Yeah.
And look, and for me, other people are different, but for me, that's good enough. The fact that you accept the science,
Mm-hmm.
to me, that's good enough.
No, you can't argue with that because you can't disprove if somebody want to say, yeah, it happened, but God started. There's no way you can disprove that.
Right.
So yes, it's based on their faith, but since you can't disprove it, you go with that. You don't have to fight that.
Yeah, I would classify myself as somebody that has studied evolution and science to a minimum degree, far more than probably what I would say the average person has, but certainly nowhere near being able to kind of argue it in any great detail. So my position would be that obviously I believe the Bible. I believe the Bible 100%. The Bible states certain things. So there are ways of obviously answering Genesis 1 in being allegory or the time. I don't know what did the Christians call that? I can't remember the name of it. But when the gaps, so there's yeah, no, it's the days. So they're not literal physical days.
Literal days.
They're periods of time.
Epics or yeah.
Yeah, there are periods of time, those days and stuff, and so I couldn't argue either way. What I do know is that science is constantly changing, and what we sometimes believe at certain times is proven proven wrong.
Let me say
So
this to
there's
you.
no reason to say that like
let
what
me
we
cut in.
believe now could.
LJ, so a better way to, in my opinion, say that, I won't say changing. Science auto corrects itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But now, are you familiar with the? Really? Are you familiar with the Big Bang?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
So, what's your thoughts on that?
Well,
I don't like. Yeah. I struggle with the Big Bang theory.
Yes. So let me just say this: the Big Bang is basically the science of physics and chemistry. So when somebody has a deep root knowledge in chemistry and either or both physics, it won't be that hard to follow.
Well, I think you could just say the same thing like you said before, right? If you're a believer in God, you could still accept the science and say, well, yeah, the Big Bang happened, but God is the one that kickstarted it all.
I
wouldn't have a problem with that.
You would?
No, I would not have a problem with that. From a
No,
religious
you couldn't. Well, I don't.
I don't think I would say, like, if somebody said to me, are you a literal Genesis creationist, or do you accept evolution? Do you accept it exactly as like science states? I would say I don't think I know enough about it to be able to argue either way. I can understand the arguments for why you should accept science, and I can understand the reasons why, as a Christian, I would believe the Bible and what it says. But I kind of stay away from that kind of argument purely on the basis that I don't think I am knowledgeable enough to be able to argue my point or argue against science. So there's no point in me trying to argue against something that I don't know enough about. I'm just going to make myself look stupid.
Yeah, no, I guess that's fair. The only point I would make is that in some way, no matter how you read the Bible, it's quite difficult to go with a literal reading of the entire book, right? Even if you take some parts as literal, there are some parts you would have to argue as allegory.
Especially like Ezekiel's will.
Well, Ezekiel's will is just a vision that Ezekiel had. I mean, that isn't obviously literal.
Even just taking the literal translation of it, the literal understanding of the text, you get the earth is just a few thousand years.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody who will argue at this point that the earth is like 7,000 years.
Well,
it's just not. It's not practical.
Yeah, there are staunch people out there that would literally classify the earth as being that. I don't know where I stand on that point, to be honest. And like I said, I don't really know enough. But what I would say is that we are dealing with a book which is dealing with God that literally raised a man from the dead, which suspends all kinds of physics. So there's a lot in who parted the Red Sea and walked on water, and well, obviously that Jesus didn't part the Red Sea. That obviously that's God, but Jesus walked on water, cleansed leopards, brought people back from the dead. We are talking about a kind of a supernatural book. So
now, as you're talking, just look at I want you guys to look at my screen as you're talking. Okay.
I see it.
Yeah, I can see the screen.
Oh shit! Let me cut the volume off. Because when you asked earlier, how relevant are these people in American society?
I've seen them. I've seen them marching. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They're camping out, marching and singing to Kyrie. Kyrie, is it?
Kyrie, right?
Kyrie, yeah.
Yeah, there's like about 1,000 or more people.
Yeah.
Are they all from one camp?
That's ICIU.
Yeah. This is one camp.
IUIC. I keep getting those letters mixed up.
Yeah, they're becoming one of the largest camps. And before them, it was GOCC, the guys in white.
Yeah.
But the guys in purple, I guess they've been more active on the streets, and they has become the largest Israelite group that I know of right now.
They're bigger than ISUPK right now?
Oh, hey, yeah, ISPK always been the most irrelevant camp of Israel. Netter has made them relevant. They've always been the most irrelevant camp.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
really?
We only talk about them because of Netter. Yeah, they amongst Israel, they've always been the most insignificant.
What about
I know about GOCC, but I didn't know that ISUPK is not.
Netter made them popular. They owe everything to Netter. Everything.
And what about Sakari?
Okay,
Sakari is new, I think.
Yeah, they're fairly new. I just came across them myself. I never knew about them until recently. So they are fairly new. But these guys, GMS, GMS is large numbers too.
So what happened to GOCC? They all have different doctrines, don't they?
Yeah, slightly different. But GOCC, their problem was Elder Ricard, their leader, had told them to flee out of Egypt. So he sent them to different weird countries, and a lot of people got stranded. So they lost a lot of steam from that whole fleet. You know, he had a so-called vision. We said, okay, free from Babylon. This is the time now. And people flee from America and went to crazy countries and got stuck.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a weird vision he had.
So that's why they fizzled out like that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I guess IUIC is the new one.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But GMS is also strong. The problem is they're not organized. Like they're like the Bloods or Crips, right? There's a whole bunch of them, but if you know, they're only organized in their only city, right? The California Crips are not organized like that with, let's say, San Antonio, you know, Crips.
The ones on the street
IUIC
corners in Newark.
Sorry.
Who are those?
Say that again.
The ones always on the corners in Newark. Who are those?
Okay, so that could be anybody. That could be Brother Zabak. That could be GMS. That could be these people right here. That could be their own. That could be Sakari. So the ones in Newark, it could be anybody.
I know it's not ISUPK.
Nah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like you're never going to find them like all over like you see everybody else.
So ISUPK is that Nathaniel?
No, this is Nathaniel. You're looking at Nathaniel.
IUIC, yeah, that's Nathaniel, isn't it? So he's still.
Let me show you ISUPK.
ISUPK is
I know ISUPK. Yeah. I get all the letters mixed up with as soon as I see them. I know who they
okay,
are,
look at my screen. This is them.
Yeah.
So this camp is the original camp. These guys.
Okay.
Everybody else,
I know him.
Everybody else is offshoots.
That's ISUPK, no?
Yeah.
That look like Tazaria.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is One West.
Yeah.
Right. So everybody else is offshoots of them. They are the father of the doctrine, the One West doctrine. Tazaria. That's the original. Everything he says is the original doctrine. Everybody else made modifications.
And Sakari is
ISUPK pure One West.
Yep, they are One West.
Yeah, I know they're One West, but I mean they don't add anything to One West.
Say that again.
They didn't add anything to One West doctrine.
No, to Tazaria, you know, the way he breaks down scriptures is slightly different. You know, he evolved with, you know, because they constantly debating. So, and you know, you got Shaka and Polite. These guys came out of nowhere. So these guys are, you know, he had to evolve to counter them. So yeah, so they you know, they modified some things, but very little. Everybody else got clear. Like for example, GOCC says the Gentiles can be saved. As the white folks, you know what I mean? And they're the only ones who say that.
Oh.
And GMS will make some difference that they allow the lightest people possible. Right?
You say they allow Europeans. That's what you gotta say.
Hey man, yeah, nah, they do. Like all somebody to be GMS, all somebody got to do is say they got a black father. That's good enough.
No matter what they look like.
No matter, you could be looking like Tom Cruise. If you say your grandfather is black or dark, you are allowed to GMS without any question. That's a fact.
That's crazy. I noticed they do got a lot of light brothers in there for real.
Yeah, so GMS is probably the most plentiful of all the camps because they're everywhere. They're just the most unorganized.
Oh.
Yeah. But No Man wanted to say something.
No man, how you doing, Miss Amber?
I'm doing fine. How you doing? I really didn't want to take y'all too far away. I was trying to catch y'all while y'all was still on the Big Bang. I had a question about the Big Bang because I understand the microwave radiation waves and all of that, but I wanted to know, like, how are they able to isolate and identify what waves came from the Big Bang, considering there's radiation all throughout space? Like, active, explosions. The sun emits radiation. There are so many planets that emit radiation. So how are they able to isolate and I guess maybe date the waves from the origin versus other things that are just in space and kind of like newer waves? I guess that's my question.
Okay, well, I'm no expert, but the way I understand it is they're able to differentiate the different types of radiation by the light spectrum, right? They have a thing that they call redshift. Like the older the light is, the more redshifted it is. And so when they look at the CMB, the cosmic microwave background, it is extremely redshifted more than anything else in the universe. And it is also all over. So they realize that that is basically the afterglow of the Big Bang. And so because it is the oldest light, they have a calculator that they have calculated to determine how old the light is based on how redshifted it is. And so that's basically how they do it in a nutshell. I'm not an expert,
So
so I
pretty
can't.
much the same thing they do with like stars and different planets. I know they do that
Yeah.
with like stars and different planets. I wasn't sure that's how they did it. I thought initially when they came across the waves, it was like a static that they picked up from like a satellite that was intended for something else. So I wasn't. Maybe I assumed that they picked it up that way and then they tested it with the redshift or whatever and to confirm that that's what it was.
Yes, as far as I understand, yes. Originally, they discovered it as an accident. They weren't looking for it.
Yeah.
But,
You talking about the cosmic microwave background?
yes.
Right.
But since then, they have actually come up with better ways to measure it. And they had a whole satellite dedicated. I think it's called Kobe.
The Hubble's. Oh yeah, the other one. Yeah, the other one. Okay, got
Kobe,
it.
yeah, that was dedicated to measuring it. So they have gotten way better at measuring it now and seeing it, and they realize that no matter where they look, it's all around, and there's no other light in the universe that's older than that. So they have actually realized that this has to be the afterglow of the Big Bang, the radiation from the Big Bang. Yeah. And I can't go into details, like give you the nitty gritty like the scientists can, but it's just my understanding.
No. That's enough.
All right, people, I've got to drop out. I've got to go to sleep.
All right.
So.
Tomorrow morning, we could speak on out off the line on Luke.
Yeah.
And believe me, it's going to be damaging.
I'm really interested to see what you've uncovered and what you've come up with.
Yeah, they can't go to Luke anymore.
Okay. Is that deep? Is
yeah,
that good?
It's over. It's over. It's in the language. It's real easy. It's in the language.
Yeah.
There's no way around.
I kind of understood that when you were going into like the Spanish thing. I thought
it's over.
It's something within the language that is showing this to be something that is either fulfilled or is going to be fulfilled within the Virgin side of it. So
yeah, it's going to be an educational moment on English language, though. So they can get it.
Yeah. Can you? So obviously you cannot see it in the English. It's only in the Greek.
No. I actually, again, I've been doing this for 4 hours. I actually joined Greek groups, like learning Greek groups on Facebook, and they told me the verbs in Greek are just like the verbs in English.
Right. Okay.
So they got a big problem now.
Okay. I'm interested in this.
Well, Bias, you're going deep.
Oh yeah. I did 4 hours of this stuff, man.
Man, you gotta be careful. Maybe be careful they don't put a fatwa out on you.
Yeah, so believe me, after I'm done with them, they won't go to Luke anymore.
Man.
I'm I'm gonna go to sleep now with the anticipation of waking up to finding out some really juicy information. So
Yeah, so I'm gonna tag you about 9 o'clock, and we'll see if you my time. So right now it's 8:27 p.m. So whatever, just if it's 1 a.m. over there, that means you're about 5 hours. God damn.
5 hours, yeah.
All right, so that'll be your time. What? 2 p.m.
Yeah, that'd be a really good time as well because I already just finished most of my work.
Yeah,
So
it will be. God damn. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yo,
good.
remind me not to go live yet.
Yeah.
I'll make that mistake.
I'll make sure that you're not putting that live.
All right.
No revealing
Good talking with
secrets
you.
until you're ready to fire the bombs.
Yeah. It's gonna be funny.
Okay.
All right, man.
I'll catch you all later.
All right. Good talking with you.
And you.
All right. Good night.
When you go live, drop the link in Messenger. Sometimes I'll be, doing stuff, so I don't notice that you're live, and then.
Yeah. Yeah. So here. Click this link. Hold on. I'm gonna put it in.
What y'all getting into?
Hey, peace, Eric. So, and you too, Eric, and even though, man, I'm gonna put the link. So, I have a Facebook group called Unbiased Research, and it's really just to keep in connection with you guys, right? So, if you could post something if you want, or you don't have to. Don't care. Okay, but it's really just to keep in connection with everybody. Okay, so I'm gonna put it in the chat again. I'm gonna put it in this back chat. Okay, so let me. But anyway, go ahead and proceed as I try. Yeah, so I've been talking to people, and they've been interacting. Usually, when you talk, it don't matter if it's science, whatever you're trying to learn in that group. Usually, people don't pay you any mind. But these Grecians, like whatever they call it, they really embrace you. They answer all my questions. I'm like, God, this was in a timely manner. Like, damn, thank you. Free of charge.
That's
So I'm like, thank you. Yeah, but it's that's why I encourage anybody to like try to learn a second language. And I ain't saying be fluent, just learn the rules, like the grammar, the verbs, all that stuff, adverbs, adjectives of a language, a different language. Okay. So as I do that, so Google and No Man and Eric. So I think I know where Eric's at. But as far as No Man and Google Scholar, have y'all been watching my debates on the virgin birth according to the Bible, period, right?
Yeah, I've been following. I didn't watch.
Yeah, I've been following here and there.
Okay, so this is I just want your opinion, right? You and Amber. Do you believe that I'm making it real simple and easy that according to the Bible that the virgin birth is what it is? Or am I reaching?
No, I actually agree with you what you presented. Based on the plain reading of the book, that's what it is. I think to get to, especially like say the Ward West position, you have to do a lot of gymnastics basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. So a brother came on early, and he was like a hybrid because he agreed with the virgin birth, but he was one West as far as the Gentiles are always Israelites unless he say otherwise. And literally he says otherwise. Because I said, brother, so if the Gentiles are lost Israelites, that means black people of today, then does the New Testament speak of any real Gentiles, like white folks? He said, yeah. At first he said no. So I'm like, damn. Then he said, yeah. I'm gonna say, well, who are the Romans? You think they black too? So he said, it's in there little by little. I guess like really what he said was majority of the time you see Gentiles is black folks, is Israelites. lost Israel. But then he said it's only few instances where Gentile is somebody else like white people. So I was like, okay, so how would I know when it's talking about black people, lost Israel, or white people, other nations? And he said, well, you don't. You're going to need the Spirit of God.
I thought you needed the Spirit of God to read the whole book, but
I'm like, yo, how convenient is that, right? You get to pick and choose. I'm never going to win that argument with that guy.
Basically, he always has an out, right?
Yeah, so I said, well, at least we agree on the virgin birth. I said, no problem. So he hopped off real quick. But I looked over his verses, and that's just proof. So to some people, some of my friends who say, you always want to debate. Well, I did not pick one with him. I could have. Okay. But clearly the verses we were reading, it was talk about other nation Gentiles, like white folks. But I did not challenge him. I let it go. I could have. I let it go. And he hung up peacefully. So I don't always look for an argument.
Well, who's saying that?
No, my personal friends that's always wrong. That's why they say that. Yo, you always want to argue. Actually, you're the one arguing. I'm saying something, you disagree. You're arguing. So, like, for example, one of my boys wanted to debate me live. I wanted to do a private conversation. He was adamant, let's go live. We went live, it didn't work out for him, and he ain't called me since a whole month. No, actually a month and a half.
His feelings then.
But I said, dude, if we go live, it ain't gonna go right for you, and you're not gonna call me. So let's just finish it privately on the phone. No, let's go live. All right. I even called out of, I missed money. I called out of work. I said, okay, all right, let's do it. Then, as you know, my prophecy came true. He ain't called me since.
What about what's his name again? The DJ
DJ Focus. Oh, DJ Focus is mad at me forever, man.
Yeah, I'm biasing his little cohorts. He don't fuck with us.
It's cool. Everybody says, everybody says no man is evil. Everybody. They hit me on text messages and inboxes. Everybody, like, yo, she's evil.
Word though. I don't
know. I don't give a damn. If they're good, if they're good, then I have no qualms about being evil. Let me be evil.
Yeah, they all got a problem with no man. Like, I don't think anybody likes no man. Like, all my ops hate no man.
And I guess they're supposed to if they're your ops.
First of all, I'm like, shit, I'm
they hate her more than me, and I do most of the talking.
Thank you. Shit, I'm flattered. Yeah.
Well, what they mad at the sister for what?
Brother, I'm going to suspect, because most of my ops are super religious, I'm going to assume that she's speaking out of a woman's place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe they don't like the truth.
No.
That part.
Because, no, it ain't that.
They don't like the truth, and they definitely don't like it coming from a woman.
Right, because I'm saying what she's saying, right? But they could deal with me. But no, ma'am, she's the evil one.
Okay, so it's misogyny.
At its best. And I charge religion, most religious folks with that. Especially the Abrahamic faith.
I would say most religions have an element of misogyny in it.
Yeah.
Especially the Abrahamic ones.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't wild out and gave this little boy damn near an 8-year-old portion of potato salad. I don't know what the hell I was thinking about. And now it's just wasted. I don't know what I was thinking about. But that was goofy.
Yeah. Little smidge of everything. And whatever they like, they ask for more of.
Yeah, he was killing the yams. Oh my God. He started dancing. Yeah. So okay. So now let's put this on the table right now. So I already know what no man did. Google Scholar and Eric Bana, like truth. All right. No fairy tales. Did y'all do you participate in Thanksgiving feasts, dinners?
I just had dinner.
As far as eating the food.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't eat meat. I mean, yeah, but I eat the sides. I mean, I ain't.
Hey,
You know.
I'm saying like you ate on Thanksgiving, right?
Oh yeah. I ate today.
But what was the dinner a Thanksgiving dinner?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Now I ain't gonna lie.
Now I'll say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
For me, not really. Like, because I don't really celebrate the holiday, but as we know, people get off work, kids get out of school, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not gonna not prepare the food that I love and eat with the people I love. I'm not gonna not do that. But am I doing this in the memory of Thanksgiving? I don't give a fuck about that.
No.
Yeah, like I'm gonna say Black people typically don't do it in honor of the spirit. I think most holidays we just observe because we're in the country and we're an American and we are American. It's a custom, right? We just do it. We don't put too much thought into it. Christmas, Easter, these things, we just do it.
Yeah. I feel the same like Amber. I'm not really into the sentiments behind the creating of the holiday, but a holiday is a holiday, and I'm just getting into the spirit of family together, having a special meal, giving not even say giving thanks, but being grateful for what you have.
Right.
I don't see any problem with that.
They was talking about that on Sonetta earlier.
What were they saying?
Oh man, it was funny, man. They tried to get Tazariak into it, but he said, "Nah, Black Jesus Minister too stupid." Black Jesus Minister, he was twisting. I was surprised he had even came like that. He was like, Thanksgiving is in the Bible. So JJ snapped and Apostle jumped on and he snapped and they tried to get Tazariak just stayed on for like 2 minutes. He's like, man, it ain't in the scriptures. And I think now Black Jesus Minister, he just trolling or something, but he knows.
Yes, he been trolling.
Yeah, he knows it ain't in the Bible. He was just using the verses where it saying Thanksgiving.
Listen, I think a lot of people think that Black Jesus Minister is trolling. I think he dead serious. I think he believes it.
No, like sincerely, he puts me in the mind of somebody that literally like puts on a whole persona to come on YouTube and he really he's an actor. Like sincerely, that's how I feel. Like nothing that comes out of his mouth, everything is overdone. Everything. Like he's always performing.
Yeah,
I don't know for sure. Yeah, I don't think. I think Black Jesus Minister really believes what he's saying. And I could be wrong, but I just there's a sincerity behind if you talk to him long enough and he has the same talking points no matter who he's talking to, and his attitude is the same no matter who he's talking to. I think he's serious about it. I think he believes it. But you never know.
Right. Yeah. I don't listen to a lot of Black Jesus, but I will feel the same way. I would think, like, I don't know him. I don't listen to him enough to know if he's trolling or not. But I would think that he was serious too. But like I said, I don't even know him like that. I don't listen to him enough to know if he's trolling.
Now, in my days of going real hard with the Hebrew, I wouldn't. I just started kind of last couple of years, kind of not feeling, guilty and this and that being over righteous. But, I know some of the brothers in the comments, they was bringing up Numbers 25, saying it was a, evil feast. Don't partake in no days. And I was just like, I put in the comment, well, like Dick Gregory said once before, if you off work and getting paid for it, you celebrating anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Where you draw the line there? I mean, you watching Thanksgiving football, everything. You know.
Hold up, before you hire me, am I off on Thanksgiving? Yeah. Okay, I can't take this job.
Really, that goes for all the holidays. Like, I don't celebrate none of them, so I just started a new position, and they're doing like a Thanksgiving. I mean, not a Thanksgiving, a Christmas exchange. And
that's
like,
right, man.
You know, we're doing a gift exchange, and the whole time, like, yeah, throw me in it, fuck it, throw me in it, you know. But really, it's me trying to build a rapport with coworkers. Right. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to come in being the bitch, you know, or you know.
Oh, you're with Kyrie.
Listen, so I'm like, yeah, throw me. Even though I don't celebrate that shit at all. Like, I'm not buying their gifts. I'm not doing none of that. Like, I'm a cook. I'm a cook though.
Like the sister was saying, and then it was so many brothers and sisters just over the years. Like I used to study with Shemaiah Banyasharala down in Florida. When
I got to drop off, I'll be back.
When he was down there, he was just saying how he didn't take a good postal job because it was on Saturday on the Shabbat, and he was like, when he looked back, he's like when he looked back at it, he was like, damn, I could have been 5 years in. I could have, you know, they could have moved you to weekdays instead of the weekends. I was like, yeah, bro, don't listen to none of these brothers, man. You better take that job.
Yeah. Probably would have made supervisor by now.
Right.
But that's how deep that a lot of this stuff gets.
See, and Eric, this is why I'm back on the scene debating it, because I see it's really just draining people, wasting opportunities, people sacrificing things you don't need to sacrifice. There's more meaningful sacrifices that you should do, right? But this is not one.
Yeah. Some brothers say, I ain't like I work in the field with hazmat, so we got to have our you know, you wear respirators.
PPE,
yeah, you got to have your beard, or you got to have like a shadow beard. You can't.
When
you go for a fit test, you have to have.
Yeah, you're not gonna have that Israelite. Yeah, you will not have that Israelite beard, because I also got pharmaceutical. And as you know, if you're in pharmaceutical, you could be in flavors, you could be in fragrances, you could be in chemical. It's all once you're hired at one, you can do all of them. So yeah, you're right. You're not gonna have an Israelite beard putting on a damn respirator mask. They're gonna make you cut that shit off, or trim it down a lot.
Yeah, so I have to have a full face, a half face, a PAPR. There's different levels of respirators that you got to wear. So I can't have no Osama bin Laden beard. You know what I'm saying? You can't have it. So you think I'm gonna quit my job? Is you crazy?
Right. I mean, and I want people to understand. You really listen, to have an Israelite beard, the mask will do you no service. Whatever chemical that is there, you will be exposed to it.
Right.
With your beard. So it's not like they're trying to be funny and they hate your religion. It's like your beard is really going to compromise your safety.
It'll break the seal.
Right. So I want them to understand that the mask won't do you any good. So you're with those dangerous chemicals being exposed to them, you're going to have some problems.
Wow. So brothers give up a job for because they don't want to cut their beard. You think that would?
Yeah, a lot of brothers I met over the years. Yep. And then Saturday Shabbat, a lot of brothers didn't do it for beards and for Saturday.
Hey, man, I'm going to shock y'all. I know brothers who are not religious who want to keep their beard and quit or got fired. Not religious. And didn't want to cut their beard and just, I'm like, wow. Don't know nothing about a Hebrew Israelite. And they didn't want to cut their beard.
Yeah, it's real. It's real. I done met them. You know, it ran across my mind for about maybe 5 seconds. I snapped back into reality.
Now I did challenge when I used to have braids in the same field. I didn't want to cut it, but at this time I was not in where you would be. I was in packaging, so it wasn't a big deal. But what I did was I used to wear a kufi on purpose, right? You know, the whole Muslim argument, like, oh, the religious, this is my religious garment, you know, because they can't really violate that. And I pulled that one off. I said, no. I'm wearing this kufi on purpose.
So you were a Muslim then?
No. But I knew how to use the religious, you know what I mean, doctrine. Yeah. Because you're not supposed to wear a hat or any cover on your head. No wave cap, nothing.
I could see you. I'm biased. You what we call it the job. You a SIT. What they call it? SHIT starter.
Oh yeah, that's factual. I will hold the company to the letter of the law. You're right. I don't give a damn what y'all don't accept. Huh?
I done seen it turn around on not just brothers and sisters, but because we got a union handbook, and a lot of times brothers they'll say, "Oh man, I just sat down on my break and and knowing we've been sitting down for 45 minutes." So then when the boss
I wouldn't do that.
When the boss come back, he'd be like, "Wait a minute, what you doing?"
No. Well, one thing about me is that I don't sit down. Like they gotta tell me to sit down. Like don't forget, I was semi-religious. Like I was like a demi-religious person. So I was half and half. I was like one foot in, one foot out. But we believe, as an Israelite, we believe we were Joseph in Egypt on the plantation, on a job. So I felt like I had to work better than everybody. So that was always my attitude on the job as an Israelite, or even like one foot in, one foot out. I felt like Joseph in Egypt. Like I had to be the best worker. So I wouldn't sit down. I'll be the example of what to do and what not to do on most of my jobs I worked for. Like I was the example of how to work. I was Joseph in my mind. That's a fact.
That's another thing about religion, which is why it's so successful. It always gives the religious people, they always have like a siege mentality, right?
They end up leaving anyway.
Yeah.
Leaving the Israelite doctrine.
Right.
Like, like we're the victims and we gotta do this to get out of being a victim.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now it definitely especially like the Abraham faith. No. Definitely anybody who it's really the Bible. So so Orthodox don't deal with the Bible, but the Nation of Islam does, and so does the Hebrew Israelites and all type of Christianity. So the Bible really puts you in that bum, I call it a bum spirit, where you're like, so when something don't go right, you're like, yep, it's the curses, or yep, it's Satan. You got a ready-made excuse to fail.
Mm-hmm.
And that was me, like pretty much almost my adult life. So that's why when I got out of it, that's why I'm so anti-pseudo. You dig? I'm like, nah, hell no, this shit is dangerous. It sent me back 20 years, 15 years. I could be doing this, doing that. And I waited so late to do it. Like, So I don't want to see other people, and definitely Black people, waste a large majority of their life in this stuff. That's why, I do what I do.
Mm-hmm.
So it puts me off. That's time I'll never get back.
Somebody just came on?
Somebody came on?
No, because I'm not hearing back like a recording or something.
Wait, one more time, say that again?
No, I was just hearing like you were in the background.
Okay, no. It's just us. It's just you, myself. I haven't looked at the chat yet. I have no idea what the chat's saying. But I just you, myself, and Eric.
Okay.
So let me see what the chat. So Eric might have got off.
Eric got off?
Yeah, because I heard that. I heard him leaving. So let me see. Where's the damn chat?
You mean the YouTube chat?
Yeah. Okay, I see it now. Yo, the way. Who's the way?
The way? You mean the watcher?
No, it says the way.
I don't know what that is. I know the watcher.
Oh yeah, the way SETI is. Yeah. Have you seen SETI videos lately, Google?
No, I wasn't even aware.
This dude is absolutely nuts now.
I didn't even know it was still around. I thought he.
Yes. I'm thinking he on the academia. Nope, he on some old conspiracy theory, cult type. I was so embarrassed and shocked.
So he was worse.
Yeah, like he went the other way. Like, yo, what the hell happened to SETI? Like, I thought he was doing the Egypt and doing history, and he went backwards. Occultic conspiracy theory type stuff. Like, oh no.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess he seen what it did for young Pharaoh, and he just felt like, maybe that's the way he should go.
They figure he gonna get some bread too.
Yeah.
Oh no, man. Didn't you see what happened to Pharaoh in the end?
Yeah, young Pharaoh is definitely and he's making videos now. Like he made another.
I seen one, I think, the other day, but I don't think anybody listening to him anymore.
No, it's over because he's talking about Buddha. He's all over the place right now. But I don't like whatever drug he smoked or somebody slipped him. I believe like he's done. Like he's not in the right mind right now.
You think so?
Yes, he did a video thinking that little Dirk was out to assassinate him.
Wait.
Yes.
No, that's crazy.
No, he said it. I played it in my video on my channel. He thought Little Dirk sent a rapper, because some rapper in Houston got locked up for a gun charge. That's like with Little Dirk and them. And I guess apparently young Pharaoh's in Houston, so he said Little Dirk sent the dude to go assassinate himself.
But why though?
In his mind, I guess his teachings. He did. I don't know how he connected that dot, but the dude is gone.
Man, seems like he went off the deep end.
Say that again.
No, I said it seemed like he went off the deep end.
Brother, he wait. Oh no, okay, you must didn't watch his videos. He been on the deep end.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, since he got locked up, I didn't watch any of his videos, but
no, once his baby mother, said he was abusive and all these things, he lost his mind ever since then. Like once she left him, he was never the same. Mentally, he was done.
Wow. Because I know that,
and she probably left him because he was mental already. You dig? Certain drugs messed his mind up. Because I have a friend, one of my closest friend, youngest brother, who's a grown man, 30-something, had did some drugs, and he started hallucinating, thinking Illuminati. I spoke to him. And so when I seen and things he was spewing, when I seen young Pharaoh, and this dude I'm talking about, I know personally, he would do live videos. He was walking with this little dog, and he was telling everybody that, hey, you got your dog unchained. No, don't worry, he's trained. I'm a trainer of dogs. I just lying, No, he listened to my commands, just lying. Like, but this again, I don't know what drug that is. So when I heard young Pharaoh start doing that, he reminded me of that dude I knew. Like, oh wow.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm facts, bro. Facts. I don't know what drug. I don't know what fentanyl. I don't know what that is. They're doing, but it's causing hallucination, and they become proficient in everything they do. This dude said he trains dogs. I knew this dude my whole life. He never trained one dog.
Wow. So they're that delusional till they start making stuff up?
Yes, dude. Oh my God. The dude said he trains dogs. I invited him to my apartment because again, I know this dude since he's little. And somebody told me it was crazy. I just wouldn't believe it. So I invited him over. Why'd I do that? This dude wouldn't shut up. This dude wouldn't shut up. And when he finally left, I dropped him off. He came another time, 2 a.m. at my crib, banging on doors and windows and stuff.
Wow.
Dude, I just slept through it. Ever since that, he never called or came back ever again. He was begging for about a good 20 minutes, bro. And I just slept through it.
I mean, how you show up at somebody's apartment at 2 a.m.? That's crazy.
Yep. 2 a.m. But I knew, So when I spoke to his mom and people, they told me that the dude was off. But he was known to dibble and dabble in the same drugs young Pharaoh was dibbling and dabbling in. A lot of these young dudes do the hallucination drugs because they think it gets to the pineal gland, some crazy foolishness. But they into that. They start hallucinating to a way where they can't come back. They don't come back from, bro.
Man, that's why I don't do drugs, man. That shit mess your mind up, no matter how you look.
Dude, the only drug I ever did in my life was alcohol.
I used to do, weed like a long time ago, way back. But that's it.
Yeah, I never did weed because when I see my friends how like they became a slave to it, so I was like, nah, I don't want to be like you.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one dude that my close friend. He couldn't. When I say nothing, when I come to his house, we couldn't start. I don't care if it's video games. I don't care if it's a conversation. We couldn't start anything until he rolled up first. I'm like, dang, so you that dependent? I said, nah, that ain't for me.
Yeah, man. I used to have friends and stuff. One of my friends, he was supposed to get a job, and he had to do like a drug test, and he couldn't handle it. He's supposed to stop smoking like 7 days before the test. He couldn't handle it.
Hey, yo, that's another reason I was so confused with my closest friends losing their jobs. I said, that's like crack. I'm like, no, I can't do that. Yo, so you can't stop for your livelihood?
No, man, he couldn't do it.
Hey, Google, my boy was a police officer and was fired for the worst way possible, smoking weed.
Wow.
A police officer smoking weed. He got fired for smoking weed.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not nice that he lost his job, but if you're a police officer, you know that you gotta arrest people for doing the same thing. You can't be smoking.
Right. And that's a contradiction because he would lock your ass up if you had weed on you.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yo, I couldn't believe, yo, what? You got fired for what? But now, when I did my video explaining how is it possible that marijuana is legal and illegal, before I explain, do you know how it's possible?
No.
Okay. And most people don't. And it's crazy because I never indulged in a drug in my life, but I know more about the laws about it than people who actually indulge in the drug. So the reason why it will never be, it's decriminalized, but it will never be legalized, right? Because the federal government says that they have not found sufficient evidence to prove this thing is any less addictive than crack and heroin. Okay?
Schedule 1.
Right. They said scientists have failed to prove that this is less addictive than crack and heroin. And as the stories we're sharing, we see that, that addiction is strong. Okay. So that's why it's decriminalized for the most part. And also the this is a trivial question, okay? How many governments there are in America?
Well, you have the federal government and the state governments. You have the county governments and the city governments.
Right. So there's a whole bunch.
Yeah.
So the average person would say one.
No.
No, but the average person will say one. So when they say government, they just think one government. It's like, no, dude, there's a bunch of governments. There's state governments and there's the national government. Now, when they say government, of course, they're thinking national, but they don't know that there's a state government.
Yeah, and even at the state level, you still have the county. County also have a government. And if you live in a city or even in a township, they also have a government. It's not as comprehensive or influential, but the government is still there.
So did you know state governments got their own constitution?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. See, okay, you know that, but I guarantee you, if we and again, just because we know this doesn't mean somebody who doesn't know it is less smart than us, right? Because they probably know something we don't know. But
yeah, I understand that. That's why it's a federal government, right? It's governing like a bunch of different territories or governments.
right. So I'm telling you, my boy, if we poll the chat and everybody and every panelist, I don't think maybe 1 or 2 people out of 10 would know that. This is uncommon information.
And your boy said drop the link. I guess he want to come school you on that.
Who's that? I'll drop it.
God body.
No, that's my boy. Yeah. Nah, it's one thing about me, Google, is that nobody's gonna school me on the government, right? So I shared videos, I shared links about all this, like how the government was formed, and so yeah. And now what you can do is you can add on to what I missed. You dig? But what you're not gonna do is nobody gonna school me because I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I was just being sarcastic.
Oh yeah. Nah. But God is my boy, and I'm encouraging him to hop on because he invited me on his podcast many times. I came on, so I'm like, yo, why don't you come on mine? And I think he did before, but I'm telling him that he need to come on more regularly.
Yeah, but no, I do like politics a little bit, so I actually follow politics. And when you follow politics, you also have to follow the history of the politics. So I kind of know this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Nah, so that's one thing. And again, like now, there's a chance that you guys know more than me, no problem. But what I'm actually saying is not false. Like nobody's gonna say you're lying.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Now I'll say that. All right, because I go over our constitutional rights. That's something I do. You dig? So Eric Bond's coming back in, and I think it's very important. I even talk about self-defense, how self-defense, not understanding self-defense laws in self-defense states will cost you your life, right? As far as in prison. Self-defense is not what people think. So I share videos explaining what self-defense is and what is not.
And it's different in each state. Like for example,
exactly right. And what you just said. You just said something very important. Yeah. Every state is different because every state is their own government and they have their own constitution. And some states don't have a constitution. That's optional. That's not a given.
I'm back. I dropped off.
Hey, peace, Eric.
My bad. My Wi-Fi. I ain't mean to cut in. I'm just letting you know I'm back.
Yeah. No problem. But Google, even though there's different self-defense laws, most of them are pretty much close with the same everything. You dig? Like for example, if I rob you with a gun and I threaten to kill you, okay? Now I don't know a state that goes against this. If I'm violent towards you with the gun, I might hit you in the head with the gun. If I go to run from you and hop in my car and make an exit, okay? And I put the gun in my pocket, I'm no longer a threat. Clearly on the camera. Unarmed. If you shoot at me and injure me, you're going to prison.
Yeah. Because that you can't really say that's self-defense at that point.
Right, because your life at that point is no longer in danger. I'm retreating with no weapon. I'm no longer a threat. Yeah, so but most people become emotional when they get hit with a gun or threatened, and when the threat's retreating, they still will be emotionally involved and they will discharge their gun or their weapon, whatever it is, and they'll find themselves being indicted or charged for some type of violent crime.
Yeah.
That's why most judges, they will ask people when they want to, what do they call it? When they want to defend themselves.
Oh, yeah, right. They want to appoint an attorney or represent yourself, right.
Yeah, they make sure they ask the person, are you sure? Because it's a lot of language in there.
Oh, yeah, they always discourage They rightfully always discourage
Exactly.
the person who wants to represent them. They always say, nah, that's not a good idea. You should seek legal counsel.
Oh, okay. You mean from self-representation?
Yeah. You gotta damn near make the judge let you do it. Because he's not he damn near gonna violate your rights and not let you. Because he know you're that's not the best option for most people. Now some people did it and done well with it, but for the average American, that's not the best option.
Yeah, I get it.
God body, what's up, man? Peace.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Peace.
You gotta hop on more often.
I got you. I just shit. You be going in on the Bible, so shit. I just be sitting back learning, man.
Now, but I ain't gonna lie. I am human. And sometimes we just want to make sure we're not crazy. Like, yo, am I bugging? Am I wrong? Yo, because somebody hop on and let this brother know, his sister know that this is what the Bible's saying. Like, yo, because when it's just me and that person, it seems like it just he's right because he says so, I'm right because I say so. So I'll be wanting people like to chime in like, yo, am I bugging? Am I wrong?
No, you ain't bugging, man. You be cooking them. I just be, you be walking them into, walls and shit. So I just be watching it. but no, y'all was talking about, like the judge and, defending yourself. Did you see the Daryl Brooks case, the sovereign citizen?
Oh, wait. So, oh, man, my God. I watched that. Oh, my God.
Yeah, and that's why the judge tell you not to represent yourself because they have to treat you like a baby through the whole trial.
Right.
And then it led to him getting 6 life consecutive sentences, more than 700 years. So
they basically, it couldn't have gone worse then.
Right. It's just, yo, man. People represent themselves in traffic tickets and things like that. And even that's like, it's like, dude, know what you're talking about, or they're gonna really burn you for wasting their time. They tell you, if anybody try to like, it don't matter if you try to expunge something off your record, whatever you do, like that's pretty much representing yourself. They let you know that they cannot really help you but so much in court.
Mm-hmm. What I mean, it's hard work too, because then you gotta go study up, read a bunch of different laws. And some of these laws are written in some crazy language that you gotta decipher.
Speaking of language too, I was just looking up something like in the federal system when they have prisoners, right? Like the state jails, they have like the state prisons, you can speak in any type of language, right? But like in certain federal max joints, you got to, no matter if you're a Muslim or terrorist, you got to speak in English. But a lot of people they may know, but they fighting against that too because the United States, it doesn't have an official language, even though English is primarily spoken, but it's no official language in the UK. I think it's in the UK, the US, and a couple of other nations, but there's no official language in the United States. People just think English is the official, but it's not. There's no one particular language.
That's weird.
It's weird, but it's also crazy because you know how those racist people like to tell immigrants speak English.
Right.
Language.
Right. Somebody told me that years ago. I had to look it up. Of course, you're gonna look it up. I'm like, damn, that is kind of crazy. I always thought it was English. It's like, no, hell no, it ain't no official language in the United States.
It was English. I didn't know that either. I guess you learn. I learn something new all the time. I learned 2 things today. I learned a bunch of things today.
That's why I like talking to you, bro. I'm glad I found this channel.
So, Bias, you said you know about the politics. I had a question.
Yeah.
Like when the Supreme Court ruled like the abortion stuff, and like like they could still get abortions in democratic states. Like, how is that possible? What is that like?
Yeah. So states, okay, because abortion is not constitutional, right? So that they can't force it. The states can choose whether they want to do something or not. So basically, every state is sovereign, as long as it does not violate the Constitution. They can add it, as like a law or a custom in their state, their jurisdiction.
Yeah,
So,
and additionally, when the Supreme Court ruled on Roe versus Wade, they're basically saying, based on their interpretation of the Constitution, that it was wrong to permit certain abortions. But now, what this Supreme Court has done is gone back and said, no, in their opinion, that opinion was wrong, and so that is now struck down, and so it goes back to each individual state to determine the correct rulings on abortion.
and on the flip side, your Second Amendment is supposed to grant you the right to bear arms, right? But where I'm at, New Jersey, New York, the tri-state, we never was afforded that right. So, and I always, when I got into, my constitutional rights, I always wondered, like, why the hell, like, ain't that a violation? And then, lo and behold, when they did the abortion thing, they reviewed that and they said, yeah, nah, New Jersey, New York, the tri-state, you guys also are able to, you're supposed to be able to bear arms to protect yourself. So that was struck down. The fact that we couldn't bear arms, that was struck down. And there's certain, so the state said, yeah, and the state is going to like give us different rules on how that's done, like different requirements. Mm-hmm. But now we're able to bear arms. But I don't think we're allowed to carry, I think we could travel, but it got to be like in the trunk of some weird stuff. Like we can't have it on us.
Well, you could get a concealed carry permit, no?
Oh yeah, that's what I want.
But it's not easy to get that. I think
but I don't like that. See, I think that's still violating. I shouldn't be subjected to some thug, some criminal that want to just, look at me as a target and want to, enforce their will on. I think I should be able to have an army. So when these super predators approach me, I could take them out on the spot, like John Wayne. Which I can't wait to do.
My buddy was telling me at the gig, he was like, Eric, this young, but a guy, it ain't like y'all know, but it's like this young Caucasian guy. He's a big gun guy. And he was telling my buddy he was going through like some mental issue. He a regular person, but he's just going through some stuff at home, and he started taking medicine. And my buddy was saying, he's supposed to turn in them guns. I didn't know that. Once you get on certain medicine and stuff, you ain't supposed to have them.
Oh, yeah. So that's what Dr. Umar misrepresented that. Like he provided scare tactics or black ops stuff, conspiracy theories when he said that. It's like, yes, dude, if whatever drug you're using can cause you to hallucinate or not think straight, you should be the last person with a deadly weapon in your hand.
Yeah, you're supposed to turn them in.
That's a fact. So when he said ADHD, like he really just super reached with that. I mean, like just embarrassing for somebody who claims that's their lane. He super reached with that one. Like it has to be a real hard drug that impairs your decision making. He super reached with that one.
So you said Umar was wrong?
Way out the window and only by himself. Like no other clinical psychologist, none of his conclusions other clinical psychologists agree with. Not one. The dude is in his own lane, like all the way like Dr. Chris Wilson. Like he's in his own lane. He's by himself.
You gotta be careful with that.
Nah, I challenge anybody to hop on here and show me how a missing dad is a reason for ADHD.
Did Umar come through Sinetta too, or he was in his own lane?
Yeah, he was the only psychologist that came to that conclusion. Now, there's other psychologists that don't agree with medicine. They think there's other ways to deal with ADHD, but guess what? They all believe it's real. They just think there's other ways to deal with it besides medicine. He's the only one that concluded it's because the dad's not there.
And going back to that brother, if I could interject, brother Godbody, I've been watching Umar damn near since the DVDs was flooding the streets in the early 2000s. He was before Sinetta. He was out in the streets heavy. He was still talking about that school, like 20 years later.
Yeah, it'd be
Before
crazy.
Sarnetta, though?
Was it like New York?
Before
Or?
Sinetta, I mean, he had a platform, he had an audience before. It wasn't like Sinetta put him up, put him on the scene. He was already out.
Oh, that's what you mean. I get you now. I thought you mean that he was doing this before Sarnetta, because Sarnetta been out here for a minute.
No, that's what I'm saying. He had his own platform. Umar had his own platform. He didn't really have a YouTube show, but he had his own lane.
Yeah. But Sarnetta been doing it before YouTube too.
But what do you think?
No, I'm not trying to contradict you. I was just saying.
No, I was just asking specifically, did he come through Sinetta platform type? I ain't know about him before.
No.
Oh, no. I think he was there before, but
Yeah, no, he was definitely Sinetta got him because he was making waves, and then Sinetta invited him more. Yeah, that's what happened.
Sarnetta brought a lot of people into the I want to say spotlight, but he brought a lot of people here.
And then they went crazy.
Yeah, Ambassador was telling me that said he's still out here making videos and stuff.
Yeah,
but now he's losing it. I don't know.
Yeah, his videos are embarrassing, bro. Like I wouldn't even dare share one. I think Young Pharaoh, some videos of Young Pharaoh might be worthy to talk about, but Seti, he's gone.
Wow. That blows my mind, yo. You don't even know.
Yeah, his videos are too stupid to share. It's like not even worth it.
But to me, on that platform, Seti, he was the coldest debater. To me, that's to me.
He was back in the day. I mean, we know now that some of his information was wrong, but at the time,
yeah, but it doesn't matter because he was still a good debater,
Yeah, but at the time we didn't know that. We thought he was the shit.
Right.
Yep.
Because debating is not really about being correct; it's about winning.
Yeah. But now that you say these videos are embarrassing, that's crazy.
Embarrassing. Like you would never.
You're basically saying he got worse.
I mean, the dude. Who can I say? Like the dude, like Apostle Zaquan, like that's like Seti.
Wow.
He's not worth a debate or discussion. It's like, nah, you too far, bro. I'm good. Like, no offense to Apostle Zaquan, you, in my opinion, bro, you make shit up. So it's not. I'm not even interested in talking with you. Like you, I mean, like you could come on once, we could just do it just for the hell of it. But I don't take you serious. Like you make up shit. You can't read it in the Bible. It's not fun. But he says I'm running. Dude, you could hop on. I mean, you was already on here. How was I running? But you could hop on.
You talked to Apostle?
Yeah, he came on, and he was all over the place, just making shit up.
You don't like me too much because almost everything Apostle says he's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, but he makes it up. Like, dude, that's not even in the Bible.
You know what? Hey, you know what? Today on Sinetta, he was eating a bowl of greens, right? He was just kind of, playing around with the Thanksgiving thing, right? So he plugged in Apostle, and Apostle was chewing on something. He was like, "See, there you go, Apostle. You eating that Thanksgiving meal too." And Apostle got mad. He was like, "No, it ain't, man. I'm eating a piece of candy."
Yeah, Apostle don't like me. He cuss me out all the time. If you mention my name to him, he gonna tell you like, "Nah, he don't want to talk to me."
Because you know what he gonna do? He gonna say, "Man, I've been researching this for 40 years." And be like,
Yeah.
"All right, bro, man, come on, bro."
That's why I asked him, 40 years and you still ain't get better? And he says some stuff that like nobody else says. Like, Apostle, where you get this stuff? And he started telling you where we come up from and he used to be a Christian. All this stuff. It never gets you a straight answer.
I mean, see, like we could do, because I used to argue a lot too, right? When I had that little fire, you be overzealous. Once you learn something, you come into the Hebrew code, or anything, you Muslim, whatever, you Christian, you had that fire. And it's like, now it's like he come on the tail end. It's like, ain't nobody really debating like that on like the Hebrew side. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody really arguing like that.
Yeah, as you talk about that fire, man, I remember when I just came out of Christianity and started to realize that this stuff wasn't true, man. Everybody I was trying to debate, I don't know if you all got that experience. Everybody who said they're Christian or a believer, they was getting it. Yeah, but now, I'm mellowed out. I now know that, you gotta pick and choose who you talk to about what.
Yeah.
That's why, I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes when I'm biased and Apostle on here, I kind of fade back. I just jump off. I'm like, nah, I don't really feel like dealing with. I don't really want to argue. I like the brother. I'm sure he got good intentions, but I really don't. Okay, brother, I've been studying. I mean, I'm in my mid 40s, but I've been studying long as far as the Hebrew way longer. He keeps saying 40 years overall, but I'm like,
47.
Yeah, but you new to the Hebrew.
Right.
I've been studying this since 06, bro.
Yeah, so I didn't know that he was a Lynn guest. If Lynn is an indigenous black, if I'd known that, then I would already knew, okay, this is a clown show. I didn't know. I thought he was like coming from Facebook, how I invite people over. I didn't know he was a Lynn guest.
And he claimed he can read Hebrew, but I don't know.
I never heard it.
No, he says it, but I don't think, I'm not gonna say I don't think he can, but he probably can, put words together, but I don't think he's fluent enough in it to say that he can read it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because Zion Lex say the same thing, but when I hear Zion Lex speak, it checks out. Sometimes when I read it, it checks out. So Zion Lex, he will never make the mistake to say this word said black, so you're a black Hebrew in the Old Testament. He won't do that because he know that's not meaning a race. Now I bet you Apostle does. I bet you he'll do it.
Yeah, no, Apostle goes straight. Apostle even says, like, straight up, like that the Israelites were African people. He even tried to debate me one time about the Egyptians and the sea peoples. Like, he trying to say the sea peoples, some of them were Egyptians. I'm like, Apostle, are you serious?
He makes it up, and for me, like I'm too matter of fact to like deal with that. You know what I mean? Like I'm too serious. Like, dude, I don't want to play games like that.
If you debate Apostle, or if you have a conversation with him, I think you already did. But this is what I'm going to tell you. Like, almost every time he speaks, you got to fact check it. I'm telling you.
And look, I'm going to invite him more, probably tomorrow if he pops up. Just for the record, just so people can just see, right? We're going to talk about the virgin birth and whatever else he wants to talk about. Whatever else crazy doctrine.
I would want to hear that conversation about the virgin birth, because I heard the the One West view of it, but I don't know what he's gonna come with.
Okay, so he already said he's not One West. He is, all right, because he came on my show already with LJ. LJ was talking to him. I was kind of like falling back, let him go at it. So LJ was bringing out verses, and this fool would contradict himself. It was really embarrassing, really. And then he'll turn his head away from the camera and microphone and start talking, and nobody, even the chat, can't hear him. Like, dude, we can't hear you. And coincidentally, he would do that when he gets stuck. When LJ hit him with something, he'll turn his head and start talking away from the microphone. Like, yeah, what are you doing? We can't hear you. And then he'll say, he studied for 47 years. I asked him, in my mind, a simple question from a popular story. He didn't know. I'm like, yo, how the hell you studied for 47 years and you don't know a popular story in the Bible? Nigga, no, you're lying. You're lying. So, again, Apostle, if you watching, I'm going to go live in the morning. I'm going to be live all day tomorrow. You dig? You're welcome. You got a 1 hour and a half limit, and you got to go. But you can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
It's the thing too. You know, he feel like everybody's trying to cut him off or picking on him. It's like, no, every platform you go, ain't nobody cutting you off, bro. You long-winded. You long-winded, brother.
Bro, DJ Focus is the same way. Let me finish. Like, dude, you've been talking for 20 goddamn minutes and you trying to tell me I gotta let you finish?
Yeah, but this is the issue too. He will say that, but as soon as you start to speak, he cut you off.
It's like, damn, I was on that day when LJ was telling him, and not that I agree, you know, but he was saying It was written, he was swearing up and down the words that was written above Christ's heads was in Aramaic, Hebrew, and Greek. And me and LJ was trying to tell him, no, it was in Latin, Hebrew, and Greek, right? He was swearing up and down, and he was like, oh, okay. But he had yelled for like 10 minutes. No, it was in Aramaic. It was in Aramaic.
See, so the way I take that, like, there are some mistakes we're human, you're allowed to make, right? But there are some mistakes you're not allowed to make if you're claiming to be proficient in that area. So earlier I was watching this. Let me show you. Let me share my screen. I'm not gonna play the video. I'm just gonna show you my screen. I was watching this Israelite group. Let me just share my screen. Oh boy. Okay. Let me just see where it's at. Oh my God. Yeah. This gotta be it right here. Okay, yeah, this is it. All right. Let me share my screen. These guys, like these some Hebrew Israelites that this is called the virgin birth, whatever.
Okay. That's Sakari?
Nah, this is another up and coming Israelite group. They're actually growing pretty fast. They call it True Nation of Israelite Congregation. They're growing pretty fast. Sakari is growing, and they're growing simultaneously with them. Same doctrine, basically, but they're growing with them. I ain't gonna lie. I've been sipping my holy water, and I forgot what the hell I was going.
No, I was gonna say you was bringing up Zion. That's why I do appreciate, and I think you said and a couple of other brothers before. That's what kind of had me go back to the beginning of the book instead of, I kind of left the New Testament alone so much because there's so much abstract in the New Testament. And then I just found just over the years, brothers that's grounded in the Old Testament, they most solid when it comes to debates or information. They solid.
And look, let me say this real fast before I forget. If I was to ever go back in time, I would be an Old Testament Israelite. So when they go to the Old Testament, I don't blame them. Like, yeah, you're more safe there.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I don't have much for you,
Yeah, it's concrete.
Yeah, but the New Testament Israelites, yeah, you're in trouble. Like Tazariak, nah. Hey, and you, when I say embarrassing, as I told you, said he was embarrassing. Tazariak virgin birth debate this guy, I mean, I debated harder people than him. This guy is, and look, he can't change what he said, so it's over. So I'm gonna hold him to what he said. This guy said, if you guys read the Bible, he said Matthew and Luke are both Joseph's lineage. This dude is done.
Yeah, no, it's two different lineages.
Yeah, he's done. So that means he got to do the jump through hoops. He got to do all the shit to make that make sense. But he's done. I couldn't believe he went that route. Like, nah, like most Hebrew Israelites, they ignore Luke chapter 3, by the way. They don't speak about it. They speak because they can't explain it. So they speak about Matthew's only. I was surprised that he mentioned Luke and said they both were Joseph's lineage. I'm like, okay, this dude is too beneath me on this subject. And I don't ever believe, if you watch my videos, he'll never debate me. That guy, his camp, will never debate me. The other guys probably will. Him, with what's on the line, nah. He'll never do it.
So you're trying to say Tazara could never debate you?
He will duck me.
He probably will, because I see him duck a few.
Yeah. He will duck, but he ducked Pastor Bennett.
Uh-huh.
He's gonna duck me too. And Pastor Bennett is beating everybody up.
Yeah.
The only two losses, in my personal opinion, that I give Pastor Bennett is early in his career. It was Unk and Asar on the same topic, Big Bang. I thought he did a horrible job. And I thought Asar and Unk destroyed him. It wasn't even close. After that, I think he beat everybody up, including Dr. Mayat.
I didn't watch even Dr. Mayat.
Yeah, I think he won that one, hands down.
I know he made Chris Harris run.
Yeah, and well, he made Tazariak get off the thing a little early. He made Polite hop off early. Yeah, so Pastor Bennett been kicking ass. He's pretty tough now because he adopted how we debate in this community. And he got very good at it.
And he a preacher, so he got that, that
swag,
you need, for a debate, yeah.
Yeah, he's perfect for it. Like, I'm boring.
Yeah.
You don't like me. But
Well, I don't know if you're boring, but like, I wouldn't be debate material, but I can have a conversation.
Right. Yeah, and that's how I do it. Like, I don't phrase it as a debate because I'm not I'm not polite, right? I'm not the gift of gab. So I'm not gonna wow you, but we're just talking. I think that's my best advantage, just a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I think Pastor Bennett, he's kind of like the hood version. No, with no disrespect, but he's like the hood version of like a Jamal Bryant. He's very charismatic.
Yeah. Yo,
Like
what about
like a Geno Jennings?
Yeah, now I was gonna say that name next. I was gonna say, what do you think about Geno Jennings, Eric Bond?
Oh, he kind of in the realm. You know what? After I came out the church and then I was doing apologetics, then like around 05, 06, I started listening to Tony Smith real heavy. Him and Tony Smith.
That's my guy, Pastor Tony Smith. Yeah, that's my boy right there.
Yeah, that's what really got me sharp in the scripts too. It really made me study. Tony, Geno Jennings really made me study. And then when I got with the brothers, and I started studying with GMS and them real heavy, I call it jailhouse ministry. We would spend hours. We would spend hours in the scripts. So just, when I listen to Apostle, I'm like, I already know where he's going. Each verse, you know what I'm saying? I already did it, brother.
Uh-huh.
I know where you're going.
Yeah, man. I never been like introduced to it, but I just was, when I came out, I was listening to Ray Higgins. Y'all know Ray Higgins, right?
Yeah, Ray Higgins. Yeah. Ray Higgins was like he was like real churchy.
Yeah, no, that's where I started. After I, because I was in church, and then I was like, nah, this not working for me. So I started at Ray Higgins.
Yeah,
that's what. Yeah.
I seen him at a conference personally.
Now look, Ray Hagan was he was targeted, okay? Because what he said, don't forget, what he said, in my opinion, was true. It is that we were so deep in blackology that was taboo to say something like that.
Yeah.
So we believe every cop killing, every cop shooting is the cop's fault, regardless of anything. White cop, black man, black suspect, black dead person, white cop wrong, no matter what. So what Ray Hagan was trying to bring out the facts, and people was not, they were emotional, like emotional white folks of the 1920s. Okay, black folks have become like that. Like white folks can't be good at all, no matter what. It's always white folks' problem. So we became like white folks in the height of Jim Crow, like looking past other white folks offending black folks. They just shrugged it off as, hey man, that's just life. That's how we become today. Like we just say, if it's a white man assaulting a black man, white man automatically guilty. No matter the excuse, the reason, he's just guilty. And Ray Hagan was at the wrong time trying to explain the facts.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, even today, it's still here. That kind of attitude, it's still here. It's basically blackology, right?
Yeah, it's 100% blackology.
But I guess now I have grown past Ray Higgins. At that time, I thought he was the man, but I've grown past that. Right, I don't understand that some of what he's saying is not accurate, but
Yeah. He was a baby, and he messed up when he challenged Dr. Wesley Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he really sealed his fate. You know about that debate?
I never watched it, but I know of it.
Yeah, it was embarrassing because he was saying things about Islam. A lot of memes. Like he's going about memes. Nothing he really put a lot of time in. And Dr. Wesley Muhammad challenged him, and when they got on the stage, Dr. Wesley Muhammad went first, and he was the only person to go. Ray Higgins bounced.
And then said he put the nail in him when for one, Higgins was he brought some different information, at that time in the early 2000s, but then he was still too churchified, like with the suit and stuff on. A lot of people feeling that. So he didn't really get in tune like with the street level. He was still like on the church stuff. And then Seti, when he exposed them being a part of the New Jersey, matter of fact, out where you at, the New Jersey Fraternal Order of Police, Seti did a video on him. So he was done with that.
And that's the thing, like my position on police is like anti-blackology. It's like, yo, especially New Jersey. That like for Seti to do that in Detroit, I don't know what he's thinking. But New Jersey, certain pockets, especially Newark, it's like 80%, 60% black. What color?
More than 60. More like 80.
Right. So what color do you think the cops are going to be? They're going to be black. Why would you want white cops patrolling the black community? You would want black cops. So if it's black cops, they don't come from heaven. They come from These are people you went to school with, people you play basketball with, went to bingo with. These are people you know.
Yeah, but that's how it's supposed to be. You don't want strangers coming in and being the cop.
Yeah. So these are people you know, and these are people who will never do you wrong. Like they give you the fair shake as much as they can. Like how they pull people over and it's discernment, if I take it or not. These are people I won't write you a ticket. I benefited, man. Listen, I love when there's a black person pulling me over, and I'm not saying I get over all the time, but it's a great chance I am. White person, Hispanic person, Chinese, it ain't happening. I don't expect it at all.
But if it's a black person, it's more likely that you get a fair shake, right?
Right. So I don't know the blackology argument against first of all, you're supposed to so we don't want police. We just want to let the gangbangers, the criminals rule and oppress us. So if somebody steals my car, I'm supposed to not just call the cops. I'm supposed to just let the car just get stolen and just pay the car note anyway. Like what we doing here? What we doing here? Yeah, they gotta make that make sense. If you rob me still, I'm calling the cops. Period.
So what else you supposed to do?
Yeah. This whole criminal element people trying to bring and enforce on black people, tax-paying people. Yeah, nah. Y'all criminals, y'all stay where y'all at. We stay where we at. And if y'all cross in our area, we're gonna deal with y'all like we do everybody else. We're gonna call the cops.
So basically, if somebody rob you, if you don't call the cops to try to get justice, I guess the only other thing left is handle it yourself.
Street justice. Rob Bourne said. Rob Bourne said, and if you're listening, don't get mad at me. You said it. You said street justice.
Yeah, but if we do street justice, we all end up dead or something.
It'll be like Bloods and Crips because I'm gonna handle you. You're a horrible guy, but somebody who's good loves you to the death, right? So that person's involved, and now everybody love that person.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a cycle.
Right. And then it's never and then somebody loves me, you kill me, it just goes over and over and over and over.
Yeah, I can't see through that. You need the police, no matter what nobody said.
I agree.
And I'm not saying the police is all good. There needs to be some, I think, some reform when it comes to policing, but the police is necessary.
Yeah, so a Google Scholar, I meant to ask you this earlier. Well, where are you from? Are you from the United States?
No, I was born in Jamaica, but I'm here now. I'm in Jersey City.
Okay, cool. So that's good. Because our experience with cops is totally different than people from the South.
Mm-hmm.
So I get why they hate cops or have a certain view. I get it. You dig? But up here, in New York, there's areas where police officers black police officers are 60% on the force. So there's a hell of a great chance when you get pulled over in certain cities, it's gonna be a black cop.
Yeah, and even like, I don't know your experience, but I've never been pulled over by just one cop. It's always like at least two or at least a group.
I had one a few times.
I don't know if it never happened to me where it's just one.
Yeah. Well, they're not supposed to, you know what I mean? But some cops do it. And like I play videos on cops, actions, and they get criticized by former cops. They do a review. Yeah, but some cops are supposed to call for backup in certain instances, and sometimes they don't. So it's like we on the cop. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just do it themselves. They just go out there and like dispatch tell them, okay, fall back, let the other guy come, and they don't. They go ahead and just do what they want to do. That happens a lot.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought you're supposed to follow the instructions you get from dispatch.
No, because that's the thing with Zimmerman, and what people don't understand, people speak on Zimmerman, Trayvon Martin, but they don't understand anything about it. They have never really read anything on it. Dispatch, when they told Zimmerman to back off, dispatch is not law enforcement, so that's just their gut feeling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when they say, "Hey, don't go in that building," you call the cops. You can disregard. You don't gotta listen. They're not law enforcement.
I see. I get what you're saying. I just didn't know. I thought like unless like if dispatch give you an instruction, you follow it. Unless it's like somebody trying to come at you, that you gotta take it into your hands. But
nah, it's their personal opinion. It's their personal assertion. That's it. It's nothing more than that. It's nothing lawful at all. They're not police officers. They're you and I. We can work in dispatch, and we have no law training. That's just their personal feeling, their personal suggestion.
Yeah.
That's it.
And that's kind of weird then, because are you giving support to somebody about the law when you don't actually know what the law is?
Yep. Because the only way to make dispatch have authority, they got to be a police officer. So then that eliminates the average John and Jane getting a job there. So now we got to be police officers to be dispatched. So it becomes like a big problem.
I don't know about being police officers per se, but I mean, you would have to go through certain particular training, right?
Google. There's nothing where I got to listen to somebody other than a police officer or a judge.
I get what you're saying. You don't
So
have
it don't
to.
matter what training you do. If you're not a police officer, I'm not obligated to listen to you. That's every fashion in this country.
No, I get you, but the dispatch is not talking to you. It's talking to the officer. It's
right.
supposed to be assisting the officer.
Right. So, yeah, but even then, like the officers would know more. You know, again, it's still going to be a disconnect because the officer going to say, "Well, I'm a cop and you're not." So I don't care what training you did. If I go by your advice and I mess up, it's on me. It's not on you. You know.
Yeah. Well, you're right. There's that.
Yeah. Officer, really? He got a gun, officer? Okay, you can shoot him. You dig? I shoot him and I'm in prison. Dispatcher, no, it's not that. Yeah, so that's why like they would have to literally be a cop.
And even with that, what you just said, even being a cop, it would still be touch and go, right?
Yeah, just because a cop don't have to listen to another like his peer, a sergeant, lieutenant, something different, but another just
a regular cop.
No.
Yeah.
The person on the scene has the right over somebody who's assisting him. The person assisting has nothing to say. Like they can recommend things, but the person who pulled you over can just ignore that person.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, don't give her a ticket. He could be like, nah, I'm getting a ticket. And then there's nothing you can say.
Unless he's like a superior, right?
Right. That's it. He can say, no, don't write a ticket. So that's how that works. The rest is real, straightforward.
That's why most of the time when they get into them big lawsuits, they usually have a bench trial instead of a jury trial.
Mm-hmm. Because the judge would be more favorable to them, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, I would.
Yeah.
I would. I want a bench trial. I wouldn't, especially in this climate today. Most people, they're going to say, hell no, you did something to my cousin or something,
Especially if it's in a black neighborhood, right?
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I never got jury duty. Have you all got jury duty before?
Every time I get it, I ignore it. I don't respond. I act like I never got it.
I had it 4 times. I never been put on the jury, but I had to go down and sit in there.
I never went down there. I called their bluff.
Yep, I had it 4 times, man. Don't you know what? I got a quote unquote knock on wood. They may send me some Monday in the mail or something.
look, Google. I probably had it 4 times too. The guy body, but I never went there. I called their bluff. I said, I ain't going. You got to force me to go. I'm not going. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do because according to your society, right, your neighbor, you're supposed to go. That's your civil duty to be the good juror, to make a correct ruling. That might be a mistrial. That might be a not guilty sentence. So I'm not bragging. I'm just saying I just wasn't beat.
Or you could be like my man. You're just not selected.
I'm not put myself in the number thing. The lottery pool.
You know what I learned?
I'm not buying a ticket. I just ain't going.
Because potentially, right, if you don't want to be selected, you can just go there and mess it up, right?
Yeah, but you could also just not go like me and just ignore
it.
There's a chance that
is it any kind of case you can get put on, like a murder case, or is it certain cases? Like,
now you can get put on. Let me tell you, about 7 years ago, I had went. I'm out here in Chicago, so I had to go to the one downtown, and I learned from it. Well, no, that was long because I was going through a divorce with my ex-wife, but it was longer than that. But anyway, our group had got selected. It was like 18 of us, and then we had went to the chambers or whatever, and it was a civil trial. It was this dude. He was filing a claim against State Farm. He had an accident or something, and then they were saying, well, they read everybody, like me and this other dude, we got bounced because we was going through a divorce. It's a lot of technical science behind it. I didn't even know that. They was like, they ain't want nobody going through nothing, or
it's a fact.
None of that. And then they was just like, you only need 6 jurors on a civil case. So I learned from them. I'm like, oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I thought
you learned that from Devil Advocate with Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know at the time, so I'm like, damn, I learned something. I got my little $18 check and just gave it to my job. You know, they paid me for a full day, but
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is. You know, I learned a little bit about it, but yeah, they was the lawyers, they was like, no, we ain't gonna take so we ain't taking Eric, we ain't taking this dude,
Yeah.
not taking this dude.
They look at me, they like, nah, we don't want him.
Yeah, they got it down to a science, them lawyers, man.
Yeah. Which I find a problem with. Like, well, how's that? You know, that's like stacking the deck.
But I'm biased. Couldn't they, if you ignore it, couldn't they potentially subpoena you?
I heard that, and don't forget, man, at this time, I'm like 20, I'm in my early 20s. I'm Nation of Islam.
Okay.
Dig. That's my mentality. Screw the beast. I ain't going. I'm Muhammad Ali. Lock me up. And nobody ever subpoenaed me. Nobody ever threatened me. I just never ever went. And if I get it now, I just ignore it again. I had one recently. I just shredded it. Okay, whatever. I shredded it. Hey, I don't take it serious.
Yeah, but if you get subpoenaed, then you would have to go because you don't want to get arrested behind that.
Yeah. If they subpoena me, yeah, I'm not going to sit in no damn COVID-19 cell. I'm never gonna go.
You don't want to be.
I looked at it as a free day for me, because I was like, damn, I ain't got to wear this respirator then.
So you basically can make it a way for you not to get picked anyway.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you could just act like you biased from the jump. They'll be like, nah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can be like, yo, he guilty, yo, man. I ain't y'all talking about. He guilty, man. R. Kelly's a piece of shit. He's guilty. I'm not hearing nothing y'all talking about. I watched enough about this guy. He's guilty.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like you're guilty. You gotta
guilty.
He looks like he's guilty.
Some of the major trials, the jurors, they get the $1 million book deals after like the OJ trial jurors, they got $1 million book deals after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those are high profile trials. Not. Yeah.
Yeah, I now that's a case. That's a case I follow. I can't say 100%. I'm gonna say about 75%. I watch 8-hour closing arguments. Johnny Cochran. I watched 12-hour cross examinations. F. Lee Bailey. I can say I really watched a lot of that case. You know, so I understand the arguments and the time frame. You know, so what I would say is this: I don't believe he's innocent, OJ. But based off everything I listened to and research, but he definitely didn't kill her. But that don't mean that he didn't have something to do with the killing. So I would say he was probably a conspirator. You know, he probably arranged it, but he definitely was not there. He might have been there afterwards, but he was not there during the murders.
They messed up when they made him try that glove on, because once it didn't fit, it was over then.
And I see, but Johnny and them knew it wasn't fit because they all knew he was not there. And maybe he told them like, yo, I wasn't there. Like, yo, okay, whatever y'all think about me, you think I'm a piece of shit, whatever. You think I'm involved, whatever, but I was not there. And I think they believed him. And they knew he wasn't there. And that's why they were so confident, because Johnny Cochran, they were talking big shit, bro. So
they
no,
call
I
him
did not think he
the
was
dream
innocent.
team. The
Yep,
lawyers
I think he arranged it, but he was not there. He did not commit the murders. And that's why he got off.
Yeah, that legal team must have caused a harm in the leg, right?
Oh yeah. He almost damn near went bankrupt. The Kardashians and everybody, yeah. But that was very brilliant, though.
Yeah.
Shapiro, he had a cold team.
Shapiro. Yeah, that was very, very brilliant. But F. Lee Bailey, that cross examination, F. Lee Bailey killed Mark Furman. Oh my God.
He killed him.
He set him up and then dunked on him. Tomahawk alley dunked on him.
He was done after that, right? Nobody ever seen him again after that, right?
Yeah, because he did something else where he violated something, and they took his what you call it when they take it from you, your ability to like be a lawyer.
Yeah, your
Oh,
law license.
the license.
Yeah, they were like, so who knows? I haven't really read into what he actually did, but he apparently they said he did something that was violation to not, they could take it from him. But it might have been, because I believe personally that it could have been something to do with the LJ case, that they just looked for something.
Yeah, it's barred.
Yeah.
Yeah, disbarred him. Yep.
Yeah, disbarred. That's it. Yep.
They
Because
did that.
all of them had bad luck after that. Really, Cochran died. A lot of them got disbarred, and none of them really made noise after that.
Your Kardashian father died.
Yeah, see, all of them had like misfortune after that.
So Kardashian represented Snoop before the OJ case. Like that was before.
Represented who?
Snoop Dogg murder.
Oh, so really?
No, Snoop Dogg murder case. I thought that was Robert Kardashian. That was.
I'm not sure.
No, that was that was another Italian dude. He was Suge Knight lawyer. Damn, I could see his face, but he may have been on the team, but the lead lawyer, he was God, man, I could see his face. He was an Italian dude. He's still around. He about 70 now.
Yeah, you know what? I was a huge Snoop Dogg fan, and after that case, I just don't think he rapped the same afterwards, man. I think that ruined his his momentum. I think it ruined his spirits. You dig, to like his motivation. But Snoop was not the same rapper after that. Like I even bought the Dogfather. That shit was trash. I bought the Master P album. That was trash. Yeah, he did not rap the same after that, man.
So what you Johnny Cochran, a representative? Yeah,
it was Cochran, and the dude's name was the other white dude name was David Kenner.
Yeah, man, Snoop, man, his momentum dropped after that. Yeah, I was like the only East Coast person loving that New York, big city of dream. Yeah, that song was flawless, bro. That video, that was hard. New Yorkers was they was mad as hell. No, you play that song, you probably get jumped. You dig? Man.
Snoop still hanging in there. He got commercials every time you turn on the TV.
Yeah, now he's like probably one of the most well-liked rappers of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still I seen him on commercials. He do like TV shows and stuff like that.
Yeah, he gotta be the most well-liked rapper of all time. He gotta be. Everybody loves Snoop.
I don't think he's music anymore, do he?
No, he might be featured here and there, but no, he don't do music.
He definitely the most recognized, like globally, like black hip hop artist.
Oh yeah, hands down.
Right now,
go ahead.
Like what you said, the most recognizable. You mean today?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. In rap history, the most recognizable globally, like on a global stage. Everybody knows Snoop. Everybody.
And don't forget he's beloved. Not only that, recognized, he's beloved the most globally.
Yeah, but beloved I get it, but I don't know about recognizable, especially among let's say 25 and younger. A lot of them don't know who Snoop is.
I don't believe that, Google. I don't believe that.
Yeah, Snoop. Everybody know Big Snoop, dog. He like the big uncle.
Look, there was a big fighting match, and Snoop Dogg was a fighting commentator.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's huge. Like who the hell invite a somebody who don't? That's like a professional thing to do.
He was the best commentator ever, bro.
Yeah. And everybody like that got hella views. Everybody loved what he was saying.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying people don't know him, but I'm saying he's not the most recognizable rapper nowadays.
So who do you think? You think 50 Cent?
Probably Drake.
Yeah, Drake right now. Okay, as far as like doing music, but I'm saying as far as like a persona and a personality, hands down is Snoop.
Yeah. No, like an icon. But I know if you're talking about rappers right now, it's probably Drake.
Yeah, well, since you open that can, I must say Drake is the GOAT.
What of what? What of what?
Hip hop, rap, all that, whatever.
You mean
To go
is
to
the
another
best right now? I can give you that.
Yeah, yeah. He's the best ever. And look, I can source up. He's the best ever to do it.
What do you mean?
Everything he touched is gold.
What you mean in terms of sales or something like that?
Not just that. If he's featured on your, it could be us. Come on, it could be you, God Body, myself, and Eric come up with a rap group. If we feature Drake, that song will probably be top 10. There's no other artist that can do that.
But in terms of just pure music, he's not even top 10.
Oh no, I got number one. I'm sorry, I got number one.
You tripping?
I got number one. I'm sorry.
Like
Just
in rap,
pure music.
Yeah, for pure music, like hit like if he does a verses, there's nobody that can compete with him. Nobody.
I don't know.
I think the theatrics he will win on, but as far as like rhymes, like he ain't nowhere near like a Rakim or a
Oh
KRS.
no. That's not what I mean. I'm sorry. I don't mean like lyrically. No. Lyrically, he's okay lyrically. He's not really a lyricist like that. He's okay. He's like Snoopish as far as lyrics.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's not no Kendrick or
No. There's 100 rappers off the top that raps like Lil Baby raps better than Drake. Even Dub Baby raps. Yeah, Drake ain't your most like some shit just don't make sense. No, he's not. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about as far as music.
yeah. When I say music, I'm talking about the quality of a song that he put out.
Yeah, I go with that. Yeah, but lyrically, no. There's so many people like Mace will run circles around right now. Mace will run circles around Drake right now.
I could think of a lot of people lyrically it would be, J. Cole.
No. Drake says a lot of times he got elementary bars, but I personally think he does it on purpose, though. To be honest, that's what I think.
Just who he is. People, especially young people, they love him.
I'm like, because even with it's so much stuff coming out, like it's flooding the scene. It's like I can't even keep up with it. It's like then when I heard him get an album with 21 Savage, I'm like, what? 21 ain't really. But I'm just like 21 ain't no lyricist though. I'm like, what's up with that?
Wait. Let's back up. He did an album with Future.
Yeah, I'm just like they the most different. I don't get it nowadays. Anybody make
okay, so
look, oil on water, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But that's why I say the young guys figured it out. Like people my age, we blew it. The Raekwons, the Biggies, the Tupacs, the Nas, they blew it. And I know people, that's hard for people my age to understand. They blew it. The younger guys figured the shit out. It's not about who's the best lyricist or this and that, like how we did in my genre. They go with who's just
best entertainer, right?
Right. Who's entertainer, who's hot, who's controversial. That's what they do. And like they figure the shit out. And they rub each other's backs, like wash each other's hands. Okay, I do something. It's like pure love. And that's what should have been happening during our time. But they was too busy battling, beefing. And how is it possible? You got Nas, Wu-Tang, Biggie Smalls, Snoop Dogg, and these guys don't really do tracks with each other at all. Zero. Keith Murray, when he was blowing up Tretch, these guys don't do tracks with it. They just stick to their crew. Mm-hmm. The young guys said, "Nah, we're gonna just reach out to whoever's just rocking."
You know what's kind of similar to that is like the new NBA age. Like you'll see before COVID hit, you'll see brothers after the game trading jerseys. I'm like, Michael Jordan would have never traded no jersey.
Right.
They practicing together. I'm like, what?
Which is the right way. Like, why would you, if your op got a move or a trainer or something that you want, you hang with, you go get close to that person. You don't stay far. You come close, you get that, and you bust their ass when you get a chance. That's what I would do. I see something Google doing. Like, yo, I like that. I'm gonna hang around. I hate Google, but I'm gonna hang around him just to get that. I'm gonna bust his ass. You know what I mean? When the time comes.
Well, that's the way it goes, really. Because if you see something that you think you can master and do a good job at, it don't matter who got it. You're gonna try to get it, right?
Yeah.
You know, and even going back to being recognizable, y'all brought it up too. Well, y'all brought up 50 Cent, but I kind of gauge it off even like who's ever at the Super Bowl performance, that's generally like, you know, known around the world because they got so many people watching the Super Bowl. You feel me? Like halftime performance. It's like it's never a small artist. I don't care if it's like a white artist or you know.
You got a good point there.
You know, it's like Rihanna, she coming up this year, and I know it's a lot to do because Jay-Z, he's over the Rock Nation. They over all the Super Bowl performances now that they got that deal. So of course he's gonna have his artists up there, Rihanna. But she's a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? So
you mean the last Super Bowl was Beyonce, right?
No, I'm talking about this year coming up in 2 months. It's gonna be Rihanna.
So now, since you said it again, Google, my favorite singers used to be Shaka Khan and Mariah Carey, but Beyonce won me over, man. I'm sorry. That's my favorite. And Michael Jackson. It was Michael Jackson. It was Shaka Khan, and it was Mariah Carey. Now,
I still love Mariah Carey, but the old Mariah Carey, right?
Yeah. Well, guess what? Yeah, someday. Yeah, no. Now it's Mariah Carey. I mean, now it's Beyonce. It's for me when she sung that Star Spangled Banner, and she killed that. Like, and she did it. And she didn't do like Whitney did it the regular way. Beyonce remixed it. She freestyled on the spot or whatever in her rehearsal. She did it differently, and that thing was hard. I'm like, okay, nah, she's the GOAT.
You don't like Rihanna? Rihanna is good too, I think.
Nah, I love Rihanna music. You dig? Rude Boys was my favorite song. I love her music, and like Birth Cake. Her music is fire. Her music is fire. Like she's probably, as far as music, she might be number 2 to
Beyonce,
because she has some dope music. Rihanna, dope.
Yeah.
And like even when she's featured with T.I., whoever, it's like it's fire.
He just gave us some big like, you know how they knight people in different nations, like in Barbados. She's like, they did some type of huge ceremony for Rihanna last year in Barbados.
Oh yeah, that's where she's from originally. She was born there, I think.
She got some position like an honorary knight or whatever it is for females. You know, they look up.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of that, do you know if you buy property from? Well, I heard. Well, I seen on a commercial. If you buy property from UK, you get knighted or some shit like that happens.
If you buy property from UK, you get knighted.
Yeah, like they call you some like fancy stuff, like something they call you. I forgot, but they definitely like you be called like great things in that type of culture.
Oh, but they call you sir.
Yeah, that might be it. Not knighted, but they call you like something like that, madam, something, or sir, something.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I know that's what they call you over there when you get like knighted. They call you sir.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what happens when you buy some property. You get called these great things over there. You own a piece of land.
Okay. I wouldn't buy land over there anyway. You would?
I have no reason.
You know what? I realized that it, like in certain states, right, in this country, like in New Jersey, for instance, there's no land, right? But if you go to some places like North Dakota or states like those,
South Carolina,
not even South Carolina, like Arkansas or one of those states, you know, they got land for days. I mean, land that nobody owns, nobody lives on, just the government, you know. You can get land cheaper in those places.
Really?
Yeah. But the thing is, you have to have a certain amount of wealth then, because it's going to be like in places where there's little to no resources. So you have to, you know, you might have just roads and that's it. You might not have the internet. You know what I mean? You might have to provide your own electricity, stuff like that.
I know they was doing some stuff around different states where they were giving people property and land, but you had to, it was like a 10-year contract, but you had to cultivate the land, where you had to like farm or like grow marijuana. You had to work on it. It just, and if you worked on it for like 10 years, it would be yours. They got
Yeah.
programs like that.
And even in certain towns, they'll give you like a property for like cheap. When I say cheap, I mean like maybe like $1,000, but you'd have to live there for one, and you'd have to try to contribute to developing the town or whatever.
Yeah, that's what you say.
You had like a 501c3, or you had like some type of non-for-profit program. They
Mhm.
give you a building, but you gotta show and prove that you're doing something with that building.
Yeah, you fix it up or whatever, run a
Yeah.
business out.
So these are all government programs, right? Government involved things, right?
Government, but federal government, like
Yeah.
state or county government.
Like you got the FHA loan, Federal Housing Act. Yeah,
Hmm.
they have restrictions. Like you can do it. It's cheap and it's accessible. It's easy, but there's requirements that's needed that you got to follow through with. And same thing with the PPP loan and everything else. The ERC, like yeah, you can get it and it's money, but these are the requirements what to do with the money and how to get it and what you need to have in order. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be able to do certain things that, like, if you don't have $1 to your name, it wouldn't make sense to go take on a venture like that. You know what I mean? Because you gonna probably need to spend some money to get, situated there.
It's just like you were saying also, Bias, when we was talking a couple of days ago about like in the foster care system, like with the parents, certain things you got to do, and then they pay you money to be a foster parent.
And people don't understand, like when you get foster kids are a product of the state. Okay. So when you adopt a foster kid, although you are the legal parent, it's not your kid. It's still the state's kid.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't decide whether the kid has a vaccination or not.
Yeah, you can't do none of that.
That's not up to you. So you have some weak arguments from ignorant people if they don't understand how stuff works. It's like, dude, they are, that they have an interest in the kid of the kid's well-being. They're not going to rely on your pseudoscience to determine to fix that kid. Now, your own kid, different story. But foster kids, yeah. Once the kid get in foster care, you are the legal guardian, but you don't have certain say so of the kid. Like the state, again, like everything else, government, it requires you to maintain certain things.
Yeah, because there's oversight, right? You're always gonna have somebody who's gonna come in, check, make sure everything is the way it's supposed to.
Make sure your house is habitable. They're gonna do that. You
Make
can't
sure
just
it's safe for children and stuff like that.
right. It makes no crackheads in there, winos and yeah.
Yeah, can I make a suggestion? Could I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Detroit.
Nobody
and
here.
you go into the suburbs of Detroit, and you can hear me?
You were just up. Go ahead. Man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
When you go to a city like Detroit, and you go to some of the suburbs, you look at the amount of empty houses. But yet still, why the federal government don't say, okay, this is it. Instead of having the projects in New York or the projects in Baltimore, the projects in Chicago, we're going to move you out to the suburbs of Detroit. You're still going to get the money and you're going to get housing. Why they don't do that?
Well, I don't think that's the purview of the federal government. I think that would be a state government.
Yeah, every state.
Welfare is a federal government thing. Welfare is not a state.
No, but we're talking about the houses in Detroit. Those are not the property of the federal government.
Bam, 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 pass through law. The house them empty and them are going to burn down or them are going to get derelict over time if you continue to be empty. And most of these houses, property tax don't pay.
Yeah, no.
Can nobody property taxes for them?
Most of them, yeah, you're right. As a matter of fact, I think they have a program where if a certain amount of tax is owing, you can actually pay that tax and
2 years
for the property.
The amount of property. Because why do we have people in houses in Detroit? Buy from the people, fix them up.
You are breaking up severely.
Yeah, you got to move
Sorry.
towards.
Sorry.
Yeah. Window.
Can you hear me?
You
I don't know why internet is having issues. Buy it, I sell it. Buy it, I fix them up, I sell them.
Yeah, but
wait, hold on, back up. But buy what? Buy what and fix it up?
The houses. The federal government can't do that.
Is there a market for these houses?
Huh?
Is there what?
There a market for them, because buy them and fix it is one, but are you going to be able to sell it when you do that?
Sell them to people on welfare. Part of the welfare payment.
People
Mothers will have 5-6 children.
So you're going to take the welfare payment and give them a house, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the same money we're paying for the what you call the money where people get for the houses, Section 8.
Oh, you mean Section 8?
Yeah. If you're not working in New York, you cannot work in anywhere around the world. In America, you cannot work and if you're not working in Chicago, you cannot work in Detroit.
Yeah, but it's a different dynamic in the suburbs, right? For one, you have to have a vehicle if you're in the suburbs.
Bus run.
Not in the suburbs.
Bus run in the suburbs of Detroit, the established city. A lot of people move out because the manufacturing jobs move out. But the houses are still there.
So, what's the going rate of the houses in Detroit? Do you know?
You can't get houses for 100,000, 3-bedroom.
Yeah, but what about, is the economy there? Is it going to be able to sustain a large amount of people?
Yeah, and also, Stu Pease, you're gonna need $20,000 down payment.
No, it's not everybody needs $20,000 down payment to buy houses.
Yeah, no. If it's a house is 100,000,
average,
and you get a regular.
First time homeowners, them sometimes like it's not everybody.
You're mixing it up. So if you're going to buy a house, right, without a FHA loan, okay, that means that you're buying it regularly. It's approximately 20% down. If the house costs 100,000, you're putting down 20,000 for close.
No, what I'm saying that the federal government can set up a system.
Okay, so hold on.
People on welfare with Section 8 who get in that welfare money, them give them the opportunity to become more.
Now, hold on, let me help you out. You're to my FHA loan, right?
Any kind of loan, it don't matter.
No. Okay,
yeah.
so
yeah,
it doesn't matter. It actually does matter.
FHA, bro, because when I got my first house back in like when did we get back in 02? Yeah, we had an FHA, and it was a lot of different rules.
Let me tell you how it matters. FHA loan, you got to live there for a whole year before you want to make a profit or sell it. A regular loan, you don't got to wait no time. You can sell it right away. So it does matter.
No, what I'm saying that, this is what I was trying to say. The federal government needs to set up something because people who own the house, children do better than people who are on welfare. If you're going to give these people money, Section 8 money, and you're going to give them food stamp, give them opportunity to become homeowners.
So
because
wait,
it's not like them going come off a Section 8. Most them not coming off.
So are you saying rent to buy?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
They're not coming off.
I get you saying that stat though that you just said, the stat about people who own their own homes. Is
The
that
children the better.
yeah, but is that a causation or is just a correlation? Because
But what one because it's a correlation. Just like the correlation show that household more books inside of the children the better.
yeah, but you see what I'm asking you is like people who generally who own homes are financially better off than people who don't.
Right.
So people financially better off are more able to provide a stable environment for their kids.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking if it's a causation or a correlation.
Look, sometimes it's a correlation, but get the house. Why people when them come back from war they get the house, right? When government when they're ready to give away free money, they will give away free money.
Wait, actually, that's like everybody from war when they come home they get a house.
No, I get you.
Black people never get it.
Now I know black people who get it. Like
not on the level.
Never on that level, stupid. We know.
All right, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, because honestly, like when you go in certain cities, when you go, people who live in the country areas, I'm not talking Appalachian Mountain, in Montana and Arizona, not Arizona, but in the middle states. Land there is cheap. It's not good agriculture land, it's good ranging land. Right? But people can go there, but there's no real jobs there.
Yeah, that's the issue. No support system.
Yeah, that's a huge problem.
You might have roads, but you probably don't have things like internet, like electricity, like
Google Scholar, is that the reason
why internet is not a problem in America anymore? By Skylink.
You
Skylink.
Skylink. Is $500 plus $100 the average
a month
for that.
Yeah, but how much the internet costs you?
It's expensive, stupid.
Oh, Skylink is $100, $80 to $100 a month. How much your house? How much your internet in your house costs you?
Okay, so now it's $2.
But you don't have to pay a $500 down payment for the equipment.
Yeah, and also I'm going to say the speed. So if you get a router, and you share it amongst your household, it's going to be slow. It's going to be very slow. So you're not really going to watch a lot of videos.
No, Skylink is fast. Skylink is fast.
No.
Skylink is about 100 down.
Okay.
100 megabyte down.
What I'm saying is this: it slows down when people start connecting to the router.
Yeah, but that's happening most internet. If you're in your house,
yeah,
most people, if you're in your house and 4 or 5 people connected, it's going to slow down.
But people like myself, what I do is I call and pay more for faster speed. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if all right, the thing about it, people tend to not understand how fast 100 megabytes is. 100 megabytes is very fast. Because 5 megabytes and 10 megabytes allows good streaming.
Yeah.
But if you want to have 100, if you have 5 computers up, and everybody have 100 windows open, it is going to get bogged down. It is going to get slowed down. No questions about it. But if you're in a house and you have 100 megabytes, so everybody knows it's not the fast.
All right.
You know
So
that you can't have all the windows open.
So yeah, you probably okay. Well, what I'm saying is this. Yeah, you're probably right. But the exception will be me because I play chess and I play a 1-minute game. I play a 1-minute game. So for people like myself, that is going to matter because it's going to be a delay. It's going to be a what do you call it?
Latency, lag or latency.
Yeah, it's going to lag for me. So
Skylink don't have no real lag either. The lag is no bigger than the lag with your home. It's not all that significant. I know people with Skylink. The lag not all that big.
I'm the exception because any lag in a 1-minute chess game is a problem.
No, everybody have lag, including you.
No.
Of course.
No.
Screen share, and go on something that .net. Where touch your broad? What do you think inside the name? You touch your broadband and again.
What?
Screen share and feed, and it will come up. Aside come up and touch your broadband. You wait till everybody have latency. Everybody have latency because nothing travel instantaneously over the internet.
Everybody
over
have
the copper wire.
You want your latency to be as low as possible.
It's true. But your latency 0.50 milliseconds. That's what your latency is. Everybody have latency.
We understand you will have latency, but I understand what he's saying. He's trying to say it's gotta be extremely fast download speed and upload speed. So
but that don't have nothing to do with latency. Your fast download speed and upload speed don't have to do with latency. What latency is that when I press think about it as a keyboard on your screen. When I press N, how fast the N show up after I press it.
Yeah, just like with your Bluetooth headset, right? There is a lag between the time you say something and the time it goes through the headset or
go to the phone.
From the headset, yeah.
Right.
But
the time the signal go from the headset to the phone.
I'm saying everybody has
but that's like 0.5 milliseconds. Yeah.
You want your latency to be low, but at the same time, if it affects your performance in a chess game like you're saying, then it's a problem.
Yeah, but like Skylink, the 0.5 milliseconds.
Hey, what I'm saying is this: the lag is so bad on my end, 2Ps, is that's a 1-minute game. I lost my time right now. This guy got 23 seconds, and I moved just as fast as he did. And he got a 23-second head start.
Because and probably sometime it has to do with the router that you have in your house.
No, shit, this is damn near every game. Like, so I got to move.
No. Sometimes it has to do with the router that you have in your house.
No. But look, I tested it online, like you said. It said it's extremely fast.
Yeah, but no, what it said the speed. It showed the latency.
Yeah, it says extremely. Yeah, it says extremely fast.
Yeah, that is the speed, but below it you have another number, latency.
Latency can have to do with the
equipment that you're using, the router. You have an old megahertz router, everybody have a megahertz router.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, can have
gigahertz. I can't get out. I don't know why. It's on my back. Check my internet.
I'm not a technical person per se, but I know a little bit.
Yeah. you know, he's saying router.
Yeah, is that thing in your house that
No. I went to school for computers, so I'm very computer literate. So that's why I say he said router, and the router we have is from Comcast, and it's supposed to be up to date. Like, believe me, the same problem I'm explaining to you guys, I called them and everything. I'm like, yo, I want the best of everything. You did, and they said you have it. So I'm like, why the hell is my now this same device? If I go somewhere else with a strong signal, is no lag. No lag. So I don't know what it is about my environment that's causing this lag, but if I take my device somewhere else,
right. So, yes, are you playing on the computer or on something else?
iPad.
And so it's wireless, so that's why.
No, but if I take the same device and go somewhere else where it's wireless, it'll be straight. It won't be barely no issue.
Somewhere else? You mean somewhere else in the house or?
No. Somebody else, some other place with wireless.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. It depends on what you're connecting to. That can affect it too.
Yeah, it's something going on. But these folks act like they don't know what it is. They can't explain it. I'm like, yo.
Yeah, it could be. It could be like simple as because where your house is and where the tower is located can have something to do with that too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so. But anyway, she said Cyberlink, but his argument was Cyberlink. Internet that solves. His argument was, that problem is solved through Cyberlink. That's what he was saying.
No, it's Starlink. He's calling he's saying it wrong. It's Elon Musk, that satellite internet called Starlink. I looked into it before when I was consider changing. It's $500 down for the equipment.
Satellite internet, from my experience, has been the worst with storms, snowstorm, thunderstorm. Satellite, in my experience, has always been the worst.
Of course, it's
Cable
gonna
been better. The coal, what's the other one with underground? The Verizon fiber optics, that been better. Yeah, but but whatever. You get what you can get. So cyber, whatever he's talking about, I'm sure it works for people that needs it. But yeah, like you said, $500 down, Smile Welfare is not going to have that.
No, and that's what I'm trying to tell him. Even I don't think somebody on welfare is going to be able to afford even the $100 a month.
Nah, no. Especially now, look, we got to be realistic. This person, this phantom parent, lives in Black culture. So that means they believe their child should have video games, Nike sneakers, you dig, all this bullshit on top of paying for internet. I'm with you. I don't think. But now they do have programs. Now I ain't gonna lie, they do have programs. I don't know if it's federal or state, but they do have government programs that pays for kids that's in like our condition internet. I don't think it's the fastest, but they do pay for it, and they also buy them computers.
I know about that. They might buy them like a iPad or something.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't know if it would apply to those rural areas that we're talking about. Because you see, it's one thing when you're in the city, but when you go out to those rural states in those communities, basically you don't even have infrastructure, right? You probably have to make your own electricity, or you probably don't have water. So it's not as easy as
right.
I mean, it depends on where, but
Hey, you remember we was talking about how the brothers, they be talking about, man, how wicked the United States is, and here we are having a conversation over the internet.
Right. No, I always argue we have the best government in the world.
Brothers don't want to hear that.
Take that ass somewhere else, and they'll realize we got the best government in the world.
You just have some people shutting out their phones right now.
The greatest country in the world.
Right. Hands down.
You're gonna get called all type of coons in the chat.
Look. I'm used to that. I'm immune to it. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to go nowhere. And they ain't either.
Right. Hey, I'm biased. They gonna talk that shit, but ain't leaving to go nowhere.
Ain't going nowhere. Ain't going nowhere.
Hey, what they used to say in the church back in the day, let the church say amen.
Yeah, so if they can say one thing and these guys got money and all types of stuff, they got cars and houses, but they ain't going nowhere because they know that this country gonna look out for you.
Right. I always tell people, if you fall on hard times, you can get some welfare food stamps.
Yep.
Go to Africa and fall on hard times and see what their government gonna do for you.
You selling oranges? Now I already showed you what their governments do. When they do deals with like billionaires from Soviet Union or United States, those governments take the money, they split it amongst themselves, and the people benefit little, and they just buy arms, military equipment, just to defend themselves and attack other countries. Okay, they don't use that money for their citizens for nothing. A few African countries do. A handful, 3 or 4. Majority of them forget about it.
You know what I tripped on unbiased?
What's that?
When I went to Ghana for my 50th birthday, and we visited an orphanage, I asked, because I said, okay, the government got to take care of these orphanage kids. Government don't take care of them kids at all. The kids in the orphanage in Ghana live strictly off philanthropy or from donations from people like us who go there and visit.
And thank you. When you say philanthropy, that's Bill Gates, Melinda Foundation. That's those people.
That type of shit, yeah. So the Ghanaian government, they taking the money up off the top. Like they get sent money, but they be so crooked. They be taking the money, and it never reaches the kids in the orphanage.
Right, that's very sad. If you guys research African governments, they are the worst, some of the worst in the world.
Watch this channel. I didn't even know that was Chief X. I'm like, what up, Chief? But
Who's that?
But this Eric.
Oh, Eric Bond. What's up?
Well, what's up, bro? Hey, I was watching this channel, this YouTube channel. It's called KNK. It's this sister. She kind of heavy set, and they moved out to Ghana, and she was talking about how it was just normal, like for the police, like when they pull you over, whatever. It's like, man, you better drop that $50 bill or whatever, or we're gonna take the passport or whatever. It's just normal. They don't even look at it as a shakedown.
Wow.
I know about that.
Absolutely. You gotta. If you get arrested, you gotta pay to get out.
Wow.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that. So, when I hear people talking that talk, I listen to them, but a lot of them have never traveled outside the country. So
a couple of my buddies at the gig, when they go back to Mexico for the summer, they say that's like normal. You just cross the border in certain areas, not all, but certain areas. You got to pay. You got to add a little sauce to it. If it's $100 to get in a certain place, you got to put an extra 20 on it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing, like a lot of Black Americans that never really left the country. So when they do leave the country, they'll go to little vacation spots like Jamaica and shit like that. You know what I mean? So when you really travel and leave the country and start visiting, you'll realize how spoiled you are as a Black American.
Mm-hmm.
Just spoiled as hell and don't even realize it.
When we went to Freeport, Grand Bahama, this was like 15, 16 years ago, I couldn't believe the poverty just in a way. You might as well say the Bahamas is Florida. Well, I know it's south of Florida, but the poverty, man, I was stunned.
It's crazy. Like in the hood here, poor cats in the hood is living lavish compared to other countries' poor folk.
Hell yeah.
It's crazy. All these heifers and people are on welfare and getting food stamps and shit and kicking it and driving nice cars around town and flossing. We living great compared to other poor country people.
It's crazy because I know people here since I've been here. I know people that never worked in lives, and I'm like, that's wild to me, because where I'm from, you gotta go get it because nobody's getting none.
When I was in Africa, and I seen all them women and men, a lot of women though walking around with an entire kitchen on top of their head, balancing it in the hot sun, and they got to be out there working and hustling hard to make money to feed their family. I said, yeah, y'all, Black Americans spoiled as hell.
You know, that's another thing too, Chief and the panel. When I started kind of bagging up, I still deal with the scripts here and there, but when I stopped being like over righteous, I kind of started looking at people's plight in the world from Cambodia or Dominican or wherever. It's like some of these women, like they families, they don't look at it as being like a sin that you gotta, like if you a call girl or a prostitute, that's the only way they make money.
Right. That's normal behavior.
It's normal behavior. You know what I'm saying? You go down to the Dominican.
That's an occupation.
Yeah, it's an occupation. That's what they do.
It is an occupation because when I was in the Navy back in the late 80s, we went to Korea and the Philippines. And they was just hoeing legally, right? For us sailors, you know what I mean? Especially that Korea, you walk up and down the street and they have, you know how you see mannequins in the window?
Yeah.
And they have a bunch of women inside these windows waiting for a sailor to choose them and pay for it, right?
Wow.
So I'm like, you got to pick. I mean, it's crazy in a lot of these third world places. People have no idea.
Well,
and you can just pick a broad and she's going to be with you for a couple hours.
Well, it's very close. It's very close to decriminalizing over here.
Went to the Philippines, 1989, 88. And while we're underway for 6 months, we saving money. So when we get to the Philippines, we just simply rented out a whole fucking bar for 2 days straight. This is like just our little department. So it's like about 10 of us. We rented a whole bar for 2 days straight. And had nothing. It's like a third world stuff. So when you go to the Philippines around the Navy base, you have all these beautiful girls. And majority of them half black, half Filipino, half white, half Filipino. Because sailors have been going over there for decades, screwing and going back home and just leaving babies. So it's a bunch of fine black and Filipino babies, right? So I stayed with one for about 3 days when I was there for 10 days. So I wake up, she cooking rice and chicken. I mean, it's just like, I don't even know how to explain it.
That's why a lot of people stay over there, expats.
Right. And then white guys be marrying them chicks and bringing them back. I couldn't do it, but you know what I mean? It was there to do though.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, a lot of the blacks who married a Filipino never divorced.
Really?
The Filipino women was loyal to their men.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I probably got a couple kids over there and have no clue.
Dang.
We was fucking. And they was fine as hell. I'm just reminiscing. Let me stop.
Don't have a clue.
Damn.
That's the first time I ever caught an STD when I was in the Philippines.
Really?
I caught the crabs.
Okay, really?
Yeah, so they just give you some medicated soap and you just wash off for a day and it kind of gone. You know what I mean? But that's the only STD I've ever caught when I was in the Philippines.
Man, me and my buddy in high school, he caught him. And talking about he had to shave. Man, he used to have like braids. One day he came to school. No, I was in the summer. We was going to this festival, right, in the city. And then like when I seen him the next day, I was like, man, what the hell wrong with you? He cut everything. He cut his whole head bald. He was like, Man, I had to cut all my hair off my body, man. I think I caught I caught the crabs or something. I'm gonna have to use some gasoline or something to kill these things. I was like, oh hell no.
It is a trip because I'm just scratching for a couple of days and I'm wondering why my white drawers got these little spots and blood spots on it. I'm like, the hell is going on? I went to see the doctor, the corpsman.
Hell
He just
no.
gave me some medicated soap and then he put one of the crabs under a microscope. Looked like a straight alien.
Gary Hart in the chat says I was there in 6970. That's wow, he's an elder. 6970. That's
damn.
I wasn't even born then.
Man. Wait. So you said the dude said, wait, why he say gasoline?
I don't know. He said he heard it from somebody. Man, this is back in the 90s. So he was just tripping. You know what I'm saying? Like he said he was scratching all night. Then his pops had told him, like, well, I think you got the crabs or whatever, you know. So he shaved everything off, shaved his braids and everything, his chest hair, you know.
That's not gonna work, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
right. They get up under your skin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
We was laughing at him.
Yeah, I just came on to check in for a minute. I'm just about to watch my movie Unbiased. I just want to check in and say hey.
Yeah, but have you been seeing what I'm doing lately, Chief?
Yeah, fucking with them Hebrews.
Yeah, I got you, man, because I'm so mad what they did with Kyrie and Ye and everybody else. So I got you, man.
They're blocking the street for Kyrie.
Huh?
They're blocking the street for Kyrie.
That's some goofy shit, man.
I think, and I hate to bear false witness, but I think them brothers, they probably want a donation too. Like, all right, if Kyrie give them a $500,000, he give us something.
Hey, brother Eric, I think Kyrie is down with them.
Low key.
Yes.
Yeah, but you should give them something.
I think he is. I think he's been down with them for some years.
I think so too, but I think Kyrie is all over the place because I don't know if people remember, like when they was in the bubble during COVID time in the basketball, and they was in the bubble. Kyrie was talking about, they was concerned about Kyrie playing and was he gonna celebrate Ramadan? I said, God damn, he was a Hebrew, he was a Muslim, a Hebrew, he all kind of shit, a flat earther, all kind of shit.
You said Ramadan? I ain't never heard that.
Yeah, I mean, like, is you a Muslim or you a Hebrew? Which one?
So,
like Jesus minister.
Once you start down the conspiracy path, you follow all of them because he started as a flat earth guy and now he's anti-vax, he's Hebrew Israelite. He's gonna go to something next.
Yeah. I think he follows Brother Sanchez.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
that's where he gets his flat earth information from.
Yeah, I think he's chatting with Nathaniel 7, Israelite, Sanchez. I think he's chatting with certain people, man.
Yeah,
but you remember he had a picture with
Rizza Islam.
No, did he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but he also had a picture with Anthony Browder.
Oh.
Wow.
So he into that black Egyptian shit and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, but the worst picture he took was with Rizza Islam. That's you can't get any lower than that.
Okay, yeah. He all on. He been following all this fuck shit.
Before Rizza got caught up, he was quite popular.
Yeah, because all you gotta do for black people is just speak real clearly. That's it.
Speak clearly and tap into their racial emotions, and they'll think you all that and you about it.
Yep.
And you know one thing about it, and I know most of you brothers on here, we all done came from them schools of thought. So, he is learning. He all over the place because I was all over the place. At one time, just everywhere.
Yeah, but Eric Bond, the reason why we're all over the place is because lack of education. When I say education, I really mean like college education. because the question we have about vaccines, the questions are answered in your biology class. The question we have about evolution is in your biology class. The question you have about Big Bang is in your chemistry class and physics class. Like, these are all answered as you keep going, being educated and educated. You don't really have those questions. We are high school diplomas or high school dropouts.
Yeah, and coupled with following subpar teachers.
Right.
And the thing is too, the questions that they have, it's not like there's no answers to it. Is they dismiss the answers.
Exactly. As white man knowledge.
Yeah. They
Hey, Unbiased, I'm gonna get out of here. Find me a
man,
movie
thank
to
you for
watch.
hopping on.
And we're gonna get this coalition together. Did you see my live stream today?
I seen you went live, but I was like, I was all over the place today. So,
Well, just to narrow it down, what I was speaking about today mainly was the Kushite Empire, because I noticed people have been arguing about Nubians and what is Nubia and who was the Nubians. And since there's so many different ethnic Nubian groups, so many different Nubian tribes, it gets confusing, right? And so people are confusing their location. Are they, at Aswan on the first cataract, or are they down here? So I said, fuck all the Nubian shit, because I realized a lot of the Nubians were just nomads or vagrants, and it's just not a concise group. So I said, what I'm going to do is focus on the Kushite kingdom. That's the main kingdom people think about, because they were the ones who were the 25th dynasty in Egypt.
Okay, all right.
In the Kushite dynasty, specifically, when you leave all the Nubian bullshit out the way, they're centered around the fourth cataract, way down south. So people are going to have to argue about the Kushites instead of the Nubians now. Because the Kushite kingdom was the first Nubian nation state. Other than Kushite dynasty, anything else is just some straggler bullshit.
All right. So what I do is, before I get started, because I'm gonna do a lot of tomorrow morning, I'll share, if I remember, because I'll be all over the place, but I'll share that before I go live. I mean, I'll share that during my live as building up to what I'm gonna talk about, which is Hebrews like Virgin Birth.
Yeah, Corey and Chevron came on the second half of the video. We had a nice little talk.
Wait, so are they truly not with the pseudoclips anymore?
Yeah, they're totally broken up.
Oh, okay. I thought that was like a publicity stunt. All right.
No. If Ankh can't control you, he'll let you go.
Okay.
So initially, they were trying to put Ankh out of the pseudo killers.
Right.
But it didn't really work out that way. And Ankh said he ain't leaving and going to his channel. He has his own channel. He should have let the pseudo killers and the group Corey and Chevron run that channel and do their own thing and just go to his channel. That would have been the right and righteous thing to do. But since he don't want them to have any kind of clout or any kind of spot where they can get off their information, he said nope.
Yeah, because I thought they agreed to like eliminate pseudoclips. I thought they were going to close the channel.
Yeah, but I mean, the pseudo killers initially just wanted the channel. Well, let me say, Chevron and Corey wanted the channel for themselves. But since Ankh wasn't doing that and he was hating, they just said, fuck it. And just bounced from it all and going to do their own separate channel.
All right. Well, they need to be a guest appearance when I be debating these damn Hebrews. They need to come on.
Yeah, so the coalition is still strong and it's going to jump off in December. So we just kind of laying low.
Oh, yeah, I'm down. Yeah, I already told you I'm down.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, but I want you to join on when I'm
done.
Yep,
and Goldie's down. We talked already. There's some underground shit going on. So it's going to be a coalition that's going to shut down everybody. This is a powerful team. And we just set on truth seeking and no more faith seeking. We're truth seeking, period.
if you're doing science, I'm keen, but I'm not into that Nubia shit. That's wacky to me, so I don't follow that.
Nah, but everybody got their own lane though, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm the same. I'm like, I wish everybody had come to get us like Rodney King. Can we all get along? But it's like the last couple of days, because I tune in, which we all do. Like I was peeking in on this morning. He was having a pretty good discussion, and then I peeked in on Chief X, and when he was talking about the store, that was funny. But this like the most humble I've seen. Like he real like seemed like humble. Like damn, I
Who's
could kind of
talking right
see a
now?
difference.
Who's talking right now?
That's Eric
This-
Bond.
Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, he seemed real humble. I'm like, damn. I've been hearing Chief been saying he been controlling, and then I don't watch Unc for like 10 years too. You know myself, you know, and I know he get loud and stuff, but I'm like, damn, I ain't know he had no friends like that.
Yeah, so Ankh hasn't been able to really like get along with a crew. I mean, Amon Ra Squad is basically broken up. Now Pseudo Killers is broken up. And it's all because of Ankh is overbearing. That's the thing. I mean, like you can't just be overbearing with grown men who got their own mind, right? So you gotta slow it down a little bit, right? I mean, so it's like either his way or no way. So that's what happens.
It's kind of like we were saying, like when we get on like the scriptures, kind of like the apostle, kind of sometimes he'd just be, you know, overbearing sometimes.
Yeah, now Apostle, I'm gonna be honest. He doesn't fit. Apostle, you might disagree with Unc, but Apostle is mentally there's something missing there.
Yeah, one of that's true though, Biza. People do need to recognize mental illness in these people.
No,
People think it ain't normal.
I don't believe you should be saying that. That's kind of out of bounds, because even if you think it, you need a professional to diagnose him before you can
I
say
got
it.
you. I'm a pseudo school clinic. Wait, Umar says I'm a pseudo clinical psychiatrist.
Well, I'm gonna say this because I worked in mental health for 10 years. I was a youth counselor. I worked at group homes. I worked at treatment facilities. I even worked with people in recovery from drugs. I mean, I used to have a caseload at a skate park for kids and shit. I used to work at a treatment center for level 14 kids. Sometimes the kind of kids you got to take to the floor, and you have 4 staff, one on each limb, and then you give them medicine, and the nurse got to give them medicine. Them crazy kids, right? Then kids that they can't have in group homes or foster care because they're too wild for that. So they got them in treatment facilities, right? So I've been in the counseling rooms with the parents, with the marriage and family therapists, you know what I mean? For drug recovery, all of it. I consider myself an expert. I know when someone has mental health issues, although I may not even have a degree in it, but I just consider myself an expert in mental health. I can read these cats and tell you they off. But most people suffer from at least a little slight mental health illness.
Yeah, I think so.
But some are more severe than others.
Yeah, the dude Apostles of Quan came on my live, and when really, Google, you need to rewatch that one. He was all over the place. He said something, he stand on it, then he dropped that position. He was like, I'm like, dude. Then he says, trust him. He got 47 years. I asked him a simple, basic question, Chief X. I asked him about a popular Bible study. I'm sorry, a Bible story, a popular Bible story. He doesn't know with 47 years. Then he makes an excuse why he doesn't know it. Like, dude, you can't call yourself a guru and then make up an excuse and why you don't know something that's popular. So
What day did he come on?
The dude ain't right.
What day did he come on? Even though I know him.
See, I think he's a thumbnail. If you check my videos, I think he's a thumbnail. One.
Okay. Because I've had several dialogues with him, so I know him, but I listen to it.
Well, but you wouldn't consider yourself smart who reads the Bible back and forth, right?
Well, I used to.
Nah. It's a big difference, because if I ask you a story, you probably not gonna know it, right?
No, if you ask me a Bible story, I probably know it.
Okay, so Okay, so when the Israelites say that some Gentiles in the New Testament are Israelite Gentiles and some are Gentile Gentiles, have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I think I heard ISUPK with that.
Okay, but how would you determine who's an actual Gentile and who's an Israelite Gentile?
They had some weird explanation about it.
No, but how would you determine?
I wouldn't be able to tell because I don't believe that.
But no. I'm saying, but the Bible is a story, right? And the Bible talks about Gentiles, and the Bible, when it talks about Gentiles, is actually talking about Gentiles sometimes, and sometimes it is talking about Israelites. So how would you know when it's talking about actual Israelite Gentiles and Gentile Gentiles?
But I guess you'd have to look at the context of when it's speaking.
But would you know in advance who it's talking about?
No, you'd have to look at it first.
But that's why I said that, like, you want to consider yourself like a Bible thumper. What Apostle Zaquan does is that he relies on that, because listen, as you know, they machine gun spit scriptures out, bro. You'll never be able to keep up with them if you're spitting them out 30 at a time, unless you know in ahead of time, in advance, what it's talking about.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what they rely on. Like, they rely on. So my whole thing is, when you say you was talking to him, if you don't know in advance, then that means you're trying to keep up with him, and you never cook. He's gonna spit out 30 at a clip.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I say I talked to him before I know. And most of what he's saying, he's spitting out, is not factual, but I know what you mean. But I don't know. I don't think.
Yeah, I think, I don't think nobody on here, we don't want to go that far to say nobody. It's kind of like almost like a Joe Biden issue. It's like, you see how they try to hide Joe Biden, like he kind of slip on his words and kind of, it just make it awkward sometimes when certain stuff get brought up. It makes it awkward. That's all. I wouldn't say.
I'm
I
not
believe
saying.
you're good,
I'm saying, like, I've been debating this Israelite stuff for 10 years or better, right? And I came across some guys with some good arguments. I came across guys who just gonna stand on, like Tazariak. He does not have good arguments, but he gonna stand on what he stands on. But I came across guys who are just delusional, in denial, just complete crazy. And when I heard Apostle Zaquan on my live, I'm like, I don't know who. It's like Black Minister Jesus. I'm like, who can take this dude serious?
I think Tazariak is the best debater as a Hebrew.
Nah.
No. He has a slick style, but Chief X, his arguments are piss poor.
Okay, so I'm saying they may be poor, but I'm saying they're better than other Hebrew Israelites. Do you think so?
Yeah.
They're better than some. Yeah, I get.
Yeah, no. He could definitely twist the verses better than most.
Right. Okay.
I would say Zabak and Zion Lex.
Zion Lex, yeah.
Yeah,
Zion
but
Lex.
I don't consider Zion Lex on that level at all. I consider him above them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Zion Lex, he knows way more.
Yeah,
you feel if Zion Lex and Tazariak had a debate, Zion Lex would be better than Tazariak?
Look, Zion Lex. Look, hey, Chief, Zion Lex and Divine Prospect will wash.
Yeah, hands down. We was just talking about this earlier, Chief, before you got on.
That's wise, Captain.
I disagree, but I hear y'all.
No.
Yeah,
look. The thing about Zion and Divine, they'll be more truthful in what they say. Captain be flat out lying.
I don't know about that part.
No.
But
Okay,
I think Zion Lex and Divine is more knowledgeable than
look. Let me say this. Hey, Chief, when you debated Polite, was Polite honest or was he lying?
I think he fell off.
No, he's there.
Lying?
Right. That's Captain.
Oh, okay.
Yo,
I'm right. So you're saying Captain is polite? Nah, Captain is not like that.
Yes, he's the polite version of the Hebrews. Like, he's very good with twisting and confusing you, but everything he says is he's just flat out lying.
I don't know.
Okay, well, let me help you out. He said Matthew's genealogy and Luke's genealogy are both Joseph's, and they go opposite direction, Chief X. That cannot be possible.
I know he's wrong on that. He's wrong
No,
on
but
that.
he's not just wrong. He's lying.
Okay.
A lot of times, a lot of these guys do be intentionally lying.
Yeah, no, he's intentionally lying. Okay, so now look, hey Google Scholar, do you know he said before when the Bible says before Joseph and Mary came together, Mary's found what the Holy Spirit, she was pregnant by the Holy Spirit. Do you know he said before they came together means a wedding feast, a wedding ceremony?
Well, I heard the other guy saying it, and he's ISUPK, so
That's a
they
complete
all have to
lie.
say
The
one
Bible
thing.
don't even hint to that. That's a complete matter of fact. There's only a handful of guys who actually had a marital ceremony. 1,000% of Hebrews never had one. So he's completely lying.
Right. It's kind of like when Chief would say he knows Unc, and like you was bringing up stuff about the store. Like I didn't know about that earlier. I was listening to it. It's like for us that was kind of like I know Chief. I know you went through your phase with like me and Unbiased. We was in it like I want to say over like a decade. I mean, and for Tazaria, he gets a little more airplay because Saul always said, "That's my captain. That's my captain." So he don't deal with a lot of Old Testament brothers. The Old Testament is much more concrete.
Yes.
Than the New Testament, way more concrete.
Yes. So a Chief, Divine and Zion Lex is not as sloppy. So my thing is Google and Chief that Divine and Zion is not nowhere near as sloppy as the captain. Nowhere
Okay.
near.
Well, maybe I ain't been paying attention enough.
I think Divine Prospect is much more polished than both of them, to be honest. And I don't even know. Sometimes I think I don't even know why he's called himself a Hebrew, because he doesn't have the same views on the scriptures like they do.
Yeah, you know what? I don't even have an argument against Divine and Zion Lex. I don't have one that I could think of off top. But I have a gazillion against the captain. And Chief Lex, I'm telling you, the captain will not debate me on the virgin birth. If y'all can get him on with me, Sonnet or somebody, Garfield, if y'all can get Tazariak on me on the virgin birth, I will one round KO this guy.
He won't do it. Because first of all, you'd have to get, well, I don't want to say permission, but
for Jerry Johanna.
Yeah, I don't want to say permission, but General Johanna would have to sign off on it first.
Chief, one of their little students hopped on with me recently, like this week. I cleaned his clock, Chief. The dude.
I seen you debating somebody. I didn't watch it, but I seen you debate
every last one. And look, the dude yesterday, a Hebrew Israelite yesterday, he said, "Yeah, I got to reconsider, the virgin birth."
Is he ISUPK?
Yeah, no, not yesterday, but Dayton Israel. If you go to my video with Dayton Israel, like he's
no,
ISPK.
I was listening to that one. Yeah, I was listening to that one.
Yeah, that brother's ISPK.
But does he have a rank? He doesn't have a rank, does he?
It doesn't matter. He said the same thing the captain said though about the ceremonial feast dealing with Joseph and Mary, and I debunked that. I made him look like a fool trying to explain that.
You don't think what you call it lies?
Who?
What's his name? In Atlanta, the Hebrew you was mentioning.
Divine Prospect.
Yeah.
I mean, like I haven't like
lied.
Okay. So let me explain this. So when I was a Hebrew Israelite, I was actually communicating with Brother Reggie and Divine Prospect. So these are the only people in the community that knows me as a Hebrew Israelite. Nobody else does. Okay, so Divine Prospect, a lot of videos I made against like the black supremacists, he had the same videos still on this channel now. They're just not popular, and he probably won't even talk about them a lot. But Divine Prospect knows that the Gentiles, white folks, can get salvation, and he knows the virgin birth is true. Now, he don't talk about it openly for whatever reason, and maybe to maintain like good friendship amongst other people, but he does. So if he's wrong somewhere, I don't know. But the hardcore One West doctrine, Zariak, Nathaniel 7, GOCC, all those guys, GMS, the hardcore One West doctrine, Divine Prospect and Zion Lex does not subscribe to it.
Okay.
And that doctrine is a bunch of lies.
Hey, where Google Scholar at? He here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Google Scholar, who do you like in the conscious community, like you follow? You think they have some good information?
You mean like as I'm a person who deals with science, so I was rocking with the pseudo killers mostly, from Amon Ra Squad to pseudo killers, but I like a few people. I I I I like I started from SETI was the number one for me at one point, but that was way back. Nowadays, yeah, I go with science. So whoever promotes scientific literacy, that's who I mainly go with. But I'm
Okay,
always
so
unbiased
how do
because
you feel about Sabra Student City today?
No, I just heard some things about him. I heard he's lost it.
Okay,
No,
so what I'm saying is, but personally, what do you think about the information he teaches?
Right now?
Today?
No, he's crazy now. No, even back then he was wrong, but I liked his energy back then. But at that time, I was rolling with him because I didn't know better. But now,
Okay, so I can agree with that. So like back in the day, I used to love Sabra Student City, right?
Mhm.
In the early days, whenever he came to LA,
Mhm.
I was his weed man. So instead of Sabra Student City came to LA, I was his weed man. So I used to bring him weed when he was in California, right? But I fell off from Sabra Student City now. I just think he's a total nutcase right now.
Oh, so you watch his videos nowadays too?
No, I don't watch this shit. I know where he's coming from already. Sabra Student said he feels that Cushites and Egyptians are the same people, and he's just on that black supremacy stuff. He's just a pseudo to me today.
Yeah, he was wrong from back in the day. I just didn't know it at the time.
Right.
But yeah.
So are you subscribed to my channel?
No, I never been on your channel. I've been on.
So I'm gonna tell you this, family. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. It's
Yeah.
nothing I teach that is falsehoods. I'm sincere and real. So if you've been following Ankh and the pseudo killers for 2 straight years, all they've been talking about is my claims and argument. Right?
Yeah, but yeah.
So what my point is, if you're not getting it from the horse's mouth, the person, Chief X, who jumped off all these arguments about non-Black Egypt, then you may be a little misinformed, or you may have got a bad impression of me from my haters, since you don't follow me and subscribe to my YouTube and watch my videos.
No, I definitely
I'm the one who jumped off all this discussion that these cats been talking about for 2 years. You understand what I'm saying?
Look at your channel, yeah, but I gotta be honest. This old Egypt thing is not something I'm personally interested in, but I look at it. I don't have a problem with information, but
Right,
if
but
you notice, well, I don't know if you keep on the pseudo killers, but when I'm on there, when they talk about Egypt, I stay in the chat because it's not my thing.
Okay, I got you. I understand what you're saying. So, but if you do follow the pseudo killers, like you admitted, they're talking about my subject matter for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I know they'll be going
You
back.
do understand that, correct?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so you've been engaged in those conversations, and I guess a little bit interested in some of the conversations. So my point is, I'm just saying, if you've been a little bit interested, then maybe you might want to subscribe to me and just get the horse's mouth.
No, like I said, I definitely look at your channel. That's not an issue. Even if I'm not interested, I still look at it.
Okay.
I follow everybody in the conscious community. I just never came across your channel.
Okay. So, but you've heard of it, and I've been around for a long time. I've seen.
No, I've heard of you, but I never know you put out videos like that.
Okay. Okay. So, but you if you follow pseudo killers, that's what I'm saying. You have to know this.
Know what?
that they've been talking about for 2 years, my subject matter.
I know they talk about you sometimes, but I never know. They never played a video that you did this. Do you get what I'm
but
trying
let
to
me tell
say?
you why they never have. Because if they play my video and show my video, what I'm saying, that truth is damaging. So they refuse to play my stuff, but they would rather talk about me without letting me
he's
on
saying is that he's saying is that they misrepresented his argument.
Yeah, no, I
it
get what
down.
he's saying, but
Yeah.
that's why I didn't know that he has a channel where he put videos out. Because,
bro, listen. Every video on Pseudo Killer's channel, every video, Ankh is calling me out and calling me bitch ass niggas and all kind of shit. Okay, so let's be honest for a minute.
I know you and him don't get along. I know that.
Okay. So let's be honest for a minute. What I'm saying is, you're following people who are hating hard on me and going against the subject matter I've started. So what I'm saying is, like if I was following somebody and I'm following a channel that they're hating on one cat, insulting this one guy, saying he's wrong and lying, and they've been nothing about talking about this guy for 2 years straight, I would at least say, let me watch his video and see what the hell they talking about. So I can get it from the horse's mouth and not just secondhand shit.
Boy, you giving a hell of a sales pitch.
No, I'm just saying, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm like, how can someone watch the Pseudo Killers and not watch my videos when they've been talking about my subjects? This is like crazy. So what I'm saying is, that reason why I questioned you, Google Scholar, no issues or problem or hate. The reason why I questioned you, because I've seen you around, okay? A lot.
Have you seen me talk about Egypt?
No, I haven't. But what I'm saying is, I'm just trying to understand. That's why I asked the question, do you follow my channel?
Yeah, so Chief, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so these guys are the One West Doctrine. And I've been watching, where I'm at. Let me see where I'm at. I'm at 10 minutes already, right? I get what you're saying. In order for me to know what they're saying, I gotta watch their videos, right? I gotta get both sides. I got my side. Now I want their side. Okay.
Right.
So you're saying is that if anybody was entertained by their content, and if they're arguing with or disputing somebody, then somebody to get both sides, they should go to the person who they keep naming and watch some interviews and see what they're saying to make sure they're representing them correctly. And then you can unbiasedly determine who's right, who's wrong. And that's
thank you.
That's fair.
That's all my point was.
That's fair. But I said to you before, I don't really care about this Egypt stuff. So I'm not there thinking that, okay, they're misrepresenting this. I know they talk about you. They say stuff about you.
Let me tell you this, everybody. Let me just tell you this before I go. My channel has the most profound information in the conscious community.
Okay.
Just know that. I wouldn't say that if I'm not just talking to be talking out my ass. I'm a real one. I'm as real as they get. So I'm just suggesting maybe you should subscribe to Chief X channel and do some homework and watch his videos and get more enlightened. I have videos on all kind of subjects. And I'm the only one in this community that's, besides unbiased and Korean, that's just keeping it 100% real. So if you got influenced by these haters of mine, you were wrongly influenced. And you should try to check out.
What are you talking about? I haven't formed an opinion one way or the other. Like I said, I'm not interested in that.
I think Google is just watching it for like entertainment.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So if he's watching it for entertainment, he's missing out on the best entertainment. My channel.
I don't even think they're cheap. I don't even think he's even paying attention to the points.
Not really.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, because I do that sometimes too. So sometimes I can like tune in. I'm not gonna name, but I could tune into certain people. Maybe even Sinetta, Black Jesus Minister debate, and I'm just watching it just to buy time. I'm not even paying attention to what he's actually saying.
Okay, I got you. I get you. I understand. So my thing is though, In the conscious community, the main subject, the main historical topic has always been ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
Since the early 90s. So if Google Scholar is following in on these streams and all the, he's only been following a bunch of talk about ancient Egypt. Let's just be honest for a second.
I've never been interested in Egypt.
Okay,
Never.
so what are you following the pseudo killers for? That's all they've been talking about.
No, that's where you're wrong.
Oh,
listen to what I'm telling you, brother. On my mama, I'm not gonna lie to you and bullshit you.
That's where
That's
you're
what
wrong.
they've been talking about for 2 years straight. Ancient Egypt and Nubia.
Wait, but also vaccines though.
No, that's where he's wrong because there've been science and vaccines has
Right,
been
no,
on.
okay, I'm admitting that. I'm not saying they have. But listen to what I'm telling you, bro. They've talked about ancient Egypt 10 times more than vaccines.
They have, and that stuff I don't
Okay, so
participate.
this is what I'm saying, man. Come on, man. Let's work with me, man.
I don't. I think I'm because my accent. Maybe you gotta. You miss.
No,
you
I hear
can't
you
understand.
clearly. I hear you and comprehend very clearly. You told me you follow pseudo killers, and you don't follow me at all.
No.
Okay, so what I'm saying is I'm trying to give you advice. You're making a grave mistake by doing that. So you're getting miseducated by doing that. So I'm suggesting.
No, I'm not.
The chief fact, you said, so now you said, what you do. So now he may be compelled to look you up and look at some of the things you say.
I'm gonna look at his channel. I'm gonna subscribe, but it's gonna be the same level of interest when you talk about Egypt as to when they talk about Egypt. I'm just not interested.
No, I understand what you're saying, but this is what you got to understand. This is what I'm telling you. I'm talking some out of the box stuff that will get your interest.
Okay.
Just go watch, please. You'll say, okay, damn, he was right. This is interesting. I'm not talking about anything uninteresting. I make it very entertaining. So the reason why you haven't watched is what I'm saying is because you've been wrongly influenced.
You can say that, but I don't agree.
So I would say this, Chief, that like my interest is like low too, but I definitely watch you and I watch them, and both of you have educated me far more than I ever educated myself on, all that stuff, the Mediterranean area, all that stuff. Like both of you have educated me more than I've ever educated myself. So I feel like, I could follow a little bit.
Right. So Google Scholar, in general, you're following history discussions.
No.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Google Scholar, you can say this. Listen to what I'm saying. The conscious community I've been in since '92. They're about talking about history, period.
Mostly.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you've been all in this conscious community following people and following history discussions. So I have a bunch of history discussions on all kind of stuff, not just Egypt. This is my point. I'm just informing you.
You have Christianity, Islam.
All that. I break down the Moors and their origin, all that. North Africa, Islam, all that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be going back and forth with you if I didn't think some things on my channel you would be interested in. I'm just letting you know you should.
I don't know why you're going back and forth because I already said I'd look at your channel.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. So what made you, after all these years, not look at it? That's what I'm trying to figure out something out.
I thought I explained that too. They talk about you. They never played a video saying you made this video, go look at it or whatever. And they're talking about Egypt, so it's not on my interest.
Okay. So in other words, what you're saying is you kind of believe what they're saying. So you said, fuck that nigga.
Nah,
no. Wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah, he's not saying that, Chief.
I'm just saying though, like if you follow somebody, they're talking about, like I'm watching Ankh cuss me out every video.
Nah. Hey, Chief. Sometimes sometimes I could throw in a video that I 100% disagree with, but it's the only thing on while I'm washing dishes. So I just play it in the background so I can finish washing dishes.
Okay, I'll let it go.
And this too, and if I can interject, I don't think nobody takes it personal, but like certain videos, like unbiased, like you've been on for like a long time today, like you was going over the Virgin Birth, I tune out. Because I'm like, I already know about, certain things. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here and
It's
watch
nothing new for you, right?
Yeah,
The thing is too.
I'm
The
not gonna
thing is
sit here and
too.
watch no 5-hour video because I ain't gonna be able to watch nothing else.
The thing is too.
Watch
A lot
nothing
of
else.
time their lives, and I don't go back and watch old lives. If I miss the live, it has to be something for me to go back and watch it.
Okay, I got you.
Yes. So basically, Chief, I have a more interest in that than this brother. So when you have a video or Unc has a video say he's debunking you, I'm going to want to watch it. I want to see what he's debunking. And then when you respond, like to me, because I like debates, I like arguments. So when you respond, I'm going to watch it to see what you said about how you rebuttal his, because his video was compelling. So I want to see how you debunk that. You dig? How do you respond to that? And I watch you, and I'm like, damn, they both good.
Okay.
That's how I
So
do
check this out. Before I go, let me just say this. When I watch videos, it's because I'm interested in the topic or the discussion. They don't have to be live for me to watch. If I'm interested in the topic of discussion, I can watch it when it's not live. If it's live, I'll click on it and I'll rewind it all the way back to the beginning, and I'll be 2 hours behind everybody else. Because I'm actually literally concerned with the information, not the chat. So if I have to watch it, only can watch it live, then that means I'm only concerned with the chat and the drama. I'm not concerned with the content.
Wait a minute. Isn't that what I said? I said if it's live, I watch it. If it has to be something for me to go back and watch a live that has passed.
Right.
That's what I said.
Chief. There's some lives, like I follow, you do MMA, I do boxing. I do Dante boxing, I do Arab dude, I do Eagle Sports, I do 78 Sports, right? And I'm like Google Scholar. Once that live is over, if I missed it, I'm not gonna watch it, right? But there's some lives like your live, Another live, Hunt live, I will go back and watch.
Okay, I got
you. Because I'm truly interested in this live. Like this is my thing.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I be on there. Sometimes I'm at work, and I'm listening. I'm working and listening, and it's going on. After I may get a call, I may have to do something. I start listening. I'm not going back to rewatch whatever. Because I'm not really interested in all that Egypt stuff. I'm just not.
I'm just even with the Hebrew thing. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm well versed with the Hebrew, but I'm not gonna sit up and just rewind and watch no 6-hour video. Right. I'm not doing
it. And guess what? Some people tell me, like Poetic Empress, she said she went back and watched my 12-hour live. You dig? That surprised the shit out of me because I'm thinking that they think like, yeah. Like nobody watched my live afterwards, but people, Vance does that. People actually watch my lives when they're no longer live for the first time.
Unless you have somebody on here that I really want to listen to, or you have something, you covering a topic that I'm really interested in hearing about, I don't go back and watch old lives. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the old lives I really watch, to be honest, will be Sinetta, because I find it entertaining. You dig? Like certain people, it's entertaining. So Sinetta lives, out of anybody lives, I probably watch the most when they're not live anymore, because they make me laugh, and also Tariq Nasheed. Like those two people, I can watch their lives when they're no longer live. It's just funny to me. I just be laughing. It's entertainment.
Uh-huh.
And when I want to get serious, I'll do Serial Killers and Chief X.
No, but I know who Chief X is. I hear them talk about him all the time. I even heard him come on the Pseudo Killers sometime. I listen to them go back and forth, and when I'm done, it's done. I don't. I don't sit and ponder. I wonder who was right and who was wrong. I don't care because in my mind, Egyptians are Egyptians and they're not us. No matter what nobody say, they're not us, and they had nothing to do with us.
And they're very light.
All right.
They're very light skinned.
I don't care about none of what they have to
They
say
don't
about
look like
Egypt.
us at all, and no Jew either. Jews and Egyptians look like each
None
other.
of those people. If we can talk about those people or we can emulate them, we can just as well do Europeans because most of us have European DNA anyway.
Right.
Right. And then you know what? Just it's like certain groups with GOCC, IUIC. I already know where they coming from, so it's like
right.
I'm not gonna waste my time and listen to the same regurgitated argument. I ain't doing it.
And also sometimes I want some people lives for support. I'm not actually listening. It's on mute.
Yeah. That too.
Hey, so I'm biased.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm biased. You say you a boxing fan. Do you watch ESN News? The boxing?
Yeah, of course. Ellie Sackback, of course.
Yeah. I've always. I never get into the MMA. Me and my buddy, we had a big argument over it, and I was like, it'll never be bigger than.
Now it never will, but I lost a love for MMA after John Jones Bones. When he did that dumb shit with the cocaine, I lost love for it. But the other black brother who just lost, with the long crazy name with the E, I was watching that got me back into it a little bit. But he just took a L, so now I'm back out of it.
Yeah, I was just with MMA. I mean, it didn't made a big dent. It's a lot of fans, but I was just trying to explain to my buddy. I was like, the reason it's not going to really be bigger than who knows what the future beholds, but
Now,
I don't.
it never will. Not the way it's constructed. No.
Yeah, because for one, your probability of staying around is less because you're gonna get injured quicker in MMA. You know what I'm saying? And they don't market their stars like a boxer. You know what I'm saying? You just
it has like more of like a communist approach where what I mean is that one person controls everything.
Right.
So like the fighters themselves, the promotion teams, they have no say so. The owner
the shelf life of the actual athletes is short, right?
Right.
So
Yeah,
that means
exactly.
Yeah, so that means you don't have a hero like you'd have a LeBron James that playing for 13 years and he has a lot of fans. MMA fighter typically within three years.
Yeah, he's done.
They're no longer relevant. So
or she's done. Yeah. Look at Ronda Rousey. Like she was hot, and then now she's not. And the person who beats her, the two women who beat her, are totally irrelevant.
Exactly.
That's why I was trying to get my partner, my buddy at the gig, to see like, and my other buddy I went to school with. I was just letting know, even like when you see like a big event for boxing, man, you may see movie stars, actors, politicians. You just got that vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Music execs. You don't really see that in no MMA fight like that.
When Anderson Silva lost to old boy, right? And then he rematched, he lost again. Nobody followed that guy who beats Anderson Silva.
Right.
They was following Conor McGregor instead, and Ronda Rousey. Nobody was following that guy. So, and that's the problem in MMA. The person who beats the champion don't necessarily win his fan base.
And the fan base just move on to somebody else.
Yep, somebody totally different that has nothing to do with that fight.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's why Conor McGregor, that's why he came over to boxing to fight Mayweather so he could get a bigger purse.
And he got more popular when he came to boxing.
Yep. He definitely did, because if you don't watch MMA, you have no idea who that guy is.
Right. And he was trying to tell me, man, they fixed the fights. Yeah, they fixed a lot of the fights, but it don't have that swag like boxing.
Nah, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because really, I don't know. Like maybe because boxing has a longer history than MMA, but people are used to seeing punching. They're not used to seeing kicking and grabbing and stuff.
Right. It's like Greco-Roman wrestling. You
Yeah,
only
because
see it.
I'm telling you, when people when the unless like Ronda Rousey was very good at grappling, unless they had an extreme skill, a takedown skill, it was actually boring to watch a takedown.
Right. And you more liable to know a WWE star than you are MMA.
That's a fact.
I used to watch WWE back in the day, way back.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah. So and then like you said, because you know WWE, WWF, WCW, because you know that and you watch MMA, you expect something like that. And when you don't get it, it's like a lackluster performance to you. You're like, oh, this shit trash. This ain't like this.
But some people love MMA though. I know.
No, but look, some people, but not enough, and that's why it's on the back burner.
Because I got a coworker. When there's a fight, no matter what time of the night, he's staying up to watch that.
Yeah, but guess what? For every him, there's 100 boxing fans.
Right.
And I'm one of them.
Yeah, me too, to the heart. And then the thing too with MMA, a lot of people they tell the old joke, well, with Mike Tyson, you know it's over in the first round. But in MMA today, the fight is over within like 2 or 3 minutes. It's done.
Damn that all the fights end in first round.
It's done. So why would I pay for it?
Yeah, almost, and that's what makes it exciting, because it's not going to last. It's going to be some type of submission or knockout in by round 1 or 2. That's what makes it exciting. But you won't get like a boxing match where it lasts like a whole half an hour or 40 minutes. That's not normal in MMA. Most fights end quickly.
Right.
Even a bum fight ends quickly.
I don't know. I just never got into it.
Now, as far as reality, I would rather have MMA skills than boxing skills, because MMA is like real life fighting.
I think the closest movie to like MMA when I first was seeing like mixed martial arts was Bloodsport with Van Damme.
Yeah, that was fire.
That was cold.
Yeah, that was fire. Yeah, that was like pretty much MMA.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get ready to fall back then.
Yeah, I gotta work tomorrow too.
Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, work tomorrow, Friday. All right.
Yeah. I know Black Friday shopping for me.
Yeah, I never. Yeah, because it's a like Black Friday. I never work on Fridays, but I feel y'all though.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on. I'll catch you tomorrow.
But yeah, you got to come on more often, man. You got to come on when the Hebrews on here.
Yeah, I try to, but I was, having Thanksgiving dinner and stuff, so I didn't get.
I ain't talking about today. I'm talking about next time.
Okay.
Look,
yeah.
When that group True Nation invite me, I'm gonna send all y'all the link.
Yeah.
Come through. Now look,
I'm down.
Look, they're not Google. They're not gonna let me talk. I guarantee you.
Probably right.
Oh man,
it's a setup.
Yeah, but you still gotta show up and represent.
No. Once you bridle my tongue, my spirit gonna be low as shit. So I'm gonna try to get them to agree to let me get 3 to 5 minutes of uninterrupted time, no matter if you agree or disagree. Let me get that, or this ain't gonna work.
They might agree to that in the beginning, but as I know these discussions, when you start to cut them deep, then it's got all the decorum gonna go out the window. I'm telling you.
Because Solar Mind invited me to his little thing, and they just cut me off, and I had fun, but I didn't take it serious. So once they cut me off, I'm not gonna take like the Google Scholar. Once they cut me off, the fight in me just goes away. So I don't. So now I'm just gonna joke around and just have fun. I'm going to troll. Once they cut me off, I'm just gonna troll.
Oh, you've been on Solar Mind? I've been over there a couple of times too.
Yeah.
But they have a debate league over there.
Yeah, and guess what? When they cut me off, I just trolled, bro.
I get you.
I just had fun. I just had the jokes. I just trolled. I didn't take it serious no more. So once these guys cut me off and I get pissed off, I'm just gonna troll. I'm not gonna act wild. I'm just gonna troll.
Oh. But you know they're gonna cut you off. That's how they do.
Right. And I'm prepared. I'm a chess teacher. I'm prepared for that. And I'm just gonna troll. I'm gonna have jokes. When they say, yeah, go to Hebrews chapter 2, I'm gonna say, you said Hebrews or niggaboos. You did, I'm gonna have jokes.
They probably will get mad and kick you for that.
and that's what I'm trying to do. To get them to kick me off. But I'm gonna have the jokes.
Hey, you know what? I like what Google said though, while we still on here for a little bit, about not being so sloppy and I think Bias, you said the brother like Zion Lex, he's a little more proficient or whatever the term you use.
He's more polished,
Yeah, more polished. I was gonna say they kind of remind me of like the Hebrew version of like a Jabari, like
Mhm.
Yeah, I like Jabari, by the way.
Yeah, I like Jabari. I like him. Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say.
More fun. I don't agree with the point, but I have to give it up to them. It's more professional. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. I think if I ever debated Zion Lex or Divine, I gotta bring my A game. If I debate the captain, I can bring my D game. D game. I'm telling you, I don't gotta be serious.
He's not feeling the captain at all.
Because he's terrible. He's terrible. I could bring a Z game and still beat him.
I don't think the captain that bad, but
Yes, he
I
is.
don't think
He's
he's
that
like the top tier. But I don't think he's that
If you say Matthew and Luke is both Joseph genealogy, you are the worst person to ever read the Bible. No Catholic, no Jehovah's Witness, no Mormon. Nobody would ever say that.
Apostle would probably say the same thing too.
Oh yeah, of course he would, because he said Mary and Elizabeth are cousins through Levi. He said they're Levites. I'm like, oh, he just made some shit up. I'm like, see, I can't debate that. I can't debate guys who just make some shit up.
Man, I'm telling you, man. If y'all would have seen that one point in that video, man, when Sa put the camera on him, man, he was eating. I said, Sa, you dirty for that one, man.
Hey, yo, you know what, dude? Thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna play Sanetta's interview with the captain, with no Apostle Zaquan. So y'all don't take him serious ever again.
No, I already don't take him serious, but I want to see what he was telling you.
Yeah, they really, like I said, Google, I am gonna let them debate me tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday, and waste my time, and I'm just gonna do it for you guys. I'm not gonna have no fun.
I love to see it.
I'm not gonna have no fun, but I'll do it. I'll do it. We're gonna make shit up on the fly, no problem.
Hey.
Mary and Elizabeth are cousins through the tribe of Levi. Show me that in the Bible. I can't, but
hey, that's gonna be one of the ones where I definitely be dipping off for a half an hour or so.
Yeah, y'all gonna be bored because I'm not gonna entertain. Like, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let them just ramble.
No, I find that amusing when. Listen, I find that kind of stuff amusing. I know, especially when you corner him and he's reaching for stuff, he's just gonna say anything. I find it amusing.
Yo,
man, y'all dirty, man.
Hey, yo, what he's gonna do is, hey, look, hey, Eric, what he knows is that he knows Apostle at some point he's gonna piss me off, where I'm gonna go crazy. So now, Eric, you didn't hear Crazy Unbiased. But he's gonna piss me off. I'm gonna turn to Crazy Unbiased.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna just cuss him out.
You gonna go in JJ 7000 mode, huh?
Yeah, exactly. That's all they waiting on. Now, JJ, my boy, I'll never debate JJ.
Yeah. I had a couple of squats with JJ, not a debate, but we went back and forth.
That's
JJ, another one you're not gonna convince a nut.
JJ, Asar, and Wujawa, 3 people. It's probably a little more, but off the top, JJ, Asar, Wujawa, and Sean are people who I would never debate. I don't care how much I disagree. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, because I remember one time I was gonna, and I'm not on social media, but I was gonna put something on Zion Lex about, how they talk about the lineups or whatever. He'd be fresh. I ain't hating on him, brother. I was just like, Man, I'm gonna hit him with Leviticus 19:28. They talk about you should not round the corners. Hey, yo, B. I'm like, man, let me quit tripping. I gotta wear a respirator. I gotta shake mine up.
Right.
Yeah, no, I listen to Zion. I don't always agree with him, but he always have his stuff together.
Yeah, I respect that,
he,
brother.
he spends time on it.
Yeah, you listen. If you debate divine prospect or design, you better have your A game.
Yeah, and like you said, like Google was saying, it's more professional, and that's where I got past all the yelling. Once I got past the yelling and start reading on my own, man, you get more sauce. You ain't gotta do all that yelling.
And now, if you like the yelling, then you gotta find Black Jesus Minister.
Yeah. and the thing is, like he'll probably agree with me more than those other guys. Jesus Ministry. That's the funny thing about it.
Yeah, but he's still gonna yell even when he agrees with.
Yeah. Well, I don't see him any different than indigenous black man. They like the same person.
Yeah, but I like Jabari, man. It's just I'm like, sometimes I think he could be a little deceitful, but he keep it real professional. That's what I like.
And the thing is, I don't really have anything, like I don't do Egypt like Google, so I don't have any argument against him unless he make a mistake in the Bible, then I might get him. But I haven't found anything just yet.
Who, Jabari?
Except for now, I will debate. He holds his position because I think Rob Bourne busts his ass. He holds his position that some things in Egypt was like figurative; it wasn't literal. And I think Rob Bourne did a good job showing that it was actually literal. You know,
okay.
That's
Rob Bourne the beast, man.
What about Shaka and Reggie?
No, Shaka ran from who he ran from? He ran from, was it Garfield or Unc? Somebody he ran from, and he never they challenged him. He came on, he got beat up, and he just talked shit in the background. He never came back on to. Was it Rob Bourne? It was somebody that tore his ass up, and he never came back to Sinetta for a long ass while.
I see Shaka and Reggie in the same levels, really. They know the information, but they also got some pseudo information, if you will. That's the way I see it.
Yes, I think like I said, Reggie and Divine Prospect I was dealing with them as actually Hebrews. Like, that's why I just don't talk about them. I just, I just don't even. If I disagree, I just keep it amongst myself, or I would contact them directly. But I
get that.
I won't do a lot.
That's how it is. Like, some people be so stuck on a teacher. Like Dr. Ben, I learned a lot from. I got his books, and some of his books, and Reggie and Shaka, they're gonna go to the grave with Dr. Ben. Same way with Tazari. Well, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the future beholds, but like Tazari, he gonna take it for the team. He ride or die. ISU PK.
Yeah, that's the way I say it. Especially Reggie, he's not gonna change from that. He might, I'm not saying he hasn't updated his information, but there's something that he just holds on to that he won't let go.
Yeah. You can't bring up nothing like you can't bring him nothing on his teacher.
Hey, Polite did when Polite assisted. What's that guy named? The Imam Bashir.
Yeah.
Him versus GOCC. They did a Polite just ruined Imam Bashir. He gave him horrible arguments. So of course they ran circles around them too. It was just horrible.
Man, I want to say, one guy that I've seen in the community that just has the most terrible arguments, but because he talks good, well, not everybody, but a lot of people think he knows what he's talking about.
Who was that?
Ali Muhammad.
Oh, yo, listen, man. Google. You don't get mad at me, but pseudo in a pseudo way, I also diagnose him. That nigga is crazy.
Hey, I was dumb when when he showed the diploma in science,
yeah.
science was
I
spelled
don't
wrong.
right. I don't take him serious at all. He's a stupid fool.
But he hasn't slowed down. You know, like the others you see, like Sadie say, he's kind of in the background. Ali is still going.
Now, Ali is very tactical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because he take advantage on like blackology, like when if a black woman dies and mysteriously, like the woman that went to Mexico, that's when Dr. Ali Muhammad comes out. Well, Ali Muhammad, he's not a doctor. He comes out, he make conspiracy videos, and this should go like 30K viewers live. So he's real good at capitalizing the moment. He's real good at that. But academia, education wise, that's a stupid nigga.
Well, he talks good, so a lot of people listen to him.
Yeah, but they don't stay around. But they stay around for the conspiracy. Black woman died mysteriously. They stay around for that. He'll get 30K live viewers. He will do that, but they won't stay around. Once that die off, it's back to 20 people watching. It's back to his normal. But he's real good with the mystery videos.
I couldn't believe when he showed the fake degree. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, when he did that, I mean, you know, like he was stupid before then, but when he did that and he can't even spell science right. And look, don't forget, again, I got computer background. Templates don't change. So that means whatever he got, every graduate from Bachelor of Science had that too.
Yeah.
So that means he got to show that mistake on other college graduates.
And nobody catch it till he put it on the internet?
Yeah, no, they caught him right away. Uncle,
No,
they caught
I mean, no, but what I'm saying?
not live. Nobody
No,
caught him.
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he got that degree from whoever. So everybody who got that degree would have gotten the same thing that he got,
Right,
and nobody caught it before he brought it to the internet.
Right.
That you'll have to, if you believe that. Well,
Hey, Google, if Ali showed me one person outside of him that went to that school, Pennsylvania, whatever, they got the degree and said bachelor's science spelled backwards, I will give him benefit of the doubt. If he shows one other person, not related to him, I will give him benefit of the doubt. Say, okay, yeah, that's
no, I would say, yeah, we were wrong.
Right.
Yeah, but I think he made that. He was in a rush. Either he couldn't spell science, or he didn't realize that he missed that.
No. He could spell it. See, but Google and Eric Bond. I type 75 words per minute. He does not. So he can't type. He's doing one finger typing. So he could spell it. He just
mistype it.
Exactly, and just print it out right away, assuming that see when your type is like me, Google and Eric. If I type the wrong letter, I know it right away. I know it.
Yeah, he
because
spelled
I have my hands on a home row key. They call it home row keys. I got my hands on the home row keys. He does not. He's one finger typing, so he can't. he can't literally feel it when he's wrong.
Yeah, that was
typo.
bad.
He can't feel it, so therefore he assumed he typed it correctly, and he's in a rush. He printed it out, and there you go. But when I'm typing fast, I know when I type something incorrectly, and I press backspace right away.
Let me ask you this: I'm biased dealing with the Hebrew brothers. The brother, I don't see him on there too much. He kind of fell back from signing that. I don't know if it's nothing personal or nothing, but Danyala, I used to watch him a lot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know, but
so I'm gonna say Daniel Allah is worse than Tazaria.
I used to watch that brother a lot.
I don't know if he's worse, but yeah, probably in the same levels, the same.
The dude explanation on the animals not eating each other from something they asked him. His explanation was that the Most High put a spirit on him. Now look.
I mean, but what else can you say? You can't say nothing.
No. But no, the explanation was like good because that actually happens in the Bible. The problem is he can't read it.
Oh man.
So what you're saying? He made it up?
Yeah.
I mean, the thinking about it logically, though, that's the only explanation of why they didn't eat each
Yeah.
other.
So what I'm saying, Google's this. He can show. Even Sinetta read scriptures where the Most High has deluded people to believe a lie. Right? Sinetta read the scriptures verbatim. So he could have packaged it a little better. He said, "Look, Sinetta, you read that God calls these people to believe a lie. These people lie because the Most High willed it in. Well, that same delusion, the Most High also deluded these animals to not eat each other."
Well, yeah, basically it's the same thing, though, right?
Yeah, but you just can't come out and say it without a reference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get your point.
Like Sinetta needed an example of this happening before or afterward. You know, and you don't do that. You're just making stuff up. And again, Daniel Allah, I met him in person. He's a cool guy. But again, it's not personal. I will wash him easier than the captain. I think he's worse. Easier than the captain. The captain is slick. He's slick. Daniel's not slick, and neither is the other guy. What's the light skinned guy? The light skinned. What's that group? They're like real hardcore Israelites.
Oh, yeah, you talking about Hashar?
Yeah. They are worse than Tazariak. They're not slick.
They're unapologetic, though. They're telling you that's what they believe, and they don't care what you have to say.
Google. I met these guys in person, so and they're cool. I don't want to debate Daniela. I didn't meet what's the other guy? Hashar. I didn't meet him, so I don't know him. So I'll debate him. I did see the captain there, but I didn't formally meet him. But I actually met Daniela and Divine Prophet. I seen Captain. I didn't meet him, so there's a difference. So there's no love lost. Like he can get it. So the captain can get it, and Hashar. But I know Hashar is going to be so easy. If you guys call my bluff, get this guy over here.
What about FOPE?
FOPE.
Yeah, I don't know much about him. I heard him on Sinetta. I heard Sinetta mention him. I don't know much about him. I can't tell you.
They're one West too. They say they're not, but if you're saying Apostle is one West, then FOP is one West too.
Okay, then I'm not interested because they make shit up. I'm not interested.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think Quanon was the one that started it, right?
Yeah. So the one thing I'm gonna give Daniel Allah and everybody, Hashar, I'm gonna give them credit that they're not gonna just make up stuff outside the Bible. Like they're gonna try to quote the Bible as much as possible. Apostle and you say FOP don't got the same way, then I'm not interested. I'm not interested in guys who are just saying stuff that's not in the Bible. I'm not interested.
Would you bait Judah Nass?
Who?
Judah Nass is not a real Hebrew.
So I'll debate him only if three things. If he believes Deuteronomy 28:68 means four things. If he believes that means that we're black because of slave ships, I'll debate him. If he believes that Revelations 1:18 and Daniel 7:9 talking about Jesus is black, I'll debate him. Or Jeremiah 14:2. Those scriptures, I'll debate him. If he believes the virgin birth is false, I'll debate him. There's one other thing that's not coming in. But if those doctrines are his, yeah, he get it. Or the Gentiles can't be saved, he get it.
Mm-hmm.
What made you go on your journey, Google? Out the scripts into science. Like how long ago was that?
Well, that was like maybe 2006, 2007. It started Ancient Aliens. You ever watch that series?
Yeah.
Yeah, on
the History Channel. Yeah, I used to love that. So that got me started. Looking into science and what science has to say about different stuff. Started questioning things like that, the flood of Noah and stuff like that. And then little by little, it disappears. Then after that, I got into Sarnetta. And after Sarnetta, branch out to different folks in the community. But yeah, I think it was that Ancient Alien stuff. Huh? Yeah, before Ancient Aliens, I really was, I knew about science, but I wasn't paying attention to it.
Yeah, I was the same way. And then once I started reading on like geography and like
Yeah.
expanding my mind to different nations and like how they living, and I'm like, I kind of felt embarrassed, like, damn.
All this information that you didn't know, right?
Yeah. And then it's
Yeah.
just like just the humanity part of me, like, damn, man, we living good. Like Chief was saying earlier, not just him, but like we living fairly good over here, bro. How are we so quote unquote, you know what I'm saying? So cursed.
That's another thing, right? Is is if black people over here are cursed, what about black people in other places? What happened to them?
Yeah. So I started expanding my mind. I was like, man, damn. Let me kind of fall back on some of these doctrines. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm biased left. I think I'm gonna head out now. I gotta go to bed.
All right, bro.
Peace. I'm biased.
Think you with his kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I catch you tomorrow if you go live. All right.
Oh yeah, and I'm definitely going as soon as I wake up.
I'm gonna ask you.
I got a lot of Hebrews like I got a lot of Hebrew Israelites in the queue waiting to get slaughtered.
All right, Google.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
Hey, I'm biased.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you this. The brother LJ, he's a Christian from UK, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see any difference, like with they belief system, like from that side of the world aspect? You know what I'm saying? Do you agree more with, like, I ain't trying to get you to take sides, but like, would you believe Hebrews more, or are you more open, like it don't matter, like who brings the information or what?
Now I get what you're asking. I believe the Christian world are more accurate on the scriptures than the Hebrew Israelites.
Okay. Okay. Because the reason I ask is just sometimes, even when I deal with my Christian quote unquote, brethren at the gig and this and that, it's still like they still got that bias. But I think it's the taint of the West, just where we live.
Yeah.
Like, I had a guy, I'm gonna give you an example. I had a guy named Victor. He passed away. He used to be a health physics technician in our department. They had the story of the Bible on. This is like maybe 7 or 8 years ago. He came in one day, right? It was on a Monday morning. He came in right away because they had Solomon depicted as like darker skin. He came in that Monday. He was like, Solomon wasn't a black guy. I'm like, damn, where'd that come from?
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Okay, if I understand you correctly, a lot of black Christians can be possible coons.
No. He was a white guy, and he had just made sure to tell me, like, he was. I'm like, damn, wait a minute, hold on, where'd that come from?
Okay, I'll tell you where it came from. Possibly, most likely, he probably read Psalms 1 and 5 and thought Solomon was black, and then he got guided from somebody else that is not talking about that. He was just so happy, so he came there and shared it with you because he figured, sometimes when you're guilty, you think other people are guilty too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so he came to you and was like, "Yeah, man, Solomon ain't black." You like, what?
I think he used to be kind of intimidating. And every race of people, you all got pride. But it was like I could notice like a change, like when me and my other buddy had talked politics, and it'd be like more Afrocentric and stuff like that. He like the mood would kind of swing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Yeah.
Damn, do he still think he kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like he over me in a way.
So, but what I would have asked was, he ain't black. Do you think he's white? That's what I would have asked right away. Okay, do you think he's white? just to hear what he's gonna say. I'm like, all right, well, how and why do you think that?
Yeah, I just think sometimes too, even with well, ain't no thinking. It's just how it is for a majority of people. Whatever they believe, like they stuck on it. Like they won't, even if they see it. Like you said, you were showing the brother, and you know what? The brother, when I was listening in, the brother admitted he was like, "Yeah, I got to do some more research."
Yeah,
When you was
no, he
showing
did
him,
good. He
yeah, he
did good.
did good.
Yeah, that's the first I ever heard from a Hebrews like ever that lost a debate that said that ever in my history.
Yeah, I mean, then even when you look at the letter of Paul, uh, when he said one plant, one water, one plant, but God get an
Yeah,
increase. So you know,
yeah,
you may have just dropped the seed. You know what I'm saying?
right. And the way the way we talked before, before all that, I believe. But my fear is that he's just going to go Old Testament and just not deal with what I said and just drop it altogether and just go Old Testament. So now I got to talk about Deuteronomy 28. That's why I'm trying to get good at Deuteronomy 28. Yeah, because I know, no, I ain't gonna say no because I can't prove it, but I suspect that the Israelites and Egyptians look exactly the same, right? And that's like a lighter, kind of like how they look today. Like the Arabs, like I suspect the Arabs and the Egyptians look like the Arabs of today, or maybe a little darker, but still that complexion. Nowhere, no broad nose, no thick lips, no nappy hair, none of that shit.
Mm. Do you have since I ain't on social media, do you have an email, bro? I could get at you.
Yes, it's swazimedia7@gmail.com.
Swaza Media
So
7.
look, I'm gonna type it in the chat. I'm gonna message you right now.
I can't see. Wait, I'm writing it down right now as we see. Swazi Media 7 at what?
Yeah, I'm Swazi Media 7@gmail.com. So I just sent it to you.
Oh,
And
okay.
now when you send me a message, I gotta know who you are. Cause you could be anybody. So just
Yeah,
say Eric Bond. I'm gonna know exactly who you are.
yeah,
In the
yeah,
subject,
yeah.
in the
For
subject,
sure.
just say Eric Bond.
Yeah, because I'm gonna send you my number. I want to put it out over the airways. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that
Because
way.
I want to share with you and LJ what I found in Luke chapter 3.
Yeah. That's what and I got some information I want to share. Sometimes you can't really do it on the airway. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'd rather do it, one
So
on one.
look, so tomorrow, if you're up tomorrow morning, I don't you working, right?
No, I'm off. I was
All right,
just getting off because I was just like conversation was kind of drying out, but then I had a
yeah.
couple more
So
questions.
look, so tomorrow morning, I'm gonna get LJ on the phone, and we're not gonna go live. We're gonna just be in a Zoom meeting, just talking.
All right, Swazi SWAZI Media 7@gmail.com. All right, I'm gonna shoot you an email right now, bro.
All right.
All right, one.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
But as for me, I'm not getting off. Garfield beat him up. Shaka was gone for a couple. Yeah. What about the machine? He came. Oh yeah. I forgot about that, Gary Hart. Yeah. The machine was embarrassing. Hey yo, Gary Hart, you know what's most embarrassing? I believed him. When he introduced that machine, I believed him because I was still pseudo. I believed him, man. The Watcher, peace. Chief X said I accidentally hit the end button. Yeah, Chief, I thought you were just upset. Like he ain't gonna watch me. Screw him, I'm getting off. That's how I took that from Chief X. I thought Chief X got a little emotional. So I'm glad he explained he hit it by mistake. So Donald Johnson replied, let me show you this. Let me share my screen so I can see what I got to deal with. Okay. So if you're looking right now, this is the latest comments. And Donald Jones at the very top, he said, unbiased talks, glove off. You are biased against the Bible and unequipped to debate with scholars. You don't understand the simplicity in Christ. You need to do your own work. Now, a guy like that, that's that adamant that I'm stupid and retarded, I would think that he'll come on. So I'm telling you right now, when it comes to this Bible, like I'm probably more confident than the vaccine thing. Now the Nation of Islam, I ain't gonna lie, Nation of Islam doctor, I'm the most confident. Bible second, vaccine probably third. But yeah. So I responded to Donald Johnson, who said I'm basically just retarded. And you'll see this is down here are the brothers who's supposed to be inviting me to their Wednesday thing. I'm going to send a link. Come show support. Get ready for. They're gonna cut me off every second they get. They're gonna overload me with scriptures, and they're gonna. I'm telling you right now, they're gonna demand that I respond to every scripture they read. They're gonna divert me from just discussing the virgin birth because they have all to lose. I have nothing to lose. Okay, I don't even go into religion like that on my channel, but they do. So if they lose, their congregation is at risk. If I lose, it's like, okay, the Bible's, now what? Okay, you know what I mean? I don't take it serious though. Okay, so you write on the story, but I don't take it serious. Now what? Now what? And then you want to debate the Big Bang now versus creation? Yeah, but that machine that he came up with was funny. Let me see if, because you guys are watching my screen. Let me see if I got a Hebrew somewhere in the queue. It's still in bold. Let me see if I got a Hebrew up this late from a different country, possibly. Look at this shit. I didn't even do that. All right, so let's see if I got a Hebrew. A lot of people just want to argue in a Facebook thread. They do. One second, I might get somebody. Okay, so I might get somebody. Give me a second. Somebody just responded. So I might get somebody. Let's wait for the response. I asked, like, I'm not going to debate or invite just anybody. I definitely screened them. So they got to be Hebrew Israelite, and they got to accept the New Testament as the divine word of God. If they don't agree to both things, they can't come on. It's no use. So I just asked him, is he a Hebrew Israelite? If he says no, I'm going to block him. So there's no point. So they're not really giving me. So he says, I'm a spiritual believer. So that could be Nation Islam. So I said, do you? Because Nation Islam also thinks that Joseph is the biological father. So I said, do you believe Joseph is the biological father of Jesus biologically? So let's see how he answers that. If he said yes, I invite him more. If he says no, I block him. So got a few people in the queue. Some I just wait until tomorrow. So I got maybe another 30, 40 minutes for tonight. Got it. Okay. Let me see. All right. So that person answered a totally different question. I'm in the spirit of Elijah. All right. I'm gonna try to get one Israelite tonight before I log off. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This person might be blocked. I'm not gonna waste my time. Yep, everybody get blocked. Got time for that. Wasting my time. Yeah, there's a lot of time wasters out here. Okay, let me see. Oh boy, let me see what's going on. Okay, so Mossy Warrior Clan are live too. So we got, this is a new Israelite group. I'll take a look at that. The Star Report is live also. Little baby feature Nara Wick pop out. Nara Wick is a horrible rapper. All right.
Kingdom of Yahweh prophesied the end of it, the time period, the age, the eon of Esau of Edom. According to the Bible, is the so-called white man. So, without further ado, we'd like to face the east and give all honor, glory, and praises to our power, Yahweh.
I mean, these two look white to me. So I guess because they got braids, they're black.
Double honors to our elder apostles, bishops of Great Millstone, who rule well and teach well with sound doctrine.
I knew
Shalom to the brothers out there laboring in truth and sincerity, pushing this truth, risking their lives and freedom to do so. And shalom to the hopeful elect, the believers, those repenting in the name of Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Barakatam. Yahweh Shem Yahushai, Barakatam. Right, man. Just through the spirit, we wanted to start off, due to it being a holiday, quote unquote, high holy days, to out here to really give thanksgiving to the Lord. So we're gonna start off with the second Maccabees, the first chapter. You can go ahead and start at the 23rd verse. This is just a prayer of Nehemiah, and this is stemming from a chapter that goes in from a letter after, I believe it was Antiochus, after he passed, a letter from the members of the southern kingdom writing to those that were scattered in Egypt at the time. So go ahead and bring that out.
This is the book of 2 Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 23. And the priest made a prayer while the sacrifice was consuming. I say, both the priest and all the rest, Jonathan beginning, and the rest answering thereunto, as Nehemiah did.
That's right. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Jonathan was the brother of Judas Maccabeus. That's right.
Got it. So Nehemiah's coming with this prayer, so him leading this prayer and them following. But giving thanksgiving, man, for the Anawan, giving them the power to overcome the enemies, just like we're praying for right now, man.
Bring it up nice and loud, fellas.
Verse 24, and the prayer was after this manner: O Lord, Anawan, our power, creator of all things, who art fearful and strong, and righteous and merciful, and the only and gracious King.
That's right, the only true power, man.
Yep. That's right, man. The one true living power, man. That's the only one of Israel. Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
That's right.
Hey, he says there's no power beside him.
God. I kill, I make it alive, I wound, I heal. That's right, man.
Verse 25, the only giver of all things, the only just.
And these people, in this carnal sense, man, they always think that it's of their own power, man. Even the invention of this world, man, it's all at the will of Yahweh Shem Yahushai. So this is the Most High's RFID chip. This is even the snake juice, all of it, man. It's all according to the will of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, man, to bring about the end of Esau's rulership. Even the wicked, man, were created for the day of destruction, right? So these hypersonic missiles, everything, man, those are the Ottomans, man.
Hey, what does Scripture say? How could the clay tell the potter, why have you made me thus?
God. That's right, man, but these people are always in this carnal sense that they think that they did this, they did that. It's always, I did this. So we always got to be in the spirit of giving all the praise to Yahweh Shem Yahushai, because it was the Lord's will that this happened, man.
God.
Say, the Lord directed the man's steps.
Man's going of the Lord, right?
That's right.
So when these things are created, right, even the affliction, everything that the furnace of adversity that we're put through, right? okay? For you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, all right? That's all for our betterment, all right? That is the will of the Heavenly Father to put us through this test, man, all right? To make it through the other side, man. Lord will, we build that number, gain that salvation, that election, all right? But again, we must overcome this hour of temptation, right? That snake juice, right? All the things that Esau of Edom's gonna come down with, all right?
Temptation being that hard life each shit, man. When you got a choice, whether you want to completely cut yourself off from society and the you know, the things that Esau's gonna to bribe you with, or whether you want to struggle the hard way, that straight game, man. That's gonna be it. The broad way leads to destruction. So you want to go and be bribed and take that you know, that and just to seek to save your own life, you're gonna surely lose it, man.
Hey, New Spirit, man, my little sister told me yesterday, man. She said, hey, the beans that she had eaten all that, whatever, in that time, she said she gonna take it, man.
Exactly, man. You know? And that's gonna be it, man. That broad gate. And you know, Esau, man, the bribes, bro. You know, if he was doing it with that snake juice, you know, giving away free gift cards, meals, and this and that, they're gonna be going extra hard.
Almighty and everlasting, thou that deliverest Israel, Yasharallah, from all trouble.
And that's right, man. So the Adawan always delivering our people out of those troubles, man. As the first Maccabees goes into, you know, that the what does it say? That the battle is the victor is given unto. I don't want to butcher it, man.
I got you.
You got it, Ak?
Yeah. Yeah, that's first Maccabees.
But it's not in the numbers, man. It's not in the strength of your weaponry, of anything, man. That's why the scriptures say that the weapons of our warfare are spiritual. They're not carnal, man. And the Adawan, he decides who's the victor, man.
Hey, King David, man, was a mighty man.
That's right.
You see?
God.
Yahweh Shemal Shah used him to put thousands upon thousands to death.
That's a beautiful point, man, because we're coming in the spirit of King David, man. Yeah. And we're coming up against this Goliath, man, which is the beast system, man. Yeah. You know, Esau of Edom and the rulership right now, man. But what does it say that he said you come with King David said you come with a sword, but I come in the name of Yahweh, I have hosts.
That's all we need, man.
That's it, bro.
We don't need to wield nothing carnal, man. At the end of the day, what did it say? The weapons of our warfare are spiritual, not carnal, man. You know? Man, this government crumbling, man. The real crumbling, man.
That's it,
Yeah, just give some context to that account in the book of First Maccabees chapter 3. We'll start at verse 10. Yeah, it says, Then Apollonius gathered the Gentiles together and a great host out of Samaria to fight against Israel. Which thing, when Judas perceived, he went forth to meet him, and he smote him and slew him. Many also fell down slain, but the rest fled. Wherefore Judas took their spoils, and Apollonius' sword also, and therewith he fought all his life long.
Hey, that's gonna happen again, man. Once Babylon is destroyed, once the elect are raised up, man, those fishers are turned hunters, man. These heathen, man, are gonna flee in fear, man. They're gonna leave all their riches, all their materials unto Israel, man. Unto Yahweh Shah, man.
Yep.
Ultimately.
That's right, man. Is that what the scripture say?
Giving up to Yahweh Shemal Shah.
Yeah, the gold is mine, you know, things as such, man. All those things are being gathered up for the elect, man. Right,
man.
For Yahweh Shemal Shah, ultimately, man.
And that's part of Yahweh Shah's inheritance, man.
Yep, that's right. So I'm going to continue on here with that First Maccabees chapter 3, and this is verse 13. It says, Now when Saran, a prince of the army of Syria, heard say that Judas had gathered unto him a multitude and company of the faithful to go out with him to war, he said, I will get me a name and honor in the kingdom. For I will go fight with Judas and them that are with him, who despise the king's commandment. That's right, because they do not, they're not taught by the precepts of men. They kept the commandments of Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai. Right, so this, them thinking to themselves they're going to gain a name and praise in the earth, man, by going against the men of Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai. By coming up against Judas Maccabeus and those that were faithful and obedient to the Adawan Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai.
That's why these armies are going to gather together with Esau to try to fight against Yahweh Shai, the Archangel Michael, and the angels, man, the chariots. Because they all want the power seat. That's what it is, man.
That's right, man. It's like this dragon, right? Okay, as Brother Malak La'ab and I went in on yesterday, one of those precepts in Revelation, talking about the dragon, right, he's gonna be wroth against the woman and make war with the remnant of her seed. That's exactly what's gonna take place here, man, in these latter days.
That's what's happened, man.
Yep. That's right, man.
Right here, the system, this nation's coming up, and it says that her seed was swallowed up in the waters or the earth. I'm roughly paraphrasing, but that's in the book of Revelation, right?
I've got it right here.
Yeah, but that was our people being scattered and being hid within the earth here, man. Being scattered amongst the multitudes.
The hidden ones.
Yep.
Go ahead.
That's right, man.
The book of Revelations, chapter 12 and verse 17. And the dragon was wroth with the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed.
That's right, man. And these according to, what is it, Psalm 83, that these heathen have formed a covenant against Israel, man, against our people to cut them off from being a nation.
Yep.
So we don't even know who we do through the Spirit know who we are, but the multitude of Jake, they don't know who they are, man.
Yep.
They don't know that they're from the seed line of our forefather Jacob, man, the tribes of Israel.
Yep. That's right, man. Yeah. Just for an example, we had a woman stop by right before when we were setting up camp today. And she was inquiring about the sign. She took a picture of the sign and she was asking, through my limited Spanish speaking, man, I was able to converse with her a little bit and give her some info, man. And Lord willing, man, she'll be able to look into those things. And she was an older woman, right? So many of our people, again, are indoctrinated through this Roman Catholicism, man, Christianity, so on and so forth, man. All right? So they're not aware of who they are, truly, man. But it was a beautiful thing to see because she seemed very interested and very sincere. So Lord's will, man, she'll look into it. But the point being, like Doc Bernard just said, many of our people, okay, do not know who they truly are, their biblical nationality. And they're going to die not knowing their biblical nationality, huh? That's just the way it's got to be, man, through the will of Yahweh Shem Shai.
Hey, well, it's good to say, man, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge.
Yep, that's right, man.
And another scripture says, because they rejected knowledge, right, Yahweh Shem Shai has rejected them.
Yep. That's right, man. Hosea 4:6, that's right. So unless you hold something, I'm
Go ahead and continue.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Revelation 13:1 again. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up of the sea, out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And upon his horns, wait. This one?
Yeah, that's good. So that out of the lands, man, that body of people, you're seeing a beast system rise up, man, and that is Esau, Edom coming up, man, and formulating that beast system, coming back into power, man, during that Renaissance period. And through the sea, because this beast system is the sea being like a body of people, but this beast system it goes from here in Babylon to Europe, man.
Yep.
And upon his head, upon his heads, the name of blasphemy.
God, and they're constantly blaspheming Yahweh Bashem Yahushai and the holy commandments, man. The order of our to follow for our people, man. Constantly blaspheming it and turning this thing upside down. They promote all the wickedness that goes against the scriptures, man. So every time you turn on your TV and media and whatnot, you're seeing Esau of Edom pushing wickedness, man. The things that go against the word. And that's blasphemy, man. They even blaspheming the names of the tribes of Israel, man, calling us by these bywords, man, because we have the name of Israel, man. The name of Yahweh. The name of our Adawan attached to us, man, being that bride. So really, they're blaspheming us in the name of Yahweh Bashim Yahushai every time they call us by these bywords, man.
God. You know, so again, yeah, like Doc when I was saying, you know, that formulation of the NATO EU nations and so on and so forth, man, right? That beast system. And just to kind of add on to that thought, you know, speaking of that horror, right, coming out of the seas, man, right? This is Revelation chapter 17 and verse 1. It says, and there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters. That's right, man. So again, how many U.S. military bases, embassies, and so on and so forth, right, of these other countries, man, are scattered abroad throughout all the 4 winds, man, right? That's starting with Babylon, America, right? The mother of harlots, that whore that the Bible's speaking of right here, man, right? Or I should say the mother of harlots, once again, the great whore. And this is Revelation 17 and 2, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. That's right, man. So again, that Western philosophies, right? These quote-unquote democracy, right? The ways of Babylon, America, that have polluted the entire earth, right? That NATO EU peace system, man, right? Okay? That revitalization, if you will, right? The reviving of the ancient Roman Empire, right? Which is continuing on, right? The scriptures also speak of that, man. His deadly wound was healed, right? So that's that ancient Roman Empire, man, coming back to this very day, man. Again, like the Aquanan said, through the Renaissance period, man. For that rebirth, the revival.
It makes it clay and iron, the feet, the end of this place, man.
Back to that thought of them blaspheming, you know, one, how much time, man. What the scriptures say, woe to them that
evil good and good evil.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yep. Bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter.
That's exactly what this place is, Babylon, America, man. What does it go back to? Another word, to marry? To marry meaning bitter?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, America, yeah. Yep. That's right, man. So bitter, man. And this is a bitter place, man. Right? It's been made, you know, it's something to kind of go along with that, man. Much blood has been spilled, man, right? Of the so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans here in America, right? That's how this land was built. By rape, robbery, and pillage, the sweat, tears, and bloodshed of our people, man.
Scripture says, woe to that bloody city.
That's right, man. Woe to the city is built up by blood, right? So blood, the taste of blood is bitter, right?
Hey,
it's a bitter
like
thing when you taste that blood in your
just
mouth.
Just like Abel's righteous blood crying from the dirt, man.
Yep,
You know?
exactly.
This is the same thing as all the bloodshed that, you know, tribes of Israel have.
These men are trying to meet up with teenagers online.
I mean, it's pretty much, you know.
I will not do it again.
Okay.
If you catch me again doing it, then I say submit it. Okay.
They think they're talking to actual teenagers, but in reality, they're talking to an adult decoy posing as one on the other end.
I mean, you sent a full-blown picture and video of your to a 13-year-old girl. Okay, that's a federal offense right there.
Not only is it immoral and just downright disgusting, but it's illegal. And these guys know that very well.
You won't believe some of their excuses.
Why does a 13-year-old girl need to meet a 40-year-old man? I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. No, I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit.
I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit, and these are the dangers of your kids using the internet unsupervised.
Want a bright smile without giving up coffee? Snow is about to be your bestie. These are the Snow Magic Strips, and they dissolve.
Hi there, boys and girls. Before we start this episode, just want to let you know that I just kicked off a second channel called Late Night Skeet.
Here I'll be uploading some of the clips from my Twitch streams, as well as some of the miscellaneous content that doesn't quite make it over to the main channel here. So if that sounds of interest to you, be sure to go and subscribe to my second channel, Late Night Skeed. Secondly, this video was a collaboration with my man Cassidy Campbell. He makes great, funny content. It's hilarious. Be sure to go subscribe.
They say that everything is bigger in Texas, and the amount of online predators is no exception to that statement. We went on a few social media apps, posing as young teens. In just 2 days, 4 men showed up to our sting house to meet up with who they thought were underage teens for illicit acts. One of our suspects actually called the police on himself. It wasn't the smartest move in the book, to that statement. We went on a few social media apps, posing as young teens. In just 2 days, 4 men showed up to our sting house. That statement. We went on a few social media apps, posing as young teens. In just 2 days, 4 men showed up to our sting house to meet up with who they thought were underage teens for illicit acts. One of our suspects actually called the police on himself. It wasn't the smartest move in the book, but it did make our job a little bit easier. As for the others, all information was submitted to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. Coming from all different types of employment, from school teachers to restaurant managers.
My major job is self-employed.
And what else?
I have a part-time job.
What's your part-time job, Neil?
Chick-fil-A.
You work at Chick-fil-A part-time? Wow.
Well, gotta say, Neil, it's really our pleasure to serve you.
Commitment, you say? Neil here has never heard of that. Even a marriage ring doesn't stop him from trying to meet up with a 14-year-old boy. But we'll get into that a little later. For now, get your spurs on and saddle up, because we've got bigger matters to tend to here. This here is 34-year-old Gabriel. He showed up to a park to meet who he thought was a 13-year-old girl. He claimed to be a school teacher of some sort, and talks about cuddling up with the girl. Being more of a romantic type, Gabriel figured he'd spice things up by bringing the girl a pumpkin spice frappuccino from Starbucks. But his whole world came crashing down when he met me and Military Sergeant Chester instead. He was so nervous and caught off guard that he seemed to forget that he already had a frappuccino of his own just a few minutes prior. Now that's a lot of calories. Here's some of the things he said in his chat log. The girl says that she's 13. Gabriel says, "Wow, so young. You look older." He talks about how bored he is and that it would be nice to hug and hold the girl. He then says, "I want to cuddle with you and hold you snugly like a teddy bear." The girl says, "Well, that would be nice." He then talks about how much trouble he could get into if the girl's parents found out.
Now this Gabriel fellow was a very fast mover, I would say. We came across him on the Whisper app. The decoy did tell him that she was 13. And during the conversation, he didn't even seem to flinch at the fact that he was talking to a 13-year-old girl.
Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in.
Instead, he got rather comfortable in that conversation, talked about holding the girl,
cuddling her, things of that nature. It was only about 6 hours or so from the point of him initially making contact with the decoy that he showed up to try to meet up with her. He was definitely one of the fastest movers that we've had in these investigations. Now, during the conversation with the girl, he did mention that he was a teacher of some sort. Now, with the heat of the moment situation and the fact that Gabriel was such a fast mover that I just didn't get a whole lot of time to prepare for my interaction with him, just wasn't able to question him on the fact that he said he was a teacher. So there's really no telling what age range he supposedly teaches, or if he's even a teacher at all, because, you know, a lot of these guys will lie about their occupation to the decoy. So it's a quiet, sunny afternoon in the Dallas, Texas area. Now, before Gabriel even made plans to meet up with this girl, the girl had mentioned that she lived near a certain park. And coincidentally, Gabriel decided to take a stroll through that same park. And during this time, Gabriel decided to head over to a nearby Starbucks and get himself a Frappuccino, I believe it was, of some sort. And he mentioned this to the girl. So naturally, we thought we'd see if Gabriel would also bring a Frappuccino for this girl that he was going to meet up with. We requested a pumpkin spice Frappuccino, I believe it was. This was at the beginning of September, so Starbucks was, just now bringing their pumpkin spice flavors back into the season. And as a lot of people know, I'm a pretty big fan of pumpkin spice. I'm a bit of a basic bitch, I'm not gonna lie. It took about 10 minutes or so to find out where Gabriel actually was waiting for this girl at the park, so we sent someone out to look for him.
I see your friend walk down the street.
Uh-huh.
So the guy you're looking for is on the bench right now.
He's on the bench?
Yeah. So he's on the bench.
Which bench?
Does he have a pumpkin spice frappe with him?
So you know when you walk out the front door, there's a bench right there?
Oh, he's right there?
Is he?
Okay, let's go this way. Let's
Oh, we gotta go this way. A few minutes passed by, and coincidentally, he was actually sitting at the bench right beside our sting house. I mean, he couldn't have made it any easier, really. So we got mic'd up and got the cameras ready. We walked out the door, only to see this the figure of this Gabriel fellow sitting on the bench waiting for this 13-year-old girl. He's a very heavy-set gentleman, indeed. At first glance, when I first saw him, I thought he resembled a Snorlax from the Pokemon franchise. That was my first thought when I first saw Gabriel on the bench. And as the saying goes in the Pokemon franchise, you gotta catch them all. And we went over to where Gabriel was and confronted him about why he was there to meet a 13-year-old girl.
How we doing? How's it going, sir?
How we doing today, sir?
Will that be a Predator Parfait that you have in your hand that you're drinking? Is this for you?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not for the 13-year-old girl that you're here to meet?
No.
Did you get her anything? Did you get the girl anything? Well, why not?
No. Why didn't you get her anything?
Because
you told her just on the phone that you were going to get her a frappe from Starbucks.
No, I did not.
So let's start there.
No.
Well, it says it right here in the conversation, Gabriel.
Okay, calm down. I see you shaking. It's all right.
It's okay, Gabriel.
So
We just want to.
tell us what's going on here.
You just want to have a chat.
Relax. Okay, we're not going to hurt you.
What are you doing here?
I'm not doing anything. I'm just.
Okay, that's
wanting to
fine.
talk. I even
Yeah,
said in the thing.
sure.
I'm not.
But you understand that
I know it
it's
seems creepy.
not
but I'm
right
very,
to lure a minor out of her house. And this is a 13-year-old girl we're talking about here, Gabriel.
It's not anything. It wasn't anything sexual. I'm sorry. Let me talk a little bit. It's not.
I got you.
So, what did you come here to do? No, we're not going to hurt you.
Talk.
Just talk.
But you're putting it online.
Just talk.
Sir,
to
that's
us.
just for documentation purposes, so that way
Please don't.
you can't say
I
that
don't.
anything happened that didn't happen.
Nothing happened.
So what
Well,
did you?
make
What
sure
was it?
nothing's going
Who
to
did you
happen.
come here to meet?
We were just gonna chat. I even said in the thing, like, I just want to chat.
But how
I'm
old
just
was
so
she?
lonely. She said she was young, but I didn't.
Well, how old?
How young?
How old did she say?
How young?
She was 14 or something. Like
14. Try maybe you want to try again? Maybe a year younger. She did say she was 13.
So she was 13.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
But I'm not.
You're not what?
You're
Gabriel?
not what?
I'm not. I wasn't trying to do anything.
Well, what about back in the conversation here when you mentioned cuddling?
Just be honest.
Yeah, but that.
You can just be straight up here.
Just be straight
I wasn't
up.
gonna do anything. I'm not.
So that's
I am
why
being straight up.
so you came here
just to talk.
Just to talk. What were you going to talk about?
Just how you doing? How's it going?
Were you maybe going to talk about how?
I was not going to talk about anything.
Maybe going to talk about how you wanted to cuddle up with her, like you said here.
Not.
What else did you say?
I even said in the message, like,
well, here
trust me, I don't want to do that.
Well, you were talking about boys at her school, maybe, and then you said if you told a boy that you wanted to kiss, he'd have his tongue down your throat. Is what you said.
Me.
It's not you, but it's like you're.
Wait, hold on.
Why even go there?
So that wasn't
Gabriel?
you. Just talk. Just relax. Calm down. All right.
You said you just want to wrap your arms around her and hold her and snuggle her like a teddy bear.
I've never done anything like this before.
Never.
Now, Gabriel, if I had a dime for every time I heard that, I'd be able to buy
never
a grande size
I know, but
frappuccino from Starbucks. You know.
How old are you?
33.
33.
You,
Can I see your ID?
you said 34.
I don't have it on me.
You don't have your ID?
And then you even say that if your parents found out that she was gone, then it could be pretty bad.
I mean, because I
would agree with that,
family
Gabriel.
I have family. I know. I have family with kids. I know.
Okay. And how old are
family with kids?
And how old are those kids?
You just said you have family with kids.
I know families.
No family with kids.
Gotcha.
Okay.
That would be very bad. It's already very bad.
Well, I mean, you're here to meet her, though, Gabriel. Whether it's talking or doing anything, the point is, the girl's 13. Okay. Now, help me understand. What business does a 34-year-old man have with a 13-year-old girl?
I'm just lonely. I was just gonna talk. That's it.
Well, why not talk to an adult, then, Gabriel? You talk about how nice it would be to hold her.
No, but that's you're misconstruing that, sir.
Gabriel, you can see it right
let him
here.
explain.
It would be nice to hold you, is what you say.
So just explain.
Can I please get in my car and leave?
Well, sir, we just want to ask you a few
You are
questions.
free to leave, but
And we're gonna have to give this all over to the police.
I didn't commit any. I didn't.
You did reference that you had seen something on the news about someone getting caught up in Allen, Texas, for the same thing you're doing.
I know that's why
I mean,
didn't.
what?
So that didn't scare you?
That thing on the news.
So you saw me catch somebody else.
Luring a child here is a crime.
I'm not luring a child. I didn't lure a child.
But she's 13.
Hold on a second. So you saw me catch somebody else.
It was his. You saw.
So you saw that, and that was me.
That was him.
And now you're here in real life.
I'm not doing anything, sir.
Welcome to reality, buddy.
Sir, Gabriel.
So is that what you do? You come here to meet 13-year-olds?
Gabriel, and then you say that you're.
13-year-old here?
I said nothing, and there was stuff that could be misconstrued.
What, sexual stuff?
Well, what's misconstruing about how you say that your cuddles are 10 times better?
Sexual?
No.
Wrapping your arms around her, cuddling?
No.
With a 13-year-old?
No.
It's all here, Gabriel.
Talk about boys out of school?
It's on the chat.
Sticking a tongue down her throat?
It's on the chat log. Gabriel, I just want to let you know I'm Skeet Hansen with the Predatorial Investigation Unit, and you've just been skeeted. Just want to let you know that. And I just want to know if there's anything else you have to say. We would really love to hear it before you shove off here.
I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just a lonely guy.
Okay,
and
Gabriel.
I did not plan to do anything inappropriate.
It wasn't wrong. Wait, so it wasn't wrong at all?
It was unusual, but I didn't do anything wrong.
So
understand, Gabriel, but
how come if somebody else does it?
I didn't break the law.
You didn't at all? Luring a minor?
It's not luring.
It's luring a minor.
13-year-old.
She's 13.
Yeah, it is.
It's not luring.
You told her to meet you at the park, Gabriel. Gabriel, it's all here. The proof is in the pudding. I mean, your hand's caught in the cookie jar here.
I was never going to do anything.
Well, what about when you said you were going to cuddle up with her? I mean, if she met you here, where was it going to go from there?
It wasn't going to go anywhere.
Okay, so your plan was just to sit and chat with her,
Just to sit and
give her
a
frappe and just chat.
Just chat.
I'm more disappointed that he didn't even bring the drink.
He brought the drink, but he
drank it all?
He hogged it to himself, unfortunately. Can I just get one sip of the frappe, Gabriel? Okay. Now, upon having this interview with Gabriel, he really came off as this sort of just lonely guy. But that doesn't make it okay to try to meet up with a 13-year-old girl. You know, this is borderline luring a minor here, okay? Now, after this Gabriel situation, we did attempt to go undercover on the Grindr app and see if any of these guys would come to our sting house. Lo and behold, about 5 of these guys showed up to meet who they thought was a 14-year-old boy. Now, unfortunately, we had a few hiccups, so only 3 of these guys total actually came into the house. Unfortunately, 2 of them were runners. Help you find something? How are you? Good. What are you here for?
I'm just here for a friend.
For a friend?
Yeah.
Why don't you have a seat for me right over there? I got a couple of questions for you.
That's okay.
What's that?
That's okay.
Sir, I'm Skeet Hans with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. We do have the police on standby here.
How you doing?
We just want to have a conversation with you here.
Get him! Get him! Get him!
Excuse me, everybody!
This is Joseph from Family Scott Furniture at the heart of New York City, 30 minutes away from our location. We got Black Friday.
How are you? Why don't you go ahead and have a seat right there for me? Why don't you go ahead and have a seat for me right there? I'm with the Predatory Investigation Unit, sir. Sir. Sir? I need to have a conversation with you.
How you doing?
Somebody text me.
Someone text? Who texted
Yeah.
you?
What's wrong?
Please.
So you came here to meet my son?
No.
You know I'm the dad, right?
I swear to God, please, sir. No.
You know I'm the dad, right?
I don't know.
we
You don't know
step
that?
back in the house?
So let's go have a chat.
Well, sir, do you want us to call the police?
Please, I have wife and kids. I don't know.
So what are you doing here? Does your wife and kids know you're here right now?
Well, what are you
No.
doing here, sir?
Do they know?
Wow.
We need to go have a talk right now.
Sir, if you want to just step back in for a moment. Why don't we just walk back over here?
We can just have a
Please,
talk.
I don't know. I don't know who is.
You don't know who is what?
You in trouble. Let's go inside where it's quiet.
Let's just go inside briefly.
But I don't believe it's.
You don't believe
call
what?
Police. You sure about that? I want to call police.
So you want to call the police?
You want to call the police?
I want to call police.
Well, that's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh heck no.
You want to just come back here?
He's not calling. He's not calling the police.
Oh yeah. Look at him. Look at him go. Oh no, he sees us, bro. He knows. Look at this. Skeet, look at this shit.
I see him. I see him right there. We got a runner. He's
No, he's on the phone, bro.
he's circling. I think he's calling the police.
No, he's on the phone.
He's definitely on the phone. Now, this guy, after he peeks his head into the house and sees me, he gets spooked and he makes a run for it. But interestingly enough, he didn't run into his car and get in his car and drive off. He actually ran down the street for some reason. And he did drive there, mind you. He parked right in front of the sting house. But for some reason, he ran down the street and he calls the police on himself. I've never seen anything like it before, really. Now, we attempted to further engage with him, but as he was getting farther and farther down the street, we realized there was just no point with that, so we waited it out and waited for the police to show up so we could give them the scoop on what was going on.
You doing all right?
Good.
How you guys doing?
Oh, all right. How can we help you?
I didn't call.
We didn't call.
I guess it was the person who was trying to meet up with the 14-year-old who called you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Came in the house, ran,
And
called
then,
you guys.
and then he left his car over there and just.
So he's around the area.
Which one is his car?
It's
The Audi.
The Audi, the black one that's
All the way down there at the end.
black
Yeah.
or blue, whatever Yeah. it is. Yeah.
So who was actually the one that was making contact with him online?
Was it? It was me.
You? Okay.
Yeah.
Your name, sir?
Cassidy.
Cassidy. Okay. We'll need to talk with you, try and get some sense as to what transpired tonight and what the communications were. I believe that they're out with him right now at a different location. So
Right now, it's just, so I was talking to this guy, told him in the conversation, hey, I'm 14.
So you're talking to him?
Well,
through
he
what?
messaged me first, obviously, but Grinder app.
So you're on Grinder app?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he reached out to me, and I told him I'm 14. And then he's like, oh, like, you know, just continue to talk sexually and things like that. And sent some pictures like of his bulge. And then he decided to, you know, that he wanted to come over.
Okay. And the pictures and everything's still retained?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
You might want to screen record that. So I screen recorded it. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And y'all's involvement, everybody else came after the fact, or?
Yeah, we were just all in the house. We didn't
While this whole chat was taking
yeah,
place?
because they were outside.
Okay.
And, yeah, they didn't.
Can we go ahead and get IDs from each of you, just so we know who was here?
Sure.
Investigators will probably want to talk to anybody that was involved in the whole process.
Okay. Gotcha. Appreciate it, man.
No, I'm here for you.
Can I, my ID's in my car.
You're good, man. Go ahead.
Okay. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Hopefully I don't show up
Thanks,
on my
sir.
door, because that's quite a drive.
Yeah. I don't think it'll.
It's a little bit of a jaunt, yeah.
Michigan.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all from Michigan?
Yes.
a few of
When y'all come down here?
Today.
Yeah.
Just today?
Just today.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing better to do.
332 on NCIC. I got 3 Michigan DOs. When
Go
you're
before. The cops on himself.
actually,
And then he took like one foot in the door, saw him,
Thanks,
bolted
man.
out, and then I kind of like filmed myself just talking to him, but he was just like acting weird, and then called the cops.
Okay.
So it
Well,
wasn't really much.
It was
interaction.
that's literally
Well,
all that happened.
like I said, a lot of what they're going to want to see is what was being said and,
Yeah.
and what was
The
being
actual
shared
conversation.
online.
Oh yeah. I have all that stuff.
So just retain that if you would. If you want to give him the case number,
I got it.
and we can go ahead and finish up with the other gentleman, and we'll take it from there.
Sure. Sounds good. Hopefully the wife and kids don't mind too much.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. Hopefully.
So what's going to happen is he's going to actually leave tonight, okay? But we have him ID'd.
Yeah.
We're going to gather all the information that we need from you. I guess you want to provide that statement at a later date, that's fine. CID will be in touch with you. They'll work through all that process. Just let the process work through the way it works through. And just know that it's going to be addressed thoroughly and properly, okay?
Okay.
All right.
And you have your case number,
I got it in my hand.
and you have all their information.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. From here, we'll just
Call him night?
get him back to his car, and then we'll get this case rolling with CID Monday morning.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good. Appreciate you
All
guys.
right.
Thank you so much.
Have a good weekend.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay.
Take care.
If you thought that was shocking, just wait till you meet 59-year-old Neil. He's a self-employed insurance salesman, but he also works part-time at Chick-fil-A. Here are some of the things he was saying to the boy that he thought was 14. You don't mind that I'm 14, do ya? Never been with a younger guy before. I guess it's okay. Okay, so what do you want to do? How about some play? What's that? It's where two guys get together and play with each other's d. Oh, dang.
Now, it was a Sunday afternoon when this Neil guy showed up to our sting house to try to meet up with this 14-year-old boy after talking very sexually on the Grinder app. As soon as he comes in, he's very comfortable right off rip. I mean, you know, he's sitting on the couch, getting a little handsy with the decoy. At some point, he even tells him to take off his jacket. Now, Neil claimed that he told him to do this because he thought it was hot, and the boy shouldn't have had the jacket on. But you could also make the argument that maybe Neil was trying to get this, you know, who he thought was a 14-year-old boy to sort of undress and do these sexual acts that he talked about on the Grindr app the day before. But as soon as Military Sergeant Chester comes out to greet Neil, his whole demeanor just changes.
You say that, but if something's not comfortable, you just say so, okay?
Okay. Well, what do you like?
I like touching, kissing. You're nervous, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's good. Take this one.
You want to take this?
How we doing? Yeah, that's right. Oh, is right. So what'd you come here to do?
I came here to just meet him.
Is that why you told him to take his clothes off?
I told him to take his sweater off.
What would you have done if I did not show up?
I wasn't going to do anything today. I mean, I was going to probably kiss him.
Well, that is something. That's legal.
That is legal or illegal?
That's illegal.
Okay.
So that's illegal right there. On top of that, you're telling him to take his clothes off, talking about sexual acts.
No, I told him to take his jacket off. It's summertime, and he's got that big old jacket on.
You sure about that?
Yeah. He got on a big sweatshirt.
Sure. Okay.
I mean, you got me on the other stuff, but I didn't.
I got you on this, but that one, okay. You got me on that one. You got me on that one, sir. All right. You got me on that one. So, how many kids you got?
One.
How old are they?
He's old.
He's old? What would they think about this?
I'm going to be humiliated.
Humiliated? So what do you think should happen to you?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean, I hope nothing, but.
You hope nothing?
You give me a warning.
How long you been on Grindr?
I don't know.
You don't know? When?
Couple years.
Couple years. So you've been doing this.
I never approached a minor before this.
But have you met up? Okay. So.
And it said 19 on his original.
But did he tell you he was 14?
He did eventually.
Okay. So I have multiple times in those chats when he said I'm 14 and you said it was fine, then you began to talk about you like play. You said that yesterday, you like play. So what is play?
Jacking off.
So did you have to lie? What'd you tell your wife you were doing?
I'm going to run errands.
You're going to, this is an errand for you?
Yeah.
Just another day in the neighborhood, Mr. Rogers? What is this? So how many people you met off with Grindr? Don't lie to me.
In several years, maybe 5.
And does your wife know about this?
No.
Wow. Wow. So
I guess she's going to now, right?
she is. So do me a favor and get her on the phone.
No.
Do you want to go to prison or do you want to talk to your wife?
And then what happens?
Depends what she does when you get home. So that's up to you. You pick your poison, sir.
Well, no, that's it. If I go to prison, she's going to
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
It's going to be a whole lot worse though in prison, ain't it?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You're going to get all the you want because Tyrone's going to be your little cellmate and he's going to be. You like black guys?
Now, the interaction between Neil and Military Sergeant Chester went on for a few minutes, and I decided to go ahead and step in when I thought that things were getting a little bit heated, so I could come in and kind of calm the situation down.
Is that a yes or no?
It's a no.
What do we got going on here?
What's that?
What do we got going on here? I just heard black guys. So.
This is our predatorial investigator.
How you doing? Skeet Hansen, Predatorial Investigation Unit.
Step over a little to the side, Skeet.
We do work in conjunction with the police, so.
Okay.
What's your name?
My name is Neil.
Neil. What brings you here today, Neil?
Bad things.
Bad things.
Yeah.
You want to elaborate for me?
I don't know what I need to say.
So look, hey, Skeet. He's gonna call his wife.
Okay.
So let's let him do that. He's already admitted to everything.
So
We don't.
Tell me what that. I admit this to my wife, and she's pissed. And,
That's fine. That's it. That's between y'all.
yeah. And
Or
then what happens?
that's between y'all.
Really not up to us to decide.
I don't get to go. I don't live in your household, so I don't get to tell you that.
What were you planning to do?
When I was walking up, I was like, "He's too young. I'm not going to do anything."
Okay. So why come in and sit on the couch? You know, and have
Because I was
this-
already here.
Well, what were you talking about on the Grinder app? Is what I want to know.
Well, y'all already had
What
that.
was the?
We have
what was
that.
the content of that?
Hey.
You see it?
I'm done something bad, and I've gotten caught, and you're going to talk to somebody. Hold on.
How you doing? Are you Neil's wife?
Who's this?
So this is Chester. I'm with the Predatorial Investigative Unit. So your husband here, how long y'all been married? Yes, how long have y'all been married, ma'am?
31 years.
31 years. Well, I have some very bad news. Your husband came here to meet a 14-year-old boy for sex. And he's also said that he's been doing this for the past 2 to 5 years or so. And he's met up with over 5 people from the Grinder app.
Never a minor.
He said they're not minors, but this was a 14-year-old. It was a sting operation. He came here.
You have to hold on a minute. Hold on.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
What would your son think of this, Neil?
He'd be embarrassed.
I mean, to say the least, it's pretty darn embarrassing and wrong. Overall, I mean, I just don't understand what makes a man do this sort of thing, you know? I mean, help me understand, Neil. Is it a...
Let's wait till she...
Okay. Is it like maybe an addiction to the...
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm sorry. Ma'am, see what you did to her? This is what you did.
Hello?
Yeah, hello? Who's this?
This is her son.
Okay, so my name is Chester. I'm with the Predatorial Investigative Unit. And so your dad has been caught in a sting operation. He came here to meet a 14-year-old boy for sex and sent very explicit text messages. And yep, so I'm just trying to let y'all know. And he said he's been doing this Grinder. He's been on the Grinder. Have you heard of the Grinder app? It's a gay dating app.
Yes.
So he's been on this app for the last 2 to 5 years. He said he's met up with over 5 people. And
the craziest part about this Neil situation is that he's actually married. Okay, he has a wife and a son. Now before this, his wife had no idea that he had even been on the Grinder app and was even interested in men, let alone 14-year-old boys. So when she heard about this, I mean, she was just devastated. You really got a feel for the families in these situations.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know it's a lot to take in. So, you know what? Just bear with me, all right?
Do you have any questions of them?
No, what do you mean you're coming home? So who are these people?
They're a third-party investigator.
There's no guarantee that he's going to make it home, is there?
There's no guarantee.
We don't know what the...
I don't know what's going to happen on the highway or whatever, what the police might do.
Really not up to us to decide.
I'll let you know when I know, okay?
Do you have any other plans today?
No.
Little Sunday fun day action? You know, go out with the fam?
What was the layout of your day, Neil? Just so we know. So your plan was to come and...
To come, yes, to come.
To do these things with a 14-year-old boy and then go about your day after that? Was that the plan?
I don't know what the plan was.
Okay, you're just kind of winging it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Little wing action?
So what was the interest with this 14?
Well, he was 19 when he started, and then
he told you.
Yeah, and then I continued the dialogue.
Wife's calling you.
Gotcha.
Hello, ma'am?
Hey, sorry, the call dropped.
It's all right.
So the only other question I have is like, where is he now?
So he's sitting here with us. We're just having a conversation. Then he's going to be on his merry way. And he said y'all have like you're going to talk when you get home. So.
And this is your first time doing this, you said, Neil?
First time doing what?
Coming to meet up with a
minor. I've never, ever been with him.
Never, ever.
What today?
Something just, or yesterday?
Yeah.
Because you're talking pretty dirty to the decoy yesterday.
You gotta understand, we hear that a lot, and if we had a dime for...
What do you do for a living?
I sell insurance. My major job is self-employed.
And what else?
I have a part-time job.
What's your part-time job, Neil?
Chick-fil-A.
You work at Chick-fil-A part-time? Yeah. Wow.
Well, gotta say, Neil, it's really our pleasure to serve you.
Are you a manager there?
Now, Neil said that he was a self-employed insurance salesman of some sort. But apparently he also worked part-time at a Chick-fil-A restaurant. Their spicy chicken sandwich is to die for, by the way. Very good. Excellent sandwich. So you gotta think, with him at this Chick-fil-A job, he is most likely working and interacting with boys and girls right around the same age as the boy he was there to meet on this day.
All right, let's go. Come on.
If there's anything else you have to say, we'd love to hear it. If not, just want to let you know you've just been skeeted.
What is skeeted?
It's kind of just my catchphrase. I'm Skeeter, Skeet Hansen with Predatory.
Here's your phone, sir. Let's get this documentation on the way out.
Is there anything else you have to say?
Now, where's this going to go?
It's going to go online, sir. Yeah, that's right. That's the right word for it. Let's go out here and get his plates.
Very nice flip-flops, Neil. Are those Gucci?
We're going to wear those when you're with the boy? Or are you going to take them off? All right. God bless America.
All right, Neil. Safe travels to you. He's a patriot, too.
You're a patriot. America. That's right.
Now, as we're finishing up the interview with Neil here, I do let him know that, he's going to be featured in an online series and that I'm Skeet Hansen and that he had just been skeeted. As you know, that's sort of my catchphrase. Usually when I say that, it tends to go over these guys' heads and they just kind of just tend to go with it. But not Neil. He was the first predator I've caught to actually question the phrase, and it completely caught me off guard. I mean, I had to think of something to say on the spot. As soon as I said it to him, he had asked me, what is quote-unquote skeeted? Completely caught me off guard. Neil threw me a real curveball with that one. So we escort Neil out to his vehicle, and he is on his way home back to a rather angry wife, I would say. Angry and upset wife, and rather confused son is what it seemed like on the phone. And of course, all of the information is submitted over to the police, and it's going to be an ongoing investigation. I hope that Neil's employer takes a look at this video and thinks twice about the kind of workers that they're employing. Now, Neil, Gabriel, and the others may have just been some of the predators that slipped through the cracks in our investigations, but their actions will not be forgotten. Not by me, not by Military Sergeant Chester, and certainly not by Neil's wife. I don't think she'll be forgetting that anytime soon. There are many, many other predators out there just alike, And if they happen to slip through the cracks, they will be discovered, and they will ultimately get skeeted. Just as Neil, Gabriel, and the others did in this investigation. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this episode of Skeeted Predator. If you did, be sure to hit the like button down below, subscribe, and if you're feeling up to it, hit the join button down below to become a YouTube member and receive exclusive perks on this channel. Well, I've been your host, Skeet Hansen, and that's going to be a cut, boys and girls. Let's go get drunk.